Hello guys, welcome back in my live stream. After a long time I'll welcome. अरे यार ये कैम का थोड़ा लफड़ा है. Perfect. सारा साउंड जा रहा है गेम का क्या? मेरे को बस ये चेक करना है. गेम का साउंड मैंने चेक किया ही नहीं अभी तक. मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम भी एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ जरा. गेम का साउंड आ रही है. परफेक्ट. आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम आई विल कम मैन. कितने साल के लगता है इसे मैंने कितने दिनों के बाद ये फिर से स्टार्ट किया है ना. अरे यार सिंगापुर सर्वर में चल सकता है अभी. कितना बजा है अभी? 2 बजे तो मिल ही जाएगा मुंबई में.
मैच फाउंड.
नाइस, मुंबई में मिल जाएगा भाई, भरोसा है. चलो तब तक एक डीएम हो जाए, उसके बाद एक मैच खेलते हैं. तब तक तो वॉच पार्टी स्टार्ट हो ही जाएंगी. 2 बजे अभी.
डेथ मैच. वार्म अप.
चेक करना है यार ऑडियो सही से. परफेक्ट. कभी ये शॉट तो है. ये स्ट्रीम करने का यही लफड़ा है. सामने से जो लाइट आती है ना वो प्रॉब्लम देती है. विदाउट स्ट्रीम खेलो मस्त रहती है. ये लाइट ऑन करते ही लगता है इस आँख पे प्रेशर पड़ रहा है. अरे ये नाइफ कौन लगा दिया है भाई? अभी चेक किया. नाइफ चेंज. हग लो, यही हग लो.
Lights out.
Dominating.
नाइस. इसको बोलते हैं हगास प्लेयर.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Bad luck. Sky killed. Don't get up.
Double. कैम कर लो यार. अभी मैंने देखा वहां पे कोई नहीं था. नाइस शॉट. एक से एक कैंपर है यार.
Idiot. Anyone else?
ओह मेरे को लगा हेड लग गया, मैं छोड़ दिया. क्या ही गंदा हो गया है ये गेम मेरे लिए.
Die.
क्या यार
You're done.
भाई क्या कैम्प करेगा वाइपर। कमेंट वगैरह कुछ नहीं आई। 3-4 व्यू आ गए, कमेंट आए नहीं।
Dominating.
I wanna see this man. मेरे को देखना है वो चीज, रुको वो भी सेट करूंगा अभी।
Three.
भाई कहाँ? मैच खेलने चला क्या? क्या दिक्कत है, चलो मैच खेलते हैं। फालतू का इतना टाइम वेस्ट करें हम। अरे हाँ यार, मेरे को एक सेट करना है, जा बहुत दिन हो गया। Just wait, I'll show you something. पहला मैच तो ये एनआरजी वर्सेस फ्यूरिया, पहला मैच तो यही है या भी टाइम है। मेरे को देखना है यार कौन जीतेगा, लिटरली आई वांट सी दैट। सिंगापुर में पिंग हाई हो जाएगा मेरा, मैंने चेक भी नहीं किया यार डीएम में, मतलब मेरा एफपीएस क्या आ रहा है सिंगापुर में। इफ आई प्ले इन सिंगापुर देन माय पिंग इन कंटिन्यूअस इन रेड। मेरे को चेक करना पड़ेगा, तो इससे बेटर है ना कि सिंगापुर में डायरेक्ट डीएम खेलते हैं, वहाँ वापस पता चल जाएगी मेरी कितनी पड़ेगी पिंग। क्वांटम फिजिक्स।
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
$69 यहाँ पे ये क्रॉसर का कलर नहीं चलेगा। मॉस्किटो स्कॉट ना शुरू कर दिए। Oh.
Fight.
Yeah, you might. यार नहीं। अरे लोग वहाँ साउंड आ रहा था।
Enemy down.
ये मैच खेलना है क्या इसको सुबह को? मैं इसको ढूंढ रहा हूँ कहाँ बंदा बैठा है जाके।
That's 3. And 4.
क्या मारा है भाई, प्यारा शॉट मारा है। ऐसे कैंप करोगे तो भाई मारोगे ही ना। मस्त कैंप करके बैठा है इसका। ये सामने क्राउच नहीं चलेगा पेड़।
Eddie's soldier. Fires out. Eddie's soldier.
ये गेम मत खेला कर भाई, ये मेरे को सबसे गंदा लगता है। ये भी गंदा लगता है यार। कौन मारता है? नहीं कर ही लो, मार लो भाई, मैं खड़ा हो गया भाई। इतना रख दिया तब क्या ही। If I green then what happen? Gosh. I guess one. मैंने सेज भैया माफी कर दो भाई। क्या हक रहा हूँ? अबे यार सोबा की माँ का था बेंच। भाई क्वेश्चन पे नहीं देख रहा है ना, बिल्कुल मत देखना। मैं हग रहा हूँ भाई, तो लगी डबल मार रहा है। कहाँ कैंप है भाई?
Five kills remaining.
Spawn match आ गया मैं।
One kill remaining.
कहाँ से? कैसे? खड़ा हो जाता हूँ, मार ही लो मेरी।
I let them win.
ओ वेट मिनट, सिंगापुर ने मुंबई ठीक है भाई। अभी तो टाइम है ना। 3:30 एंड 2:07 बहुत है। एक मैच तो मैं खेल ही लूंगा, बस टीम अच्छी आ जाए भाई, टीम खराब ना आए बस। भाई मार्च में
Match
ये है,
found.
अप्रैल में ये, मई, जून, अगस्त में जाके चैंपियंस लीग होगी, मतलब अभी लंबी समय है। ब्रीच ओके, I will play right now.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
भाई ब्रीच इतना लंबा मैप, बड़ा मैप है ना, ये रेज इसमें खेल सकता हूँ, बट क्या पता ना, वो एक अंदर से आवाज आती है ना कि नहीं खेल, वो नहीं आती है इसमें। लगता है नहीं यार इसमें नहीं खेलूंगा, नेक्स्ट में खेलूंगा, ऐसा होता है इसमें। भाई डबल, हाँ ठीक है ठीक है, नाइस नाइस वन। यार कोई तो आ जाओ, क्या पता रात हो रही है इसलिए नहीं आ रहे हो क्या? दर्द है यार। हेलो, आवाज आ रही है भाई? हेलो, एनीवन हैव माइक? कैमरा पिक करेगा? जो अलग ही चूतिया है भाई। केयर भी
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
75 87 हैंचो हेड मारो 87 का इसको।
I'm going to save.
A wall
Enemy mid.
A
Dead.
Enemy A.
multiple
Spike planted. Last player standing.
इस रैंक की लॉबी लग गई लोड़े खराब। गजब के चूतिए मिल गए भाई मेरे को। हाँ नहीं फाइलोज नाम बहुत गुस्सा है, बहुत गुस्सा ज़्यादा है।
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Still in sight. Who?
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight. Poison's off.
फ्लैश करके लिया तब भी
You
मारते हैं
failed.
साले ना।
Now sleep.
Reloading. Reloading.
ना साउंड नहीं जा रहा है, क्या हो रहा है कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को।
Someone's close. Someone's close. Someone's close. Someone's close. Yes.
Enemy spotted mid.
Cutting their vision. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Going B.
वो चैट ना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं, मैं दिमाग खराब होता है चैट पढ़ते पढ़ते। गेम कम चैट में ज़्यादा दिमाग होता है। से बेंच में
Right here.
Parasite.
One enemy remaining.
My ult ready. There.
On my way.
Gun here.
Spotted A.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you. Enemy spotted A.
Enemy.
Revealing area. Shock dart.
Cool bridge.
Don't get in my way.
Spike down A.
I know exactly where you are.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted.
One 112.
मूड की धजिया हो जाती है भाई। बच गए 2-19। हवा कैसे रहना पे मैं ये सोच मस्त लगा जो भी हवा।
Here. Enemy B.
You're done.
Enemy tagged. Careful there.
Ended.
वाइपर
One
40
enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Toxin screen down.
ये साइड लास्ट।
Gun here. Toxins going up.
On my way.
क्या मस्त मारा हूँ भाई जाके, मतलब मजा ही आ गया था। ऐसे कोई रहता है ना
30 seconds
आराम से
left.
बैक स्टेप जाओ
Poison orb
मार
emitting.
के चलते हैं मनो। मस्त लगा। तेरा प्लांट कर रहा
Spike planted.
Gun here.
भाई कोई तो माइक खोला यार, खेलने का मजा आएगा यार।
No need for this. Poison orb emitting.
ये वॉल
Here. Found them. I am the hunter.
Nowhere to run!
Welcome to my world.
भाई वाइपर थोड़ा शिफ्ट करके आ जा यार।
Reloading.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
They are so I can buy for you. My treat.
I can buy for you my treats.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
No.
Scanning ahead.
On my way. Like it.
भाई
Careful.
क्लासिक से मरा है यार। गंदा
Gun
वाइपर।
here.
80 टाइप यार उन्हें ही। Cypher always playing in tube.
Spike planted.
Pyramid. Both.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
मजा ही आ गया भाई।
Defuse this spike.
मतलब अलग लेवल। ये कलर भी यूज कर सकता हूँ इस मैप पे।
Thrifty.
They sacrifice for nothing.
भाई कोई तो चैट में आ जाओ। इतने व्यू आ गए, चैट में कोई नहीं आ रहा है। चैट वैट भी टाइप कर दो, तब भी तो मजे आएंगे खेलने में।
Anyone have funds to spare?
My apologies.
Thank you.
They will go.
Away. Enemy B. I have them.
इसको बोलते हैं गंदा हाल।
Eyes down.
इसका देखो एक का एचपी फुल है, बार में देखो एक का फुल, एक का
Spike
कुछ भी
planted. Last
एक HP,
player
खत्म।
standing.
मैंने हगा माय बैड। वाओ, अब मुझे पता ही नहीं था वहाँ पे बंदा, मैं उसको खोल के भी हगा हूँ यार। मैं 2 राउंड अल्ट किया हूँ, दोनों हगा हूँ लिटरली। मैंने 2 राउंड अल्ट किया भाई, मैंने दोनों राउंड अल्ट में हगा है। एक 112 रेना पे एंड दिस टाइम 40 सोवा। आई एम अ गंदा गंदा प्लेयर। आजा रिवील।
Here. Need backup.
The hunt begins.
Eyes down.
Good shot. Enemy B. Enemy.
भी खेलता है
There
साले।
they are. Defeated.
Cutting their vision.
Spike planted.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
Spike diffused.
Reloading.
Last round in the half.
इसका रेना क्या खेल रहा है भाई, 18-5।
Merci. Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Get out of my way!
Nowhere to run!
Enemy spotted A.
Gone. Enemy.
One down.
Shot that.
Stealing sight.
Enemy A. No more.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting their vision.
I am the hunter.
Be grateful I killed you quickly.
Switching sides.
सोचा कि जाके मारी देता हूँ, कुछ तो लो होगा ही। ऑब्वियसली लो था, मैंने सिर्फ 40 टैग दिया। साइफर एंड वी हैव चेंबर, सो इट बी सो हार्ड, fucking hard.
Reloading.
Get her, guys.
Reloading.
Push them. Play the pigs. Someone's close.
Reloading. Here.
Merci.
There.
Revealing area.
Someone's in defender spawn. Here.
On my
Viper
way.
105.
Last player standing.
Toxin screen down.
ये अगर ये मर जाता ना वाइपर, मैं डिसमिस लेके निकल जाता। मरा 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 मरा।
Flawless.
I'm going to save.
भाई 3 वॉच की वॉचिंग आ रही है, कोई तो कुछ भी चैट में कर लिख लो। नथिंग इन चैट, एकदम फुल साइलेंट। नील वड़ा सन्नाडा 0। यूरिया को मिला है रिपोर्ट।
Lights down. Spike down B.
I got the spike. Spike planted. Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
माय बैड। मेरे को लगा दो उधर था ना, मैं तीनों को सोच के उधर ही जा रहा था। तो मैं गन निकाल रहा था, इसको मार लेता यार, इजी था। गंदा खेलना होगा। दूसरा छोड़, मैं खुद गंदा खेल रहा हूँ।
Right here. Right here.
Yes.
Here. Here.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Take flight.
Cutting their vision.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
Stealing sight.
Block the sight. Enemy spotted.
Enemy down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Bullseye.
One enemy remaining.
3 gone.
अब मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ। सुबह से मैं खुला यार। सुबह का माइक खुला, लिटरली खुला। हेलो हेलो।
Killed. Enemy.
Eyes down.
Neutralized.
Enemy.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
I got the spike.
सुबह का माइक खुला, मेरे को सीरियसली माइक का कुछ करना पड़ेगा। तो टीममेट के साउंड आए हैं बट मेरे को नहीं सुनाई दे रहे ढंग से।
Planted.
Scanning ahead.
Here.
Help.
It is done.
मैं भी ज़्यादा राउंड हो गया, आराम से हो जाएगा, आराम से हो जाएगा। 100
Going C.
Here.
पर घुसने ना देना।
Careful.
Enemy.
Embarrassing. My ult ready.
The defender spawn.
Solo. My ult is ready.
Spawn is mid.
Cutting their vision.
One enemy remaining.
I am sorry. We could not work out our differences.
हमलो जी बिनते अली हमलो अली भाई जरा मुझे बताइए ये लैंग्वेज कौन सी है मेरे को ये लैंग्वेज बैरियर है मेरे को ये हिमलो ना समझ में आया बट वो लैंग्वेज बैरियर है
Need a drop. Thank you.
अगेन आई एम अल्टिंग
What's this?
Take flight.
Don't get in my way.
Cutting their vision.
Revealing there.
They will cover.
Spike down A.
अरे मैंने हगा मेरे को पीछे आकर रिलोड करना था उसको
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
येलो
Last player standing.
वाई कुछ तो गड़बड़ है यार भैंचो ऑडियो टीम की आ रही है किसी कुछ बोल रहा है मेरे को नहीं आ रही मेरे को ना टीममेट कुछ बोल रहा है लिटरली बोल रहा है बट मेरे को साउंड नहीं आ रही है वो
I can buy for you. My treat.
I can buy for you. My treat.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Get out of my way.
Enemy A. I have the spike.
बैक साइड है
एक और है मैंने एक और है सोया है वो
Welcome to my world.
जा टिम्बर आगे जा मिड साइपर
Plant the spike.
और मिड मार टिम्बर
Nowhere to run.
Last player standing.
भाई ऐसा माय बैड सबसे लिटरली मैं ही गंदा खेल रहा था हो जाए हंटर सर माचो कुछ हो जाओ आगमन धूमधाम वन
ट्रैप लगी है ब्रोस
Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
तो मारना भाई
क्या मारना भाई मेरे को पता नहीं जब उधर वो कैसे मार दो उसको
Match point.
हो गए। मैं ना इसके बाद ना कुछ खा लूंगा, उसके बाद मैच देखूंगा बैठ के। दिमाग खराब हो गया, मैं एंजॉय मैच।
Our spike carrier is dead.
Grounded.
Spike down A.
Spike dropped.
I know exactly where you are.
I have the spike.
चला गया जेट। जेट का ही पुराना काम है।
Last player standing.
निकल जाएगा।
The hunt begins.
Defenders win.
मूड की मार है। स्टार्टिंग में कॉल ही कोई नहीं दे रहा था, लिटरली जब हारना शुरू किया ना तब कॉल देना शुरू किया। ये को मतलब नहीं होता गेम का भाई। मैंने भी हगा है नो डाउट, बट देख यही उस वक्त कॉल देता तो कुछ होता नहीं, आराम से रैंक है भाई, इतनी खेलो। चलो भाई मैं कुछ खा के आता हूँ, 5 से 10 मिनट में आ जाऊँगा, फिर करते हैं।
for VCT America's Kickoff. Here's how it'll all go down. First, all teams, including the debut of G2, will be split into 3 groups. On February 16th through 19th and 23rd through 25th, each group will play in a GSL style bracket where the 3 group winners will advance directly to the semifinals. Next up on February 26th, the number 2 seed from each group will then face off in a single round robin play-in stage where only 1 team will qualify and join the 3 group winners in the elimination bracket. The first competition of the year nears an end when these final 4 teams battle it out on March 2nd and 3rd. The top 2 teams will represent VCT Americas at Masters Madrid and get to start their year with a bang. The first place winner will also receive 3 championship points towards their VCT season that'll help their chances towards raising the trophy at Champions 24 later this year. Mark your calendars for when the action kicks off on February 16th. Scan the QR code on the screen to purchase your tickets today. To learn more about VCT Kickoff, check out VALORANTesports.com and follow x.com/ValEsports_NA for more updates.
And there you hear the breakdown, and look, those 3 points that you get, the total could be the difference between you making it and, well, watching champions from home.
Absolutely. I mean, the format is new this year. Those points are now important. So every game, every stage of Americas really matters for this team.
The points are the point.
Oh, base perspective.
That's so true.
Okay.
I should be a corporate sloganer. I think that's a professional job.
Sorry, my
professional. Yeah, that's the one. A corporate sloganer. I'll take a sloganer. But you know what, though? We actually do have some new faces that are going to be joining us this time around. That's right. We got G2 Esports is going to be taking the stage this Sunday versus Cruise. So not only do we have a new format, we have a new team added to the league. It's pretty dang awesome. But for now, though, let's focus on the task at hand because we have these 2 slots for Masters Madrid that are going to be up for grabs. And it is, of course, anyone's game. Start of the season, you love that feeling. But here is the bracket and how it plays out. Right now, Mimi. These games are going to be intense.
Masters Madrid is obviously important for the teams to qualify too, but I think right now what we need to focus on is this is a chance for teams to kind of set the pecking order in Americas. No team has survived the offseason without at least some changes. Even our top squads have been shuffled around like crazy.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity for any of these squads to establish themselves as a top dog, no matter how well or poorly they did in America's last year.
And with you coming in with all these roster changes, new patches, and such a condensed format to kick it off, this is the tournament of upsets. You're going to see a lot of things go counter to expectation. This is a chance to come in, hit the ball rolling with a brand new lead on the meta. And honestly, I'm just so ready to see these teams and what they think is going to be coming in at the top of their bracket.
I'm actually glad you did mention the meta and what we're going to be seeing because we are going to be playing on patch 8.02, which if you guys are, familiar, which of course if you're watching more than likely are, but we'll go ahead and reiterate it for you guys because we got you covered. So we made some changes, right? You got Gecko buffs coming in, Sky nerfs potentially could alter a lot of compositions. There is a lot that can happen with these changes, Mimi. And it's only just week 1, and there's another one on the horizon potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there is not a lot of time since these changes came out to now kicking things off in Americas and across the world in all our international leagues. So I think, like you mentioned, this is going to be the event about adaptation. See which team has a read on the meta. Because last year was defined by double controller Sky, and now Sky's been nerfed to a point where I think we're going to see so much more variety from that one-set meta.
And you'd see a lot of double controller on these maps too, right? Your Icebox coming back in, the Lotus changes, a lot of big changes coming into this map. But I do think it's very important to talk about the Sky, because as Sky goes away without the rechargeable flashes, if you're still playing Sky, you can't be flashing off the rip, right? So that's that
Which
instant,
is huge.
It's huge, right? Because you're not getting that instant free little information, someone is here. So teams, if they're still playing Sky, they're going to adapt by not throwing those round start flashes.
Amazing,
more than anything, I think they see the rise of Gecko as hitting that Sky jack of all trades.
And why is that? Why is that exactly?
Because the refreshable utility, right?
Yeah, I mean, no one really has the same level as him. You throw your Dizzy up in the air, it takes 1 second to pick him up, and then just in another 10 seconds, you have another flash, you have another piece of utility. And he's even better when you can combine him with other flashes and pair that Dizzy up.
It's honestly, it's funny because Gecko, I think on his own, really not that impressive, right? You shoot the flash, pro player's going to be able to do that. But when you're comboing that in with a lineup flash, a left click flash from your KO, a breach, any of these other things, you can't turn away from the KO flash because then Gecko still hits flash because then Gecko still hits you, and you can't shoot to break the Gecko because then KO still hits you, right? It's just not really fun to deal with.
So you think we're going to see a lot of double initiators?
Exactly.
Yes.
Double initiator is the wave. Double smokes is out. If teams want to keep playing double smokes, then I think we're going to see the rise of Yoru alongside Gecko as the solo initiator. You can drop your Jet Raze duelist slot, put a Yoru in there, and still get the flash combos of the Yoru Gecko.
And that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because we also have a big shift to the map pool coming into this year, which means that a lot of these maps, like Breeze, it has not been played in quite a long time at the pro level. We're now going to have to see these teams not only implement these new maps, but also implement in the new ages and a different or new agents.
भाई ये सनसेट हटा दो बहन चोद, ये सनसेट बहुत गंदा मैप है भाई, बहुत। बट मैं सनसेट का मैच देखना चाहूंगा, जितने भी मैच होंगे सनसेट में ना वो देखना चाहूंगा। वो ना एक ये लोग अलग लेवल पे खेलेंगे। अगर ये लोग सनसेट पे खेलते हैं तो समझो कि मतलब अलग लेवल का इनका गेम प्ले रहेगा, हर चीज एक अलग ढंग से देखने को मिलेगा। सारे मैप को आप लोग जानते हो, सब चीज देख चुके हो, एसेंट, बाइंड, आइस बॉक्स, लोटस, ये सब हो चुका है। बट जो सनसेट का है ना, वो एक माइंड अलग बनाए देगा इन लोग का।
Was one that Sky in North America was dominant. Other regions played a lot of the Fade, but here in Americas, it was almost always that Sky. I think that's going to change as well. So even these maps that are sticking around in the pool and haven't had any big changes are still going to see a big shift from last year.
Yeah, I'm just saying, as a Haven fan, I'm personally depressed that we don't have
I think a lot of people echo that.
But it is okay. Hopefully we'll see it again. All goody. But earlier on, we actually asked our players for their take on Icebox's return to competitive play. So actually go ahead and get their thoughts.
Yeah, Icebox ka to...
I loved Icebox. Icebox has been like one of my favorite maps. It was like a really good map for us on M80, and I remember NRG also liked it, so happy it's back, honestly.
O el cambio que noté mucho fue el de la parte de B, que sería que antes B tenía dos pasitos largos, ahora tal vez el que está en el side está mucho más atrapado a la hora que te ataquen.
There's not that many lanes to actually work. It's a little more simplified, so I'm kind of enjoying the simplified fact of that.
I think it's harder to anchor B on Icebox just because the whole section of mid is blocked off. It's easier for the attacker to force you into the site and trap you with mollies.
Isso para quem joga de defesa ali, porque não tem tanto espaço para voltar, né? Só tem uma entrada.
De B main, que era un poco más fácil para el atacante tomarlo, ya que sacaran esa parte gigante donde la Jet se solían subir.
That is a big change. A lot of people just kind of stay away from B now. Attackers and defenders. Defenders never really could get it, but attackers would grab that for an easy orb.
Which is kind of crazy, to be honest. It kind of changed the map in terms of how you would lurk B.
Eu acho que algunas mudanças que tiveram foram significativas, como a janela do meio.
On defense now, you can play more passive and see that lurk option that the enemy wants. You can.
ये तो सही है, बी पे ईजी और मिलती है आइसबॉक्स में, एकदम ईजी पीजी लेमन स्क्वीजी। भाई जाओ और पॉइंट उठाओ, निकल जाओ। अगर जो कैरेक्टर अच्छा है, अगर तुम्हारा प्लेयर कोई अच्छा खेल रहा है, दे दो उसको, एकदम इजी वे में दे दो, मत उसका रोको, एकदम खत्म।
The one who plays Sova and is always watching mid, I actually feel the difference there.
The reclears on Icebox are a lot easier now. Being able to punish 2 blocks and stuff like that is definitely way more prominent with the Icebox changes now than it was before.
I love jumping through the window, so I'll tell you that. the window's too fun.
Debían desde el conector, o sea, de la ventana, debían al B, y ahora ya no hay tantos ángulos con el que el atacante tiene que lidiar.
It's good for off angles and defenders trying to control mid a little bit faster.
And I think it's going to be interesting how teams approach that mid control now.
No, está muito legal. Estou gostando muito de jogar essa nova Icebox.
I love Icebox. I'm so excited to have this map back.
Icebox is back in the rotation. I would be shocked if we don't see it today, especially with so many teams saying that they enjoyed playing on it in that video there. But for now, let's go ahead and focus on our first squad of the day and get into today's matchup. We're going to dive into NRG versus Furia. Now, here's the thing. Last year, right, I think everyone was really big on NRG for good reason. They had a good start. Well, I shouldn't say a good start, but they had a start, and then they had a recovery that then led to a really good tail end of the season for them. And then, you know, the rest is history.
भाई पिछले किसी को नहीं याद हो तो मैं बताता हूँ पिछले में सीजन में 2023 में जो VCT का हुआ था किसी को याद नहीं हो तो मैं बताता हूँ मतलब याद होगी बट मैं ऐसे नॉर्मली बता रहा हूँ कि जितने भी मैच हुए NRG वर्सेस फ्यूरिया का उसमें मोस्टली आई गेस NRG जीता था फ्यूरिया एक ही जीता था मेरे को जितना याद है 3-4 मैच हुए थे उसमें से फ्यूरिया सिर्फ एक जीता था
Demon 1 and Ethan.
What did they do? Here's your moment.
Well,
What
they
did
picked them up physically.
No. What did Ethan and Demon 1 do?
They won champions.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and that's what you do because when you need to win champions, Ender, what do?
You pick up champions.
That's the line.
I love it. But honestly, you're picking up like the hottest player in last year, right? Demon 1, absolute fire to see him.
And I would say probably one of the hottest players coming out of champions because even though everyone was talking about Demon 1, Ethan's stocks were high because he was making so many plays it was absurd.
He looks like just the best KO player, period. And now in a world where Sky's falling out of prevalence, it seems like he is in a position to thrive. And on top of that, they're picking up their old friend Marv, right? Back when this NRG roster was optic and they were going and doing amazing things in the pre-partnership era, this was the guy right there alongside him.
Yeah, big part of it.
They had a tough year with Sentinels for Marv, but now he's back with his old teammates to prove himself again.
Yeah. I feel like on this patch, they kind of have the team that can do almost anything, right? They have the ability to play multiple smokes, right? They have 2 duelist players if they want to do that, with Victor rocking on in there. If they want to switch a Demon 1 over to Chamber, he's been grinding it. He can be the opera for the team too. I think this is a team that can adapt very well patch to patch. That's a huge strength to have.
Yeah, it is a scary team for sure, and I think a lot of people are really looking forward to seeing what these guys can do. And let's continue to put a spotlight on them, right? First and foremost, I mean, Demon 1. This guy is just lit the league on fire, right? Changed the course of history, some might say. And if anything, he just continues to prove that it wasn't a fluke. This was pure talent, pure skill that led that team to that championship.
He crushed it in Americas in his rookie year when no one expected him to do well. And then he went to the biggest event of the year and he was the best player of the event. No one has done that.
He got up on the table.
Yeah, I mean, not just in Valorant, in any esport. Can you think of a time someone in their rookie year went and won the biggest event? It's unheard of. This guy is just so
I think the
talented.
only time I could think of maybe was a BZ Call of Duty. Outside of that, that was it.
Is that guy as unapologetic as Demon 1, just coming in, talking the talk, walking the walk?
Ain't no one matches Demon 1. Let's just be front. Let's just be honest here.
Whoever that guy is, didn't stand on any tables.
No. Yeah, well, I think it was simping to BZ, but it doesn't matter. But the point is you're not wrong. Like, there is a case to be made for this guy doing something that was really unheard of just across esports in general, which is impressive.
And I think if you look at it, you can almost take, okay, Demon 1 coming into this EG roster, sort of like picking them back up. And then with Potter, right? Who better to sort of guide you through your first year? Demon 1 goes from joining the league out of nowhere, instantly at the top. Now moving over to NRG, get to see him on the other side of things. Potter's not there, new team around him. This is where you solidify that legacy in the league.
If you start with Potter, I then couldn't think of a better team for a still young player to come into than what is one of the most experienced cores in Valorant, this NRG teams. Crashy, Victor, and Chet have been together for ages, and it was always finesse in that mix, but now they also have a new IGL in Ethan. But the thing is, Demon 1 was just playing with Ethan back at EG. He was already mid-rounding, helping out in the calling, and I think some people have doubted, is he really an IGL? But he's like mid-rounded for every team he's played at and helped out in that regard. And it's clear that his coach has so much faith in this guy.
Exactly, right? You have the faith, and also you've got to have faith when you have the experience of those players playing together already. You already have some of those foundational building blocks that you're working upon. You know, Ethan's going to know where Demon One's going to want to take that off and take it in the game. And Ethan also no strangers to making the big plays himself.
Yeah, it's massive. Like, and I think also too, it goes without saying as well that for Ethan, this is a great opportunity for him to really be able to continue to give himself that spotlight. Because I love this player and what he was able to do all throughout Champions. But he's a quiet dude. He always kind of fades away into the shadows, which I know is something he kind of prefers. But now you're stepping into that limelight. A lot of pressure here to be leading NRG after one of the best IGLs who was just leading this team. And now you're filling those shoes.
But I don't think he could be in a better position. I honestly don't feel like he is feeling that pressure because guess who's around him? Crashes and Victor.
If they're doing their job right, he shouldn't feel that pressure.
Whenever Finesse talked about why he was such a good IGL, why he achieved so much with this core, he always talked about those two guys helping him out, pitching in ideas in the mid-round, and I expect them to do the same thing for Ethan. This is a system with those two and with Jet that is already so established that I think for a player like him who has done so much in his career already, he's just going to be able to slide into that position and thrive.
Question for the class. Question for the class.
Are you asking them or us?
For those of you at home as well, why don't you go ahead and let's talk about expectations. Where do you think that this team's going to land? Do you think they're going to be top 3? They're going to be top 5? Maybe top 1?
Are we talking kickoff? Are we talking end of the year?
Let's start with kickoff. Keep it simple.
Okay.
Kickoff? I know, so I've been debating this for a few times because I get nervous when I see super teams. I do not buy in.
Hasn't gone well.
But genuinely, the more I think about the roles that the players on this team can play, the history they have with one another, I think they will be one of the best teams at the start of the year. No, and I genuinely believe that whether it's Sky is Dead patch this week or it's Chamber is back in the future, like this team has the flexibility to hit the ground running.
The thing is, though, they have to win, right? You come up with one of the winningest cores in Valorant, and you add in 2 world champions. If you are not coming out of the gate and thriving, instantly, so much doubt is going to be shown on this team. But I'm not worried, honestly. We saw things not go too great with Sentinels last year when they tried to build that super team. But I feel like this team has that core that has been together. They have players that have already talked in interviews about how good the chemistry is being built up. I really expect them to come out and at least hit that top 2 mark and go to Madrid.
That's fair. I mean, hey, all signs point to positives, right? Yes. But there's an opportunity here for their opponents to play spoiler, because we're going to transition over to Furia and talk about what this team is doing as they have made changes. Well, very similar situation, NRG, funny enough, where they swapped out 3 players and they added 3 of their own. This time around, though, we see some more movement. We got MW Zera back in familiar roles, and, well, we just hope that we see this Furia team live up to the potential that I'm sure their fans want them to.
And that's the thing, right? You have to latch on to MW Zera as the focal point in this team, as he always has been in the duelist role on his teams. He is out there dropping bombs on the opponents. That's our favorite little lingo back here. But no, honestly, he is the guy to carry away. And I think that if we are in a world, especially in a double flashes world or double initiator world, to support this player, that's a guy you can build a team around.
But
when
this team has played on the offseason and when he's played for teams before and it's been that duel, it's been the star, there seems to be a history of him going out and dropping bombs, as you said, and the rest of his team floundering behind it. Like, he's a player that requires so many resources, so much to be put into having him succeed, and he always does, but we've always seen him play to that level, and we've never seen him actually on a team that can support around him and give more success than just being a strong individual. And that's all I'm looking for at Furia this year. MW Zera is the known quantity. It's the rest of these players that are being picked up, given this opportunity around him who need to succeed if Furia can live up to that hype.
Can a new IGL...
वो बंदा मोस्टली ड्यूलिस्ट खेलता है MW Zera भाई वो हमेशा मैंने जितने बार देखा है रेज मोस्टली टाइम रेज ही मेरे को दिखा है भाई वो एकदम एंगल को ना ऐसे होल्ड करके बैठता है वहां से कोई बस गुजर जाओ वो बताएगा मोस्टली वो फैंटम ही चलाएगा ऑलवेज
Are you looking forward to acclimatizing to life in LA? os novatos que ele tá de olho, né? Como é que tá sendo para você se adaptar a Los Angeles?
Posso falar em português?
Pode.
Tipo, em Los Angeles está sendo muito fácil. Os moleques já tiveram experiência antes de Los Angeles aqui, então eles me passaram muito o que é...
Breeze Halls.
Are you in Hall?
Well, I was in Halls and I left because I noticed you were in there.
Well, you're trying to open the door.
Swine.
Why are you behind me?
Wait, also, are the halls not there?
Am I hearing voices in my head? TV, where are you?
What is happening?
Speak me.
Wait, I thought we added halls back. Why aren't halls here?
Okay, so we're trying to talk about this gun, which I've just whiffed with. Peek me. Oh my
This
God.
might go on for a while. Anyway,
this is
gun
gonna be
cost
forever. We have unlimited ammo.
All right, we're not going to play. This is too embarrassing.
You can't kill me.
We're going to go to the power rankings now with Brennan Sideshow.
There we go.
Woo!
Should have had a controller. Unbelievable. My God.
Every year in the Valorant community, it is tradition to try to predict the future
and have some kind of power rankings. They never work. They're always terrible. But why would that ever stop us from doing something like this?
Yeah, they've always been bad every year.
Yeah. So these are the rankings from the regular season of last year. Obviously, like playoff performance champions, that was all different. We need to add G2 in there as well.
Yeah.
Already things are going to get weird. So where shall I begin?
I mean, you want to just get started? Just put what team you think is at number 1.
All right. Well, I mean, there's a super team here that's been formed to try to get the number 1 spot. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to put NRG
number 1. Okay, well, Josh, but have you considered the Scrimbucks?
Oh,
the community's been doing some research, and I really think we've got to listen to them this time around. Listen,
okay.
Well, 100 Thieves were beating NRG on the 11th, 10-1 in a scrim.
Oh, but
so you've got to put 100 Thieves above them.
But you don't know what the end result of the scrim was.
No, and I don't know what the map was either.
Right. Well, we'll put NRG maybe down here then. We'll put 100 Thieves above them.
But what about Cloud9? They beat a mixed team. It's not an official team, but they're 4-1. They weren't. I don't know if they beat them, but they were winning the scrims. So where do you want to put them there?
I mean, based on Scrimbucks, maybe we'll put them down here for now then.
Okay, but this is also confusing me. NRG won 9-1 versus M80.
Oh, well, okay, M80 were pretty close with G2, right? When they played down there at the Ascension level.
You're going to put G2 below them?
So we're going to put G2, yeah, somewhere around here. So if we put G2 here, that explains that
have you considered that on the 12th that G2 were beating 100 Thieves in a scrim?
Well, now we're going circles.
But you've got to put them higher because they were beating them 10-7.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then we'll put 100 Thieves back down there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what about Loud? Okay. I still feel pretty confident about this Loud team. They were top of Americas last year. I'm tempted to put them up there.
They haven't been scrimming. Where are the scrim results?
I know that they've been scrimming since October.
They haven't been scrimming.
Okay, you haven't found them, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been scrimming.
They haven't been scrimming.
All right, well, talk to me about Leviathan. They've also constructed a super team, kind of, for this year. They've got to be somewhere high up towards the top.
They beat a Challengers team 8-1. They're beating a Challengers team in a scrim. That was on the 14th.
Right. What does that tell me?
I don't know.
Okay, that doesn't tell me anything.
Just get more stickers,
Okay,
please.
Furia, EG.
Furia, EG, where's EG? They're 6-2 against an unknown team.
Well, if they're unknown,
I mean, it could have been Bleed. It could have been Yay on the opposite side.
But it could have been us on the opposite side as well,
Okay, 6-2.
What about Furia?
Furia, no, nothing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put them down there for now then, I guess, and we'll figure them out afterwards.
We've got a time of 1 minute left.
What about Sentinels? We've only got a minute left.
Sentinels,
what Sentinels?
Sentinels 12-8 versus an unknown team again.
But what kind of unknown team?
I don't know. I can't
do anything with these kind of scrim results.
Well, 100 Thieves beat G2 14-4.
Oh, I mean,
but that's going to flip it around again.
What am I doing? 14-4? Well, we'll put G2 down there.
G2 down there. Okay.
And then Sentinels. I'll put Sentinels at the top for now, just a placeholder.
Sentinels, you're losing the stickers, Josh.
Yeah, I know. They're going flying.
I'm trying to find something.
MIBR and Crew. Okay, Crew haven't made a huge amount of changes since last year. Oh, we've lost G2.
We've lost G2. Put them back up.
Okay.
G2. G2 beat Lev.
G2 beat Leviathan.
G2 beat Lev.
Dude, okay, let me just get these on the board for starters. And then, right, you hold these here.
Okay.
You hold them there. And what did you say? G2 beat Leviathan in a scrim?
G2 beat Lev in a scrim.
All right, so what if I do this then?
But G2 also lost to Oxygen.
And well, Oxygen should be at the top then.
Oxygen really should be. Do we have an Oxygen sticker?
They're winning kickoff.
We got how much? 3 seconds? Okay. We're done, I think.
Man, wild to think we gave them 2.5 weeks for that. But folks, the party starts right now. Let's kick off VCT America's 2024 kickoff.
Hi guys, welcome to day 1. So to decide who's team A and team B, I'll flip this coin. If it's on the VCT logo, then Furia will be A, NRG will be B. If it's on the VCT America side, then Furia will be B and NRG will be A. Alright. Alright, so Furia will be A and NRG will be B. So you will have the first map ban. What would you like to ban?
Sunset.
Okay. You said Sunset?
We'll ban Bind.
Okay. Furia ban Sunset, Energy ban Bind. And you have first map pick.
Breeze.
Breeze? Furia pick Breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
We'll take defense.
Alright, Energy will be defense. And then you will pick map 2?
We'll pick Ascent.
Alright. Energy pick Ascent.
Defense.
Furia pick defense. So now you have 1 map ban.
Belarus.
Furia ban Lotus. And you have the last map ban.
Ban Icebox.
NRG ban Icebox. So the default map will be split. And then you have side pick. Would you like attack or defense? Attack. Furia pick attack. All right, so just to run back through it real fast. Furia ban Sunset, NRG ban Bind, Furia pick Breeze, NRG pick Defense, NRG picked Ascent, Furia pick Defense, Furia pick Lotus, or sorry, Furia ban Lotus, NRG banned Icebox, and then default map was split, and Furia picked Attack.
Yeah.
All right, best of luck today.
And second back. Instead, but he's gonna go swing and K. Oh my gosh!
Força a movimentação e
When you're 2-0 down and didn't really have a chance, like you know, pra ele. Around é campeão do VCT Américas.
सॉरी गाइस मैं थोड़ा बिजी हो गया था ये से कुछ चल रहा था तो मैं थोड़ा इधर हो गया था रियली सॉरी
Individual fight. Just waiting. Victor swings a close swing. He's able to get this. Shorter seconds. He's got to go. Oh my God! For James. Strike just enough time. Is this another tense moment? The swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10.
Primeras tormentas. Pecho. Va por la segunda.
And we are not done yet. G2.
It's a death roll. EU trying to hang on to it, but no! It's Trent to find the final kill!
The same old story. The winning squad gets dissolved the moment they win and never gets back to what it was.
Hold on. I'm here.
I'm here.
Eu tô aqui.
I'm here.
Tô aqui.
Eu tô aqui.
I'm here.
I'm here. Eu estou aqui.
Acho não, tenho certeza que é o Dream Team do NA agora, né? Eles montaram esse time pensando em ganhar tudo aqui no VCT Américas.
My team now is even better on paper, and the expectations are probably even higher than last year.
Pode acontecer literalmente qualquer coisa, porque eles são um time novo, a gente também é um time novo. Então não tem como ter uma, tipo, esperar algum resultado, não tem fixo.
Haven't even seen their roster, don't know them the team since last year.
तेरे को कैसे मिला?
Don't really care
तेरे
either.
पिक में मिल जाता है.
Probably gonna win and move on to the next team.
Não é nome que vai ganhar o jogo, é preparação, é o momento ali, quem vai estar mais confiante, quem vai tomar as melhores decisões. Eles sabem disso, a gente também sabe, tudo é resolvido no servidor.
Riot Games Arena, it is finally time to kick off the 2024 season. For our first team, please welcome on stage Liazi, MW Zera, Conan,
NRG और Furia में.
Havoc, Khalil. Give it up for Brazil's Furia.
अरे ऑनेस्ट टीम थोड़ी बताऊंगा, कभी बताऊंगा आराम से. वो तो ऑब्वियसली है भाई. पिछले सीजन में 2023 में एनर्जी 4 मैच या 5 मैच हुई थी, तो उसमें से 4 या 3 जीती थी. मतलब 4 में हुई होगी तो 3 जीती होगी, या 5 हुई होगी तो 4 जीती होगी. तो DSLR ऐड कर लेना कैमरा में DSLR घर पे है मैंने DSLR ड्रॉप कर दिया जाके घर पे
Now facing Furia, it is North America's powerhouse team that everyone is looking forward to. Please welcome on stage Demon One, Marved, Ethan, Crashies, Victor. It is
भाई Demon आज फाड़ देगा इसकी क्वालिटी बेकार है अरे हाँ यार ये क्वालिटी खराब हो गई है गंदगी लगी हुई है
Here we go. The start of the VALORANT 2024 season begins right now, and what a way to start things off as we have a powerhouse, rightly stated, of North America and NRG. And then on the other side, you have some plucky underdogs who could potentially, well, shock us all if they pull off a win here today, Mimi.
This NRG squad was built for greatness. It's the winningest core of 2022 coming back together with the world champs of last year. They seem destined for a top spot, to go to Madrid, to be the best in Americas, but they're up against the Furia with new players, with unknown names, having a real potential to break through here, and with the meta shifting, with new maps, this is a huge chance for an upset.
Look, I will call your underdog story, but I will raise you MW Zera on these first two maps we're kicking it off on. Okay. Sure, NRG favorites coming in, but when you're starting on Breeze and then moving to Ascent, those are the op maps. Those are the jet maps. Let's look beyond the big names, the two teams. It's Demon One versus MW
Well, I was gonna challenge that and be like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm excited for MW Zera, but yeah, you're dealing with Demon One.
Oh, yeah.
So like, yes, I am. The stocks are high for MW Zera, always have been. But come on, man, he's a world champion, right? At this point, you gotta put respect on his name.
You absolutely do. But MW has also performed against absolutely anyone put in his way. He is so talented at the top level, and it's just been waiting to find that team that he can actually win with.
You can simplify these maps, right, and look to go hunt out. Halls is opened up. We're going to see Jet players flying down that. We may not even see the Jet, of course, right? Yoru, a big pick. How do teams adapt to the sky changes, double smokes, all of these ideas. Throughout challengers and a lot of the off-season, a lot of people on Breeze are just playing the same old comps. Your Viper, your KO, your Cypher, etc.
Oh, we're on that path.
We're seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, Victor locking in the Cypher. There's a lot of questions about what role that guy's going to play. And with him locking in the Cypher,
11,
it means
13
we're
हर
almost
round
certainly getting that Demon 1 MW Jet head-to-head.
क्यों भाई?
I mean, my only question
क्यों 11, 13 होना चाहिए?
putting in some time on
ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि वो 13-5 में ही हरा दे, 13-6 में ही हरा दे. 11-13 क्यों जाना भाई? समझ रहा है? दो है दो.
Build up your economy of winning pistols, you can get an up online round 3 on 4.
Well, something also tells me too, like if you're NRG in this position, you fancy yourself going quite deep into this tournament. You don't want to really give up a lot of stuff right now. So perhaps this is them just playing safe, but could it bite them in the butt though?
This core has also had a history of starting slow.
That is true.
I think for a super team now this year, they have to come out the gate swinging.
I will say, looking at Sova getting locked in here, I think the changes to Breeze giving Halls back has made Sova much more effective of an agent. A lot of Sova players like to float between Nest and Halls. You can sometimes avoid putting a trick down on those Halls, especially on the Cypher. If you can play with double kill trips and you have a great floating Sova, it can open you up to just dominate those defensive holds. The tripwires you can place now on the B side are just impossible to deal with.
And the other guy that's going to be so strong on those holds is Marv. His teammates in interviews during the offseason talked about how he kind of wasn't himself with Sentinels last year, but now he is back with the boys he was the best with, and he has the freedom to be an anchor, to be a lurker on that Viper, and of course, Demon 1's on the Jet.
It's Jet v Jet, baby. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, that's actually the best way you could possibly start things off here at VCT Americas to kick off the 2024 season. But folks, we got ourselves a full house. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for being so dang awesome. We got fans watching all around the world, and you know what we're missing? 2 mustachio gentlemen. That's right, folks. We're sending it over to your casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get this one started, man. Seriously, it's been 174 days. I'm trusting the guy at the front with the sign on that one. I didn't count the days, but it's been a long-ass time. And finally, we're going to get this 2024 season started here in the kickoffs. And all roads really do lead to Madrid here. That's what both these teams here are playing for in this interesting, weird format that we've got, honestly, with the 11 teams. But it is important matches off the rip here.
It definitely is. For Furia, in this group, their biggest obstacle is this first game against NRG. If they can make an upset happen at the beginning of the year right now, where they are so correct, nothing is certain. Big names don't always win big games. There is some uncertainty in the air about how all of these teams are going to perform. Don't believe the desk when they tell you that this is a powerhouse team that's destined for success. We don't know yet. We just don't know. They've got to go out there and prove it. They've proved it in the past, but how are they going to play together here?
It almost feels like the perfect format for a couple of upsets that maybe happen as well early on. You think about the Sky changes that happened, really just like a bit of a curveball for the teams, to be honest.
Massive curveball.
They've been practicing a lot of these comps and they got shifted only a few weeks ago.
Some of these teams might have been planning to play Sky on Breeze. We saw some teams in the offseason running double initiator, Harbor Viper, and I don't think that we're going to be seeing very much of that. People very much relying now on that KO, Sova, Cypher composition that we saw so much way back when. We haven't really seen Breeze been played since 2022. It's been a while. Such a long time to see this map. And it lends itself a lot to defensive aggression, to getting your Jet players set up on aggressive angles. Most of the time, it doesn't really make sense to boil games down to the Jet versus Jet. Everyone likes it, they like talking about it, but it normally doesn't really play out like that. Breeze tends to. Actually, it tends to come down to which Jet can cause the most chaos on the defense side and which duelists can really open up space on the attack side too. So considering that we haven't seen Demon 1 really play Jet on this map at the tier 1 level, because Breeze wasn't here while he was having his rookie year winning champions. So this is going to be new.
Which is just insane. Yeah, absolutely insane for a rookie player to go out and just win the entire thing for the opening year of them playing. But that's Demon 1 for you as well. I mean, a quick update as well. We waited a long time in this offseason. Going to be waiting a little bit longer. There's a couple of checks, you know, last minute checks, just seeing what the teams are getting ready as well before we get into the match itself. But yeah, the Jet head-to-head, something I'm going to be really interested into on Breeze specifically. How they're being set up as well. Ethan on the KO. Yeah, I mean, he was being picked up big time by Crashies, I think, as well, in a lot of these interviews, so talking about his KO.
Ethan's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. But also, because Breeze has been around for quite a long time, a lot of these players are going to have really good supportive utility. I was actually watching some Havoc gameplay during the offseason. He's had to switch his role. He was a duelist player previously, right? The Des was talking about him maybe filling in for Aspas. That was something that Loud were thinking of in this offseason. But he's moved over to a more supportive flex role, and I think that's where he's really shining in the offseason games that I've seen. His supportive flashes for MW to be able to peek off, some of that timing has been immaculate from Furia, and that was earlier. You know, we haven't seen any of these teams play for like at least a month while they've been honing stuff, ready for the season to begin. And already Furia looked like they had some dangerous weapons in their arsenal that NRG are going to have to maneuver around.
Okay, well, just to give you an update as well, we're going to have to remake the map real quick, hopefully as fast as possible. Listen, I know.
Build it from the ground up.
Build it from the ground up, finally. Listen, and we're going to get into the game as soon as humanly possible. That's my hopes and dreams, at least, you know, that we do get into this one.
We've been waiting long enough. What was it, 173 days?
Listen,
let's make it 174.
Let's come back to 174. You want to do 175?
भाई सिंगल फ्लैश लिया है KO गजब man.
Yeah, hopefully.
अलग level का team
enough. I mean, Lord knows it's been long enough here. It's a nice rest though.
It has, but I think all of these players will be itching to play. Yeah. Especially for the people who've got a new challenge on the table. Both of these things.
And also, I mean, individuals looking for like a bit of a chip on their shoulder, something to prove. Marved as well. I know this guy's hungry for it. He feels like that last year, that stint that he had on Sentinels was not a good showcase, not at least compared to his peaks that he's had prior, playing with this old core that he's now reunited with.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think Marv didn't really show his peak while he was playing for Sentinels, but he did have a lot of learning moments. He's talked about it, his teammates have talked about it too, that he's more confident with his communication now, he's more confident in terms of bringing ideas to the team. To be honest, that can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because one of our biggest focuses during this match is going to be to take a look at how NRG functions as a squad, the calls that they're making. Are they able to perform when daddy's not home? When daddy isn't able to call, Is Ethan going to be able to step up and do the job? You know, it's quite difficult to think about Finesse being a really world-class core, like one of the most successful we've ever had in the game, and also have the opinion that NRG are going to be fine without him. It's quite difficult to believe both of those things at the same time, but that's the faith that people have in the experience of people like Ethan and the rest of NRG that they're going to be able to adapt and overcome.
That's the hopes as well. Well, listen, no secrets here. You can see the updates occurring on the screen, so remaking the game itself as well. In the meantime, the Outlaw is actually available for competitive play, but are the pros going to use it? Here's what Tens, Aspas, and others think about Valorant's new sniper.
There's a new gun in Valorant. It's called the Outlaw. It is 2,400 credits. It shoots 2 bullets and then it reloads. If you shoot 1 bullet and reload, it reloads faster. It has the same scope as a Marshall, and if you hit a headshot, you'll kill them.
This gun's unique from a Marshall and Operator just because the Marshall one-shots people with no armor, and the Outlaw one-shots people with half armor.
O que ela tem de único comparado com as outras snipers é o fato que você dá um tiro e você já pode dar outro tiro sem ter que tirar o scope. Basicamente, você dá 2 tiros no mesmo tempo.
It definitely feels more of like a kind of like a sentry sniper. It's the fact that it only shoots 2 bullets, and once the 2 bullets are shot, it takes a really long time to reload. So right away, if you can hear for the 2 bullets, it is really hard for them to like repeat.
Para mim, o diferencial da Outlaw é que quando você tá com ela, o seu inimigo ele não pode usar a economia dele de qualquer jeito. Ele tem que equilibrar a economia dele para conseguir fazer o shield pesado, porque todo mundo já sabe que ela mata com um tiro com shield leve, então você tem que balancear a sua economia, você tem que controlar a sua economia mais.
Sí, yo creo que la economía es lo que más afecta porque no podéis comprar como el chaleco chico.
I think the main scenario that the Outlaws used on maps like Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, like kind of the jet maps, those maps also super long range, so the gun is obviously going to have value. I don't think it really impacts much of the other maps because of the gun's like very punishing to use if you don't hit your shot, and Jet's like the agent that can get out.
Eu acho que na Breeze contra um Echo é basicamente quase impossível do time que tá Echo ganhar dela, porque ela te mata com um tiro no peito, de muito longe, ela dá 2 tiros de uma vez, então só pra matar ela, só se ela estivesse recarregando, então seria bem difícil.
Teniendo Aspa, que es una de las mejores operators del mundo, el mejor Marshall del mundo, y ahora la otra también para mí el mejor del mundo, entonces algo que agradezco que está a nuestro favor y no en mi contra.
I've been using it and it's just watching people drop, you know, with a one shot to the body.
कभी-कभी ping high होती है तो bullets cross.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see it in VCT this season.
भाई मेरे को तो 100 थे so loud. Sentinel को भी साइड हटाओ. 100 थे so loud. भाई फिर से 3 मिनट. भाई इरिटेशन कर दिया, ये हद से ज़्यादा इरिटेट कर दिया ये बंदा. इस बार का मैं स्ट्रीम कितने देर से चालू कर किया रखा था. 2 घंटे हो गए. मैं एक मैच स्ट्रीम किया हूँ, उसके बाद फिर आ गया था. गंदा है. भाई 1 मिनट और उसके बाद मैच स्टार्ट होगी. फिर बीच बीच में ब्रेक लगते रहेगा यार. भाई 10 वोट किसको गया? एनआरजी को सब वोट दे रहे हैं. 70% लोग ने एनआरजी को वोट दिया है. चार्ट. चलो बेट लगाते हैं. फ्यूरिया जीतेगी. किसको जो बेट लगाना है आ जाओ चैट में, मैं सपोर्ट कर दूंगा फ्यूरिया को। I start area 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Okay, quick update time, all right, for everybody. 4 to 5 minutes. That's the time that I've been given to ETA. No, 4 to 5.
Oh, 4 to 5.
Don't have a heart attack, mate. Okay,
all right.
chill.
You scared
all right?
me.
I'm sorry. 4 to 5 minutes. Listen, it's been like a 6-month long off season. What's 5 more minutes?
Exactly.
Hopefully, I'm absolutely telling myself that. But we will be getting into it at some point.
Yeah.
And the teams, I mean, they are chilling.
They're
big chilling.
vibing. They are vibing. It's interesting to see the different players' approaches to like how much pressure they think is on them in a match like this and this kind of thing. The Furia players, I think, just enjoying being up there on the stage for the first time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
To be honest, most of the NRG players as well are just so relaxed in matches like this because they've just been mega experienced. Or like Demon One, who's only played 1 year at the Tier 1 level. They actually, Demon One, he's not a real human.
He's really not. He's
Nothing
actually
phases
not.
him.
Interviews, he's just unfazed, unbothered.
He said he didn't know who was on Furia.
Yeah, he said he didn't know it was on Fury. He said he hasn't touched the game in an interview previously for 4 to 5 months after winning the championship, by the way. Just jump back into scrims.
He won't be any worse as well.
No, he actually won't be.
I highly doubt.
He's a different breed, honestly. And yeah, you don't really see too many players like Demon 1.
He needs to be studied.
He does, yeah. Clone him in a lab or something. Let's get 5 Demon 1s on the team.
5 Demon 1s, yeah. I don't know whether that would function particularly well, but it would kill everybody on the other side. So, yeah, you got that.
Yeah, well, we want to hear what you think about today's first match as well. Go and chat and spam who you are pulling for. Type in NRG or Furia, or FUR, I suppose.
Okay, NRG or FUR.
Yeah, FUR.
And what, we've got the ability to...
Apparently we've got the ability to track this,
Wait,
yeah.
new technology?
If you spam the chat this time with those things of what team you think is going to win.
Okay.
And it's going to show up a little poll, I've been told.
That's
Magical
sick.
technology.
Okay, we've
potentially.
Got the new,
I don't know how this works, Josh. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen this.
Well, I actually do. There's a guy in the back who goes through and just has to tally up every single person that's typing in the chat. Yeah.
Poor soul. Is that Kurt we got on that? Or?
Yeah. I'm personally paying him, and to be honest with you, Brent, it's not much.
Not much.
Not much.
Go and race.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow. Oh. That is absurd. Okay.
I can guarantee you there is a higher chance that Furia win this than 5%.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, 95%.
And I think this kind of plays into what I was talking about earlier, that even though NRG are a super team, all right, I agree with that, and they have an insane roster, unbelievable roster, you've also got to take into account, this is the beginning of the year. You've never seen this roster play before. You don't know how great the IGLing style is going to be. It's possible that it might take them a little while to figure stuff out. We've seen other amazing teams. PaperX from last year, EG from last year, NRG from last year, all took a little bit of time to warm up. So people are super high on this squad, but I seriously think there is a chance for Furia to come out and play really well today and surprise 95% of people watching.
I agree. I mean, all the changes as well that we've already been mentioning, you got to think these teams have been cracking on different patches. We have the Sky changes coming in as well. That changes a lot of comps, to be honest. I mean, Sky was just the standard. It was the jack of all trades initiator. You can't be really, relying on her too much anymore, not in the comps if you do want to run her. And that has changed teams practice a little bit as well. It wipes the slate clean almost as well as you head into the kickoff tournament, where, listen, at the beginning you have a bit of a safety buffer. You have, of course, your lower bracket for the first stage of it, first portion. But funnily enough, the deeper you go in, the less chances you get as well. If you actually make the playoffs, it's only a couple of games that really stand between you and potentially making it to Madrid, and for some teams it's literally 2 games.
Yeah, for EG specifically.
Yeah, exactly, for EG in particular.
Yeah, but I think it would be huge if Furia were able to get an upset win today, because not only would that cement them as a serious squad that people have to start taking notice of, and I think, to be honest, they should already be in that kind of conversation as a bit of a dark horse because of the talent that's on the team. Havoc's a big hitter. We saw Khalil light the world on fire in week 1 and 2 last year, and MW's always MW. He's always putting up big numbers. So they're a dark horse squad. But at the same time, if they can beat NRG today, not only does it put them on the map, but it also means that their next match coming up should, in theory, be a little easier.
Yeah.
It's the winner of C9 MIBR. And that, if they were able to win, would put them through to the playoffs of Kickoff. So, there is a lot on the line here, specifically, I think, for the Furia squad.
Well, in the meantime, let's hear from Crashies and his thoughts on moving Ethan into that IGL role as well. Check this out.
That's my bad.
So the transition from FNS to Ethan has been really easy, I would say. We knew each other outside of Valorant, and he's known Chet and all of us for years. So like I said, the transition was pretty easy. And then him being IGL, I feel like it's kind of on us to help him succeed, just because we learned so much from FNS. So we can't put everything on him. It's kind of on us to help him succeed in that role, because he's never really taken the head role of IGL before. On EG, he was just kind of mid-rounding really well, and yeah, he's never really had the sole status of being an IGL. So I think we're definitely going to try and support him to be successful, and hopefully, it works out.
Right, well, I said, 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Did you like to
Have you been counting?
Yeah.
You set a timer?
It's been about 5 minutes, actually.
Has it been about 5 minutes?
Yeah, we ready to go?
Give me 1 minute more.
1 minute more?
Are you going to break my kneecaps if I say 1 minute more?
I might do.
Don't. Listen, come on. I want to see the game too. But yeah, they are remaking the map. You can see the players. They're jumping around in the practice range. We're getting everything situated.
We need too much time, man.
Give me a few more minutes, please. Give me a bit of time.
Well, I
can get the money together. Just give me the time.
I want to talk a bit about what Crashies was saying about Ethan becoming the IGL there. They've got a lot of players on this team that have done a lot of mid-rounding in the past. And one of the reasons why I think it might work for NRG is that Chet is a heavy strat caller. He builds out a playbook, sorry, not a plat book. That's what people in ranked play with. But he builds out a playbook, and then he can pull strats from that while the game is happening live, and then he can allow the really competent mid-rounders on the team, like Ethan, Crashies, and Marv, to make calls based on the information that they then see off the back of that. So I think Chet's the perfect coach to try to implement a system like this. And the teams just got stacked with talent that have that mid-rounding experience. So yeah, they don't have that player with huge history as an IGL. But I think if there was any team to make it work that wasn't Paper Rex, it might actually be this NRG squad. We will simply have to wait and see. And today will be their first test.
Yeah.
When we get started.
When we get started, of course. Yeah. I mean, hopefully sometime soon. How many times have I said that?
Yeah. I mean, you're wearing on me now, man. You're wearing on me.
I'm just
my
eager.
patience.
I'm eager.
No, I'm eager as well. What a match to set stuff off, though, because I think this is going to be explosive. It's the first test of a big super team, and one of the teams that everybody's tuning in to see whether they can compete with the best in the world. And at the same time, it's an interregional matchup within Americas too. You got a North American super team playing against one of the top teams from that kind of South American, Brazilian region that has been putting out extraordinary talent. Just most of it has ended up on Loud.
Yeah.
So this is like the other collection of players that have been performing really well. MW has performed at the top level many times before. Havoc's been performing really well at the tier 2 level last year. Like I said, Khalil's been good. Conan was on the bench but has learned a lot and been trying to apply that over the offseason with his IGL in. So yeah, this should be an extremely fun way of starting this season.
Yeah, really should be. Okay, well, a short break is needed. Don't shoot a messenger.
No.
Okay, on the other side of things, I hope, crossing my fingers, we'll have the game ready.
And I'll come back and do a solo cast.
Exactly. And then you'll know exactly what's happened to me. And please, somebody find out. All right? Find out for my sake.
Start with Ja. Again 3 minute, man. Literally irritating. मैं पानी ले गया. Just give me 1 minute. I'll get some water. गजब, मैं टाइम से पहले आ गया. मेरे को लगा मैं आते मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, बट अभी तक हुआ नहीं है. भाई जो चैट में प्लीज कुछ तो लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब हो जाए यार. भाई तुम लोग के चैट से ही तो एक वो आता है जोश, लेवल ऑफ जोश जो आपके उड़ा दे होश. हाँ यार, लेवल ऑफ जो
Welcome back, lovelies, to VCT America. So sorry that you're hearing my voice. I call everyone lovelies. They're all, look at them, they're so lovely.
Yes, buddy, I have it.
Golden Boy, that's a camera.
But मैं
no,
आज रात को जग रहा हूँ ना,
can't you see?
because of Saturday
that's
night.
us on the TV behind the camera.
He thinks the Killjoy turn's alive.
Friday night मतलब Saturday off.
Anyway, that's a reference. So,
daily नहीं कर सकता.
unfortunately, we had a little bit of a delay, as you guys can already tell. That goes without saying. So hopefully we'll be able to get this resolved relatively soon. For now, though, stick around with us until we're ready to send you over, because Bren just mysteriously disappeared. Crazy. Anyway, so,
I don't know.
something about his knees, right? Yeah. It was like being dragged out. Kind of confusing.
He
Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about, though, our first map, what we're going to be seeing here. We get Breeze and changes with this map. We got ourselves a new weapon. Compositions aren't that different, but Chrissy, let's start with you. Really just dive in, I guess, into like what we should be expecting, what viewers at home should be expecting with the changes to Breeze.
Well, first of all, we expect to see a lot of the same comp. We saw mirror comp at the start, and that is gripe number one.
Wait, is this Ender's gripe list or something like that? Is gaming grievances?
It is, because, look, I don't have that many problems.
Pulls out CVS.
Personally. Yeah.
I only have 23 problems, okay?
But Halls is one.
Okay, Halls is one.
One second. Problems in Halls is all of them.
Why are there halls? Like, things could come around the corner at the end of a hall.
Well, how else are you going to get between spaces?
The open road.
The open road, maybe.
Point A to point B.
I love my truck.
Make your way through. But do you feel like, granted, with the compositions being similar, being literally the same, do we feel like, though, that the skill expression kind of comes into, like, you know, whether or not they want to incorporate some of these new things, like the Outlaw, into their gameplay? Or I think I heard Brendan Sideshow talking about, like, maybe it's more of like a countering type of thing rather than, like, you actually, like, wanting to run the Outlaw.
The Outlaw, that is?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Outlaw it's not game-breaking. It's not something you're going to see every round or even many rounds. I feel like it fits a very specific, like, economic situation where you have enough money to buy it and your opponent doesn't have enough for full armor. Say they, like, forced up and they have to buy into this round, like it's last the half, so you're going to get a one-shot guaranteed. Or they're on Nico, you're not. Things like that. It has a lot of little niches it can fit into. Because also, if you're a good player, you can make it work even against armor. But I really don't expect to ever see players just buying it in rifle versus rifle rounds when you could just get
I call a wager.
मैं 2-2.5 घंटा पहले स्ट्रीम में स्टार्ट किया, मैं
Chances are
नींद नहीं आ रही
Demon
थी,
One
मैं सोचा ना
takes the outlaw.
एक मैच खेलते हैं फिर स्ट्रीम करेंगे।
Okay.
Yeah, because
No more than twice.
उस जोश में आके मैंने स्टार्ट कर दिया।
Yeah.
Okay.
और मैं
It
थक
depends
गया।
how many ecos
take those odds.
happening. Because ultimately, this is how the outlaw purchasing works. Some teams will just buy it on round 2 because, like, hey, if you buy outlaw on round 2 and enemy team bought sheriffs, they're cooked on round 3 because they can only get a vandal and half armor.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So then your outlaw gives you a big chance to win in round 3. Outside of that, you're going to see teams do that against Fnatic. Although ultimately, Fnatic will just not be able to buy 5 light armors anymore because then other team is getting a 2,400 credit operator. So that's kind of out, and you have to like mix and match your economy
Got
a little bit
so
more.
that strategy definitely takes a little bit of a backseat potentially.
But only if you're like being counter-stratted actively.
Yep. Only if you're doing the
know
counter-strat,
you're doing it and realize, hey, these guys are running half armor, then you can kind of do it preventatively. But I don't expect teams to, without knowledge of who they're playing against and that they are a half armor team, are going to do it. And for that reason, I think we won't see teams that are exclusive half armor teams.
Yeah, I heard that Mini stopped being the head coach of Fnatic because he couldn't tell his players to buy half armor every round.
That was actually all he did.
That was all he did, famously. It's like, buy half armor, buy the mini armor.
That's awesome.
Hi, Minnie. We missed you, by the way, buddy. So then I guess with that then, since it's not really going to create that much of a difference here, I guess looking at this map, you know, kind of in a broader picture then, maybe this is an opportunity, though, for Furia to take something like this to the cost, or to the task, rather, of NRG, right?
Ultimately, Breeze is the jet map. It's the op map. Like, it's one of those maps where...
If there's a map to upset just by
What
MW
they
having
want,
a game,
man.
it's Breeze.
It's going to happen. And to wrap up the Outlaw for just a second... There you go. I said it word for word.
Heard it here first.
No, to wrap it up, I do think the interesting choice that you make with the Outlaw is, okay, your team has money, enemy team at max has a half buy here, or they're forcing light armor Vandal. Do I go Outlaw to, you know, destroy this round? But the next round, am I dropping that? If we die, maybe I can turn it into a rifle. Or do I buy the Operator, which is more investment up front, but then you are saving that over into the future round. So I'm personally of the camp that enemy team has a half buy, you take the Outlaw. Chances are you aren't going to flawless. And then you just trade that out for a gun.
Sure.
Yeah, interesting that, you know, now it's like you're going to have these financial decisions that could, you know, maybe have ramifications like throughout the game, right? I mean, you buy the Outlaw, you whiff, you screw up, and then you're screwed. You know?
It's just like real life.
No, like, I mean, I have to wonder, like, what am I buying now? We've got taxes come. I'm just like, man, it's too much.
It's too much. The numbers are too much. Guys, we're going to be starting the game in a little bit here. As soon as we're ready to go, we're going to be jumping into the action. We do have our maps laid out. It's Breeze, and then NRG went with Ascent, which I was saying before, they ain't showing nothing. I don't think these guys want to give any information to anyone now.
I will say, Chrissy,
Yes?
you're a fan of non-standard comps on Ascent.
Look, Teddy Tactics, we like to play
To
some
put on the
crazy
hat
stuff. You want me to put on the
Put on the Teddy Tactics coach.
Okay. Here's what we're rocking with. And this is not leaking because we've played it already. But we are doing, okay. How much do I say? I have to be a little bit like political in my answer. This is kind of fun. Okay. Here's the comp. Breach, Raze, Cypher.
2 more, quick.
Astra. Guess the last one.
Quick. I can't, because I gotta
we
throw
don't
it.
have time.
I gotta throw it to Brendan Sideshow.
My default comp.
Just got the call. Just got the call. All right, well, I did get the call. The good news is the game is starting. Woo. That's right, people. So let's go ahead and send it back over to Brendan Sideshow, and hopefully this time they don't break the game.
Or the
Woo, yippee! We're getting into the game. Let's go. I've been chewing on the desk, man. Let's get it started. Finally, Furia versus NRG, our newest super team on the block versus some up-and-comers as well. The Brazilian team have a lot to prove, and they could take a bit of a heavy scab, honestly, if they manage to best and beat NRG here in our kickoff bracket early on.
Yeah, this would be massive. Victor was talking in an interview, and he said, unless they make it to Madrid and make it deep at Madrid, and then make every event this year, and make top 4 at every event this year, it's been a bad year for NRG. So, talk about putting a bit of pressure on yourself. NRG have come into this with massive expectations. Let's have a look at the pistol round. It looks like NRG want to get some aggression going in mid. Early on, Furia over towards elbow. Dodging out this early flash recon kind of combo. But NRG are going to get a lot of info in mid that they are not there.
Receive it. Here's the reaction though. Wall goes up now straight into the B side. The knife connect. No, it didn't. There's still one tripper. Go backside control. Still the plant is there. 5v5 now. On the retake. Denial there of knife.
Normally these teams on the
Look,
retake
ज़्यादा
are
easy में
battle
घुस
for the
गई है।
window position. Look how many Furia players are ready to collect crashes.
And here it is, crashes. The trip's broken. Gets the one, but instantly returned. It's Conan there, still holding his ground as well. Now Demon 1 activating the dash. He knows there's a player window. Time is running short. They're taking a long bloody time with this one. You got to get a move on. Seriously, kills need to be found.
What the
Won't
fuck?
get the feet. Liazi still, he's vulnerable himself. Taken out. Just a single shot will do it. But still, it's time. The biggest issue. They just took far too long with it. Furia. The round just unraveled there for NRG, but they're going to be winning that pistol round. I'm happy for it.
It's the kind of pistol round though where both teams just miss each other completely.
सबके सब
In
mid
terms of
चले
what
आए
the
थे
game
भाई
plan was.
NRG
There was
वाले।
nobody anchoring the B site because NRG were banking on that being a bit of mid control for Furia. That was not the case. So for NRG,
Amazing,
yeah,
यार।
that B retake did look torturously slow. But let's wait until we see a couple of the rifle rounds to see exactly how that kind of stuff goes and whether there's a pattern developing. On the other side of things though, Furia buying up 3
ये Demon का call होगा।
Yahtzee even vying to make sure that MW has enough money for an attack side operator coming up as well. You can see that MW with the rifle still has 2200. Demon 1 is trying to get aggro here. Even with only full classics, they're just trying to group up and see if they can catch somebody that was containing over towards A.
Yeah, make a play. Maybe if there was one player holding it, but no, everybody's grouped up towards B. Unsteady. Shock just in case it's a trip into the corner. Order util send flying as well, making sure to just clear through onto the side, but Victor's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, look at the utility that Furia are using. This is going to be probably a quite standard B execute. You got flash recon, updraft to get over the initial trip that Victor might be laying down. And then there's a KO mode towards the back of site as well. But these are all the kind of things that had NRG actually had a couple of players there, they would start to learn about.
Okay.
दूसरा ना मारा।
Nice of it.
मेरे को लगा जीरा का ये स्प्रे में 3-4 बंदे गए अभी।
Just
Okay.
looking the other way. Clean beginning for Furia with a couple of B hits.
Order guns surviving.
Here's something I noticed about Furia in the off-season. They've just got a new coach in, right? Who unfortunately can't be here with them today, but I'm sure is still in communication with them, obviously. But they have started off their Breeze games by hammering one side of the map at the start of the game, and then they open up and start doing different things. So really trying to hardcore do something to condition their opponent at the start of Breeze. It looks to me like they're going for heavy execs at the start of this to try and pull NRG towards the sites. Maybe later on they'll start to exploit mid.
Oh my! To set it up with the recon as well.
Demon
Demon
क्या
1
अंधा
stuck to the
घुसता
corner
भाई
now. Players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities. What a flash! And it is beautiful. 3-4. Clear court in hall.
जीरा जो भी गंदा घुसा है ना, एमन एकदम।
And the idea in this round, the distraction that's supposed to allow for Khalil.
Attacking or defending is thing.
NRG did not need any more help on site than a couple of flashes from
जीरा वैसे गुस्से वाला था कि तरह तो होगा ही।
names.
And Crashes was bigging up Ethan on the KO. A lot of his
Backside
setups, a lot of his
reveal
flashes. I mean, Ethan, he's a cerebral player.
Take a look at that flash. That is perfect.
That catches all of them.
Yeah, everybody. And then it's only that one duel towards the end, which Demon 1 manages to collect. But that also frees up the rest of NRG to start looking towards halls. They don't have to run and help Demon 1.
Yeah.
So, first round on the board for this America's Super Team. And Demon 1 looks like he wants to try and contest with a flash into mid.
Did Dart. Breaking it.
Did that catch onto Liaz?
It did, yeah. Nobody broke it.
Right.
So now you see Furia, after going for hard execs 3 rounds in a row, now they're starting to explore mid, but here is Demon.
Versus drone. Just spotting it out. Liazi off to the side was hoping to try and get a lurk time with the orb up. Still can do. Really threatening this. That slow beginning into mid. Demon 1 might just be the playmaker once more.
Demon फिर लेके जाएगा।
Slightly ajar. They're not expecting it. There's the return. MW.
Good trade.
Kill. Yeah, great trade. And he's still alive into the action. Into the side now.
Demon फिर लेके
Plenty
जाएगा।
of time left into this round. Back to the site. NRG just slowing it down, making sure to contain. But Liazi could really be a difference maker.
NRG are aware of it, but that doesn't mean they can deal with it.
Into mid as well. That's marked.
Oh.
Good kill. Still, here's Liazi. Finds the one, finds a second. Door being closed in his face. That's Victor. 2v2. At the double doors now. MW still back towards the pyramid. His teammate watching his back. Just
So
remain.
Cypher को तो गया।
Watching for the cross here.
Victor bye.
One enemy remaining.
Taking the time of it, MW.
जीरा है
Lovely
अभी।
shot. Marv now with so much more to do, but he just does not know where his last player is.
Why?
In the
Timing, boss. Timing.
MW Lovely 3-piece 3K. That's 3 to 1.
Same time में turn हुआ है मतलब.
Furia playing a slow round.
हम लोग के साथ भी यही होता
Walking
है.
their way up through mid. And even as Havoc
Scope
died
खोल
on
के
the
बैठे
entry
रहेंगे.
through double doors,
जैसे ही scope
instant
off करेंगे
play
कि
came
थोड़ा
out
सा एक
from
बार
NW,
देखते
and that
हैं
was it.
बंदा सामने.
Acceleration.
Same
They go
time.
forwards instantly as soon as they take out Demon 1 there. They realize that they've found themselves an opening. If you can go 1-for-1 against Demon 1, you're actually in a great position to be able to get into sites, play post plans. So that's knocked the economy a little bit of NRG. Marved back onto a Guardian, and this is a really important eco round.
Okay, just a knife. You're right, it is important just for the economics, big investment with all the guns.
And look, Liazzi not going to be on a lurk this time, sticking with the team, and once he gets the spike plant down, he has pit.
Waves of the util. Demon 1 didn't get caught by any of it, but now the drone's in his face as well. Needs some help from the rest of him. Wall goes down, and the dash active, loses the fight. MW really taking it to him. We talked about that jet head-to-head still. Ethan is alive and kicking the IGL. That's gonna land it. That is really dodgy. Sharp as a cue ball with that one still. Ethan is alive there. With the pit down though, makes things a little bit more difficult, but it's steadily really just getting out of their hands here. You have Furia with the pit now falling, it's all down to just the one. It's Conan, and he can't do anything about it.
Major round from Ethan, not with the utility, but in fact with his rifling. Ethan's throwing out all of his util right at the beginning of these rounds. He's not saving much of it for the retake. He's trying to put pressure on people as they get into the site. But in the last couple of rounds, hasn't quite been able to time up with Demon 1. You see the flash there that pops, but it's after the attacker's Viper Wall has already gone down, so just mistiming it slightly. But nevertheless, landing so many great shots to be able to win the round outright. And that's the danger with NRG. They're all very talented players that are able to work the map with their utility, but they've also got insane rifling skill. And they've flipped the economy back completely the other direction.
W with the Blade Storm unavailable. Still some slight danger into the round. But okay, Demon 1's got the exact same idea as well. Here we go, sending the util up in their faces as the flashes have to disengage. Back and away still here with the updraft. That is nice. Micro adjustments just to find the kill. Havoc falling. All the advantages now laid out for NRG. Are they going to be able to reclaim these guns? It's contact plays. They're going to be waiting, walking right into each other. Pure collection. All down to Liazzi.
And Demon 1 is hunting for a 20 HP. Gets taken out with a classic, but Victor is going to collect. What an interesting difference to the round there from NRG. They've had Demon 1 playing aggressive at various times, not always hunting for that aggression in mid, but this time pushing out with the Cypher. And you won't really see that when the sides flip, I don't think. Khalil's much more of a heavy anchor rather than trying to push out to support his jet. My eye. But Victor was really happy there to get aggressive deep down into cannon on an anti-eco.
They didn't shy against it, did they?
Oh, here comes the Demon 1 operator though. And he's going to try and get set up by the look of it towards A main.
No one there though, no targets. Maybe towards double doors if they end up shifting, but it's mid that's being played by Furia.
What an orb liner.
Here we go. Just taking mid control. Gonna force Marv to now use the Viper's Pit. Block off that one choke point. Really worried about this. And look at that reposition as well. That was Liazzi picking up the orb again. Repositions it into tunnel so they can get even deeper into mid.
Yeah, both teams really interesting usage of the Viper orb. Marv threw his all the way into A main. Yeah, from tunnel. So that's now there to try to support Demon 1 as he picks towards double doors.
And this is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, Crashies has got extraordinarily deep, but they're waiting for some kind of information for Crashies to go even further. And Furia are playing quietly right now, not giving too much of the game away.
A lot of players contained in spawn because of that orb. They're worried about the lurk. Up into nest. There's the drone, molly down, but there's nobody going to be following up through it. Instead, everybody right through the tunnel now. Victor is going to be the man to do the most here, alongside Ethan. Ducking and dodging in between each other, trying to play between both of them. The flash was good, the connection damage done to Liazzi, but still he collects that kill, at least, into the spawn. Now, it's lovely with the movement. Lucky to not get that one kill, but still Crashes is there. Finally, the lurk paying off, and they all just crumble.
Marv finally took the time in to come out of his pit. Really great discipline, actually, from both teams there. Crashies with a phenomenal flank timing. Marv making sure that he stayed alive the entire time in the pit. And on the other side, you got to praise Furia for trying to make the best of that situation. Doing a little jiggle, seeing if they could put pressure onto Ethan. Oh, look at the angle. They just got their back of their heads towards where Marv is pointing his rifle. At the moment, NRG look fearless in terms of the way that they're pushing out around the map. You know, Victor is quite happy to push out from B and not just hard anchor it. Crashies is walking down halls in the very next round. They're not worried about MW with some kind of attack side operator holding a line that they might walk into.
The comms seem clean. They're not really losing track of any players as well when it really gets messy. I mean, that was a messy round. Players were all over the place, but we're using this timeout now to change the tactic ever so slightly. You said, you know, they had that early conditioning with the heavy executes for Furia into the sites. They have slowed it down since then, going for mid-control, a bit more heavy towards there.
Yeah, but the thing is, conditioning only really works if it was super successful, because then your opponents have to make a reaction off the back of it. And maybe Furia should start thinking about going back to some of those big execs. They haven't tried an exec on B when rifles have been up. That updraft dash exec with the recon and the flash, it looks like, based on the minimap, they might be trying something over towards A again. But this is the eco round, you know, Furia probably taking the time out here not to quite discuss what's going to happen in this one, but instead in round 9.
I'll find a cipher.
Be aiming to look for a couple of kills here, but they're going to be walking right into Demon 1. The anchoring player dodging the flash. Smoke in his face. Dash is still there. Spots the one. Will he go for the repeat as well? There it is. Havoc deleted. Flashes in his face. I mean, this is just
पता था कि वहाँ पर होगा.
the util has been sent flying, but they do have
पर का स्पिन डलवा देता.
deep onto
या
the
KO
site.
का.
MW. What can he really do over the stinger?
Why?
Gonna get up into somebody's face. Demon 1 with the classic. You're gonna be kidding me.
Spike down
Brutal.
A.
Poor Khalil. Last one left. Not a chance.
If you listen to any of the interviews, in the run-up to this season, the NRG players were talking about
starting से वहीं पे खेल रहा है.
is to set up
मैंने 3 राउंड जब नहीं मिस यहाँ पे था तो मैंने 2-3 राउंड मिस किया होगा. मैं बाकी सारे राउंड देखा है, डेमन वहीं पे खेल रहा है.
Demon 1 is absurd. There are flashes coming in, recons coming in, darts coming in. It's just everything is being used to make sure that Demon 1 has the best duels possible. And now MW has gone for the glass cannon attack side op.
Okay.
So this is going to be a slower approach again, but he is vulnerable.
Open for the first kill. A bit of a patient play just at the beginning, just in case there was that mid-aggression. Pretty far back. Ethan is jiggling. All across their placement. Be good. There was a chance for MW, but a missed one.
They've heard the drone come down halls. It's possible that MW could try to get set up over there, and that's where he's going.
Yeah, jump spot. Here we go, chance number 2. He doesn't know which angle to watch for here. Oh, adjustments.
What the
No damage though.
And this is the part in the round where Khalil actually needs to start making something happen. If MW can't find a pick, it's got to happen on the other side of the map. And you see Conan calling for Havoc to come back over towards B. It's going to be difficult for MW to get in. He doesn't have an updraft to be able to get over these trips.
Maybe the idea is to try and use this KO ult, but guess what? Victor is nowhere near. This setup's going to be alive. If they do use this ult here yet, so they're going to be splitting into B, but it's not going to be connecting onto him, so trips are still there.
No hard anchor, though, to play off the trips.
But marved. Bit of a cheeky one. Crashies as well. They are collecting this one. The crossfire setup, they just don't have the angles. Watch for and Furia trying to get into this site. There's 25 seconds left. Khalil has a spike. He's out in the open. He's got to reposition now. Close to the pillar. Finally, the plan's starting to go down.
He's watching for this.
Ooh, finds it, an important one.
But it's a 4v3 on the retake against, again, MW with no shields.
Well, okay. Good one to begin. Dancing out 3v3. What about who can get these first picks as well? Demon 1's also holding the operator angle. It's a difficult retake, but still he just needs the one, and there it is. Maybe it opens it up once more. Khalil still close to the pillar. Weaving all over the place right now. So his teammates to try and watch his back. Ethan, he's cripped all the way behind. And he's won the round for his team.
That's an insane kill from Ethan onto Conan. And to be honest with you, if Conan had just played time there and played off his Sova ult and the shock darts that he had, that might have been a better decision than trying to support his teammate on site. Difficult to tell. Very difficult to tell what the best play would be in that moment. But that's now 5 rounds in a row for NRG. And look at the way they're defending B. What on earth is this? No hard anchor. Everybody on Furia looking for the player that's going to be hidden somewhere on site. They're nowhere to be found. Victor's on the other side so he doesn't get hit by the KO wall. And they got a crossfire from Narnia and the wardrobe.
It really is. Probably top nest and just playing all the way in arches.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But these positions are working so well.
Yeah, they really are. Well, guess what? We're into the action. Missed about 5 seconds.
Yeah, Demon 1 already took a peek down A main.
A little bit of damage done to him. Shied away now. Crashy's been getting a lot of value with this drone deep down into halls, but maybe Leazi can catch a timing. Look at this. Pushed up now onto the left side. It's a jiggle. Marv is so aware of this. Always making sure that that one avenue is not open towards them. And now double doors. That is going to be the sideline. Havoc just walks into it.
Down mid.
It's a freebie, really, for Demon 1. Close to the corner. That's Marv here with the dash. MW! That's a bulldog! How's he pulling that off still? He will fall.
I know exactly.
2v3. There needs to be a bit more being done, but it just cannot happen. Not with the weaponry.
So NRG pulled things up to 7. Furia's success came so early on in this map. They just haven't been able to get anything on the board as soon as rifles were online for NRG.
Yeah, it's been destructive, to be honest. I mean, the pistol round is the only reason this is looking remotely salvageable. Potentially like a 7-5. That was disgusting.
That was an ADS shot there.
You can't deny MW's skill.
But at the same time, Demon 1 had already picked off 2 of the players. He caught Havoc just walking through double doors and spun around, aware of the split push coming through A.
They play a game reminiscent of a little bit earlier here because Victor's playing up with them, but this time into elbow. Nobody will meet them. It's A main. To be played by Furia.
And it's another one of those rounds where Furia are close to some huge ultimates. Specifically the Viper's Pit, 1 away. And of course the Hunter Fury that they can use in the post plan. But NRG have been just contesting these plans going down so much. They're playing retake B a lot, but A, both initiators fighting constantly to stop Furia getting any space.
Just lobbing the artillery. Flashes, darts.
Mortar strike.
Absolutely. I mean, they just can't take it.
So Conan is just going to insert himself into A main and allow the rest of Furia to go and work around the map. They'll probably end A here as their IGL's still maintaining control in that area. There's only 50 seconds left. Enough time to work A, but not too much time to explore towards B. And there are still 3, maybe even 4 people ready to hit on the defense.
Trying to exec now, right for the double doors with this Hunter's Fury to set it up as well. Push these players out of position, but Marv, they didn't account for him. He's in through the back. There's the trade, though. Brought him down, but still NRG, this firing squad is firing on all cylinders. Can't stop him, man.
I literally doubts about NRG's calling.
भाई लगा कि साइड में वो इंटर हो गया ये राउंड उनका है बट
they haven't really had to do too much pivoting on the fly, calling improv kind of stuff. Maybe in one of the rounds, but they are getting way too much value here from just leaving B open and putting a camera there. I mean, Victor is basically just leaving B with a cam, and they're allowed to stack 4 players A to stop this hit from coming through. Furia are running into people on every single angle, battering their heads against a brick wall.
Put everything into this final round of the half. We'll see.
Now that's interesting. That knife is normally to tag people up in A main, so they may not think that MW is walking up halls here.
Drone being used as well to clear out mid. Normally Crashies is exclusively using that for halls, but see if there's an opening. Still the trip covering it, so it'd be hard for MW to get anything done from that position. Ooh, this time much more aware.
And off the back of that, knowing that the operator isn't there, MW takes a couple of steps forwards. At some point here, you know, he's going to be aware that Crashies is normally playing in this area. Look how they're trying to apply pressure to Crashies' position from both angles. Very hard for Sova to cover both spots here.
A lot of noise being made up into Nest.
And pings on the minimap.
Yeah, I mean, NRG. Gotta be aware of this one here. They are potentially being squeezed with 37 seconds
they got
left.
the knife on Victor, so they've got past his trip.
Oh, an MW! Here it is! The time to strike is now! Well, he already got this man. He's making all sorts of weaponry, isn't he? Dash forwards. He's feeling like really just getting involved into the thick of things. Demon 1 will not be outdone, but perhaps not. MW shuts him down. This jet head-to-head, manifesting the last round of the half. Here's the pit, finally down in play. It's all down These two players are double doors. Marth and Victor got to try and play together here. Find these kills. All up to Marth. He will fall. That is an 8-4 half.
भाई जो round लगता है NRG जीतेगा वो round Fury जीतेगा.
Awesome round from Furia, but one of the only rifle rounds that they were able to get on board. That KO knife from Havoc was immaculate. Found Victor, disabled the trip, allowed MW with knives to sneak through halls. A perfect round, but that's what it takes to even get 4 off NRG at the start of the season. That should worry you.
Speaks about the caliber, I think, as well of these players, you know. Just they have talent, boundless amounts of talent.
But Furia are capable of throwing curveballs their way. It's just the amount and the consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's throw it down to Smix as well. With a special guest, we've got Tarek as well, sitting in the hot seat, our favorite co-streamer, carrying the viewership.
Thank you very much. Sitting here with Tarek. Tarek, it's always amazing to have you here at the Riot Games Arena. So many fans in the audience for you.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute since we saw you here. How have you been? How's everything been going?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. I think someone was saying 174 days since the last match. So yeah, it's been a long off season. I think everyone's been waiting for this game to finally happen, and it's starting off pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie, both teams look pretty good.
Yeah. NRG definitely, after losing Pistol, they just came back, and the half looked resoundingly like theirs. I'm curious for you, as someone who's had such a long career yourself, when you get to see players cracked out, you know, when you see Demon One hitting these shots, do you ever think to yourself, man, that used to be me?
Yeah, no, I do have, like, you know, even I was doing a meet and greet today, and people always bring up Boston, obviously, but I haven't thought about it to the extent where, like, I want to get back on stage. I think I do my own form of competition with ranked, which I think is honestly harder than some of these pro matches. But no, it's really fun to watch, and I want to give kudos to these guys because I feel like everyone's like showing up surprisingly. Like, you can see the nerves a little bit too, because there has been a couple whiffs, but overall pretty entertaining. Yeah.
Can you believe it's been 6 years since that amazing day in Boston? I feel like in some ways so much time has passed, but in others it's 6 years.
Yeah, that is nuts. I think that I get reminded of it a lot, so I feel like I'm not gonna lie. No, but it's really cool though, and you know, it's with us, so we got that.
All right. I'm gonna force you to do 2 predictions.
Okay.
1, which is the team that's gonna win this match right here? And 2, which awards are you winning tomorrow at the Streamer Awards?
I got NRG winning here 2-0. I think this is lightweight. No offense to Furia. They're looking actually surprisingly good to me. And for the Streamer Awards, I don't know what to expect. I know I got nominated for 2 awards.
Do you know which 2 you're nominated for?
I got nominated for, I think, Gamer and FPS, I believe. And you know, I don't think voting is open, but if you can vote for me, vote for me.
You heard it from the man himself. Please vote for Tarek for the Streamer Awards. For now, let's head back to the game with the casters.
I'll get on that, Tarek. I'll get on that. I'll try and find the links.
Little bro's just bragging during the end. It's crazy.
No, I mean, it's us bringing up Boston. That man gets reminded every day in the chat. I mean, it's us bringing it up. Here we go. Second half into Breeze. It's a really strong beginning for NRG with that 8-4 lead.
Yeah. It is going to be difficult for Furia to battle back, but their win condition is MW not just having twice the number of kills as the second player on the scoreboard, but more like 5 times. That is the win condition on defense. He's going to be hunting fights. His team's bought him a sheriff in this round, or rather, he's bought the sheriff in the round. So,
that is risky. He's spotted. Really interesting cam. Wow. Gets the 1.
NRG were running a fake into B there. Demon One got into the site, and they were hoping to try to get an easy plant down on A. But MW was pushing out of A at the same time.
Yeah, that is crazy.
So both Jets were fighting the opposite side of the map, and NRG's fake attempt has been found. And that means that they're now in a 3v4, where they've got to go down to plan B.
Whatever that might be. There's some info. Good awareness from Havoc. Underhanded flash to see if he can get any damage. Okay, everybody's just getting out of there. Crashies. Didn't give up the space that he was holding on to, just over towards Albo. 50 seconds left. What direction do they want to go in? It seems like there's some uncertainty.
Yeah, but they're ending towards Havoc. Talented rookie player, but currently sat 0-11, having a bit of a nightmare of the first game. It can be difficult. First time at the tier 1 level.
2 spotted now. That should force out rotations at least. There it is. See if you can find the first one on the board. Get rid of that Kusek. 25 seconds left. Easy access. Walking straight past the Viper. All damage is being done. Look at this. It is just an absolute onslaught still. Surely you got to be receiving it. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh my! 2 players left now for Furia, still up onto the staircase, and Crashies short work of that one. The Sova diff here.
Planted.
Really any time to spare. Shot lands.
Toxins going up.
Yazzie ducking as well. Lucky to be alive here onto 20 health, but still maybe there's a chance with Crashies low enough. And there it is through the wall. Turns it into a 1v1. But a single shot will do it really. Potentially onto either side. Walking up onto the right side. It's all about the gambles. Could have crossed it onto it. Ethan's there. Liazzi! 3 in the round. Another pistol round.
Massive clutch from Liazzi there. Picking up the rest of his team to deliver them the pistol. After the anchors over towards A had fumbled the bag a little bit. I definitely agree with Tarek. I think that there are some nerves in play here. I think for the Furia side in particular, you see these players that don't have as much experience. They particularly Havoc struggling a little bit, but Liazzi as well is not a player with huge experience at the top level, and that's a major clutch to come out with.
Yeah, really nice.
He's playing with a lot of respect for NRG, and I was worried that, you know, he wouldn't be able to take the fights that he wanted to. But he managed to find him. And you see what that means for Furia. They still believe that they can get back into this game.
The pistol round does change pretty much everything. Almost guarantees the second round as long as you don't fumble. Walk in from NRG. All grouped up. Oh, this drone's going to see him. Surely. No. Duration wasn't enough.
Yeah, Conan droning from too far back. Crashies was droning from much further up so that he could check that corner. He's just cautious, worried about being dashed on probably.
Broken, but only the one person firing, so they don't know that they've got the entire squad here. Flash through, but still defensive positioning being played by Conan. Oh my goodness, still. Getting the damage really off there. MW still lucky. Backing away, right from the back. He's got it! He's got it! There we go. Welcome to the big time. Is that side of the wing? I don't know, but...
No.
That's it. There's a second. Okay.
The crowd getting behind one of our youngest players here as well.
I love that. People's champion right now, I think, honestly.
Look at the streak of rounds that NRG got on the other half, and yet there's only 2 rounds deciding these 2 teams.
It's the pistol rounds, right?
Yeah, if Furia is able to actually get some value out of this bonus, this game could still be really close. And the defense side is where MW tends to feast.
Ready with the lineup. Area. And flying now towards mid, along with the knife as well. That's 2 layers of the util just to catch a player deep pushed up. It's MW suppressed as well. He can't get out of there. He can't actually dash to disengage. Demon 1 will bring down the counterpart.
Immaculate utility to neutralize MW. They even threw the cage at the start in case he was peeking out B main at the beginning. I mean, NRG have thought about how to neutralize an aggressive defense jet here on Breeze. And with MW not really having other players to play off there, you know, no initiator to back him up. Not like Khalil was pushing out like we saw from Victor in some of the previous defense rounds. He's isolated and plucked out. NRG slow things down. Liazzi's pushed up. This is a weird angle.
It's a really weird angle. I mean, this is the one thing working against NRG. They don't have any map control. They have to clear this one. Will they do so? Yes.
ये एंगल में ना होल्ड किए हुए पे ना दिमाग चलते रहता आएगा नहीं आएगा नहीं वो आके मार के मैंने बहुत बार ये एंगल को होल्ड किया दिमाग खराब होता है मेरा
Or falling.
Small amount of fuel. Yeah, not very much fuel there from Marv. These players a little out in the open, but nice nade there. And NRG are going to continue to apply this pressure. They only really require a few players on site to do this too.
Post plan looks really nice.
Yeah,
good mid look from Victor. Into halls.
Up deep.
Plenty of threats available here. Fury are going to be finding it really difficult to try and play this retake. Time potentially against them. Ethan making noise at the jump spot. Timing unfortunate. Still gets it.
Utterly brutal.
Still gets it. Door opening as well. Distractions being made for them into the back of it. Damage though. Okay. Players falling low, but so is the time. Look at that. It's ticking and it's working against them.
There's no chance. Marv's in the cringe spot, man. Look at this.
Yeah.
Literally, I can't.
Okay. No chance in hell. Players going to be falling.
But was that damage? Yeah, I think it was. They took armor from everybody. They killed 2 players. That's a decent bonus round for Furia there. And they've still got money to be able to buy up into this. They would have loved to win that. They would have loved to. It would have started the comeback. He would have allowed MW to build up a bank where maybe he could have got a defense-sided operator on the line.
Okay, हाँ.
But listen,
Lineup होगा एक lineup को cover दे रहा था. Sorry.
3 rounds now separate these teams. And MW's going to
सोच रहा हूँ भाई वो बाहर से क्यों खेल रहा है?
How he gets aggressive on defense this time with a lot of players over towards A main. Flash lineup from Havoc.
Yeah, potentially.
Just waiting out the knife.
Over the top, that's another flash. That's Ethan. Updraft movement, not enough to try and evade the sight line of Demon 1. All up in his face. Victor not wasting any time, is he? Straight up towards double doors. Another flash. And recontest though. The flash was not quite good enough, Ethan. Wasn't blinded. Victor, chance to feast for him as well. They are plucking and picking apart this A defense. It's surgical. It's looking like the 10th is on the board momentarily. Kona, no chance. Just got to save this one. No way, does he really want to try and take that fight? Yes, he does. Not losing confidence just yet against our championship player.
But Conan's got no chance, really, I don't think. He's going to sprint down Mark, but he's going to run bunny hop straight into Crash, who's welcome in arms. And that round 16, may well have turned the tide firmly in favor of NRG, because that's broken the economy of Furia. That's shattered any chances of the bonus round having some level of benefit to their economy. It's going to allow NRG to creep very close to the top. And every rifle fight was favored with a piece of utility, or every rifle fight just looked so clean from NRG as well.
Timeout has to be taken. Furia, they realize it. The back's against the wall for map number 1.
The thing is, Furia, I think, had 2 big win conditions in this map. And maybe you could say the match overall as well. I think this first map of Breeze is where Furia had the most chance. It's where we've seen them in the offseason destroy Cloud9, for example, with that level of defensive aggression and some nice attack side rounds. But I think the 2 win conditions for Furia were, maybe even still are, MW0 having an unbelievable performance, and he has been shut down by NRG's extremely diligent play on their attack side. They are throwing extraordinary utility that's got pinpoint accuracy to push him into unfavorable situations, flash him, recon him, whatever it might be, and then kill him.
Yeah.
And set up Demon 1 for favorable fights then. And I think the other win condition potentially for Furia in this match is that Conan is able to outcall NRG, who, you know, don't have that much experience with a very successful IGL on the team, etc., etc. And at the moment, NRG, everything is working for them. They look like a well-oiled machine, and this team's just barely getting started.
I mean, they've only just formed, very recently compared to a lot of other teams.
Yeah.
Scrimming with the core just over a month, I believe. So, and they're looking this good.
If you wanted the cracks to show for NRG, you would have to push them away from Plan A. And unfortunately, Plan A is just working so well right now that Furia are barely getting openings in some of these rounds.
This is a slow start, isn't it? Hoping for that mid-aggression as well, because Demon 1 has just got his crosshair set on the top of that wall in case MW does decide to take a bit of a peek. Seconds getting whistled away. Oh, hello. Close to the wall, close to the corner, just needs to get himself out of there. Havoc getting cheeky with it. You need a miracle if you're Furia.
Oh! The miraculous players on the other team. And Demon 1's mechanics have not suffered for the long off-season with his, 5-month break from the game.
He did say 4 to 5 months he was just watching movies and traveling.
What?
That's what he said. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yes.
He didn't touch the game.
The most well-known training regime for top Valorant players.
Yep. This man is unfazed. Yeah, I mean, he might be taking the Iceman title away from Marv, to be honest.
30 seconds left.
I think he's too fiery to be the Iceman. That's the thing now.
Havoc cleared out, 1 bullet left. Can he do anything with it? The answer is no. Marv. It's the extra piece that was needed. Taking a lot of space now up towards stairs. 3 players left now for Furia, but the plan's down. A slow and steady approach from NRG. They leave no gaps in their play.
And I'm going to be honest, Brent. At this point, now that NRG are looking like they're getting up to 11-6, the questions going through my head are more, are they going to show what their genuine plans are with these ultimates? Or are they going to try to conserve strategies that they're working for later games? Which is a brutal spot to be in. Furia need to continue pressuring them.
You know what these final 2 players are hungry for the kills, the flash and the dart, everything to set it up once more. Initiators really helping it out. 1 last bullet. Not enough for it, but NRG.
ये गंदा चीज होता है. Last में 1 bullet बचता है.
Running away with this map. And it really has been down to that initiator diff. I mean, we're talking about it. Ethan and Crashies, those waves of util, MW can't get away with as much as he's potentially hoping for.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think that Crashies and Ethan have been absurd in the way that they've set up Demon 1. But also on the defense side, this is Victor's first ever game as Cypher.
Literally,
We think about this guy being super flexible, but normally he's been playing in the Killjoy meta. And they were getting crazy value out of just putting the cam and a little bit of a setup over towards B and stacking A. Whereas Furia are playing much more spread around the map. They're forced to because they don't exactly know where NRG are ending.
Gamble by Furia, 3 players anchoring over towards B, expecting NRG to be trying to go and hit into that side. Ethan has the KO ult.
And that's why they're holding Khalil on the opposite side. A classic anti-KO ult setup here. But NRG, I'm looking like they've read it a little bit, to be honest. They're setting up for some kind of A split. It's going to be a slower round because Demon 1's looking for a pick with the operator. But there is so much that you can do on Jet with this map. Now that Halls has been re-added in.
Yeah.
You know, opening the switch, dashing out onto yellow. On the defense side, going for some pushes down there with a recon dart potentially. It's a Jet's paradise, this map.
And look at the amount of respect that's being shown. I mean, Furia, not eager to try and peek, take a look down Halls either. Slide off angle, now the dart comes through, 45 seconds left.
They've just walked Ethan onto site, kind of alone.
He hears them though. There we go, offloading the ult, see if he can survive as well. This is revealed for about a moment. Here we go, Hunter's Fury into the back. Ethan couldn't quite stand this ground, but it's Liazi who will stand and deliver. Hunter's Fury eventually a kill to be claimed. This crashes onto Havoc, door opened up. Demon 1, that's the knives available if he really wants to just let them rip. Still the dash active on top of things, still. Won't get anything done with it though. It's a weird round. Maybe they can make the most of all of this here with time running so damn short. Victor, man of the hour.
You can't let them win this round, Fury.
It's absolutely insane. You've got to be kidding me. MW to the 1v1. Dart doesn't scan him. He's brought it to this one moment defining. It could be everything the backbreaking round that he's looking to avoid by winning this one out, but the timing's here, caught it to the side! Crashes! Denied the chance, that's all MW.
Fury have done such a great job of setting themselves up for success there. It's the first round where I'm confused at what the game plan was for NRG. Ethan was so far out on site alone, just trying to take advantage of the fact that they felt nobody was really playing A, and the read was somewhat accurate, but it wasn't synced up with what Demon 1 was going for. And look at Liazzi here. He was able to play off the back of the Hunter's Fury, get in deep, and MW closes it out with that classic, awesome op accuracy. They need more of that. And after the first round, in my opinion, where NRG's game plan looked a little off, instant timeout.
Instantly.
I mean, Jet hits the big red button immediately.
Not wasting any time. I think good timeout. Respect that. Get the coach whistle out. But yeah, they can feel it. You know, listen, it was the first round where things did get shaky with the game plan. The players have talked about Ethan adjusting into the IGL position, and you know, Crash is saying we understand we have to support him as well. It's a new role for him, despite all the experience he's got. He's played with world-class, championship caliber IGLs.
Yeah.
Multiple across the board, so
across multiple esports.
Yeah, exactly.
His time in CS too. But there is still a chance for Furia in this game. The issue is, it looks close because Furia have won both of the pistols, right? And now they're starting to win a couple of rifle rounds here or there, round 12, round 18, both really good rounds for Furia. But their economy is still shot. There's an outlaw on the other side too. Demon 1 picking it up.
Okay.
What was the bet that they had on
Seriously,
the analyst desk?
It was Demon 1 picking it up. I mean, there's a lot of half armor targets.
Yeah, 3 light armor targets on the other side. MW.
Waiting for him though. There's a flash with the knife to set this one up. Khalil! Oh my, looking like week 1 2013.
2013? 2023?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
What, you're going back a decade?
I'm going back a decade, apparently. Good call out.
I don't think I knew Khalil back then.
I don't think Valorant was out back then.
All right, so NRG under a little bit of pressure because Demon 1's been popping off this game so far. They haven't really had to play an attack side round with him down. Marv has the spike. He's one away from Pit. But it's going to be difficult to get any kind of purchase on the A side.
Yeah, single shot. Nade forced out. Havoc just using the neutral to try and delay here, but down to a minute left. Sidestep, Marved. He's eloquent with it.
More awkward timings from Havoc.
Khalil, he's lit up. Players now starting to swarm onto the site still. They do have the benefit of having this pit towards main. They don't have to worry about that position. Khalil, though, he is being swarmed, surrounded, pincered. Players finally arriving. Still Liazzi alive. Sidestep once more, playing into this pit. They got nothing to clear him out here, and they want to be trying to commit to A. This is an absolute disaster for NRG.
30 seconds left.
Leave it up to Victor. He can't find any easy fight, and it's shut down in a moment's notice.
I came into this game thinking that the difference maker might be Havoc, because I think his performance during the off-season and during his time in Tier 2 looked really promising. But actually, the big player that's stepping up is Liazzi. He's 14 and 14 right now, but the frags that he's getting are so high impact. I mean, he's got to survive here and find his isolated ones, and he just peeks out of the pit, manages to get onto Crashies, times his peak onto Ethan perfectly as Ethan was reloading the Classic after he'd spent all of his bullets spamming the pit too. Another big round from Furia to pull this back to within 3. They are not down and out.
Still winnable.
So much of this game on the attack side has come down to A splits, halls play, that kind of thing. We haven't really seen many big B execs. Nobody wants to go into that Viper wall and trip setup.
ये तो गलत बात है कि full drone नहीं कर रहा आगे जाकर.
That does see a lot.
Yeah.
It lets him know whether people are jiggle peeking, whether
Cypher में
it's
से आगे आ रहा है.
angle. It's going
कोई Cypher का है
to up. And of course, he's always got 2 cages to be able to open that door and create pressure from Switch as the rest of his team gets close.
Will this flash connect onto the backside player? That's Liazzi. Off around the corner. Dark flash, everything being combined, even with the knife. Liazzi still holding his ground, still shot missed. No players running his way up there. That's Victor still, and he has taken out a kill. Still Liazzi! Player to watch for, really. He's the one making these rounds more than winnable. Out to the side, though, does not expect Crashies at that particular position. MW narrowly avoiding it as well. Bullet sailing, whistling right over to his head. He's looking for the fight. Now with the ult offloaded, gives him an idea of the positioning. Pit offloaded, 16 seconds left.
It's an awesome pit. It blocks the sightline and allows him to cross. It's not really to play the post plant, it's just like a smoke.
He's trying to get himself there. There it is. Time available for the plant. Playing forward into the pit could come down to almost anything. Battle of the timings. Okay.
Crashy's reposition has got to be fairly unexpected here as well. The last time they saw him, he was over by the Crab Pyramid.
They expect it. It's been watched for. It's not going to be a swing from Marv either.
What a read.
Crashies, he's taking a little bit back. MW!
What a read.
He's so damn aware. And Marv is low enough. Tiniest amount of chip damage will do it. Round to the side. That's a bit overkill with a shot to the cranium, but it gets them the round. Necessary one.
And if NRG thought that it was going to be smooth sailing on this side after racking up all of those rounds on defense and coming into this with an 8-4 lead, they are sorely mistaken. This is now within 2.
Indeed.
Many of these chances for NRG to cleanly put Furia away are being squandered. And it is at this point that now the NRG economy starts to get squeezed. This round that we're about to see is going to be make or break for the NRG economy. And they don't have those big ultimates to work with. They're one away from Crashies and somewhat close to Ethan's, but probably not going to be online this round. MW not playing as aggressive, by the way. Good adjustment from the Jet on Furia. He's really found that discipline and patience that we've been wanting to see from him as the evolution of his game from years prior when he's been on Duelist. He's not just giving himself away as a free pick, trying to force the fight. He, in fact, is anchoring B in this round.
He's watching the funnel. Just in case it does come through. Crashies went to his ult a little bit prior. We saw that one, and now the team grouping up for a potential B hit. But really essential, I think, that they try and remove these trips, either the knife connecting or otherwise maybe some util. Drone used to clear close just in case somebody repositions into main. Here's MW chance. Missed. Here we go. A lot of util being used, lit up. MW trying to avoid it, playing inside it. There we go. Oh, lit up. Plenty of chances with the shorty. Still 2 bullets left into the chamber. He's weaving in and out, but Victor has got his eye on it. It is chaos and anarchy right now into the B side. Kills happening all over the bloody place.
Things stabilize a little though into a 2v2 here. And the Cypher ultimate, huge to give away information. Crashies is coming around the side.
Crashies is traded. 1 versus 1. And Liazzi, it's been more than good for it. Victor, Spike. Real chance to shine, put them up. Lovely jump spot, gets the information. Repositioned to the back of the site using the Viper wall against him. Liazzi puts his own up though. Here we go. Round to the side is Victor. Shuts it down and brings it to that 12th round.
Major play from Victor, who's been quietly putting up an excellent performance in, again, his first ever Cypher game. You can tell that he's put in the hours. It also seems like a suited agent for him. He's very good in these anchor positions, good in the clutch as well. NW had some chances here to make magic occur. But instead, most of the impact was happening off the back of Sova utility. Conan got 2 with like a shock dart and then a wall bang. Victor got 1 off the wall bang as well. And now we head in. NRG up to 12. Looking to try and take this fight through mid this time.
NW chance. Find a cheeky pick off. And the diligence isn't there. Look at that, Ethan. Not expecting it. I believe that's one of the first times MW's played in that spot.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job of mixing things up, still managing to be dynamic and mobile whilst not always pushing on defense. That is a fake wall from Marv, making it feel like it's over towards
मेरे को गंदी नींद चढ़ रही है लिटरली बीच में ना आंखें बंद हो रही हैं मेरी मैं ये राउंड मतलब तेरा हो जाएगी ना जीत जाएगी NRG या Fury.
Hoping and praying for it now. Look at it, they've already crossed. MW's missed that one. And the dart reveals him. He's going to be pushed at this angle. Crash is already in, walking. Behind him. Conan.
ये बचपन में मैं किया करता था लिटरली मैं जब मम्मी जब पढ़ाती थी ना बेटा पढ़ना है मम्मी नींद आ रही है नहीं बेटा पढ़ना है मम्मी नींद आ रही है मम्मी इधर गई
because the spike has been dropped down at the wall.
Got to be honest with you, I think this is the same as NRG.
भाई सेम कर रहा हूँ मैं अभी मस्त
Barely any money. Marv's only 50 credits. Crashing's 350. The rounds have gone back and forth. They don't have a big loss bonus. They just won the prior. So this has got to be a save. And if Furia have the confidence for it, and if they decide to push forwards as the time gets lower, these could be big rewards if you're able to take the op and the rifle out of NRG's hands.
Keeping their own guns though. The money's low enough.
But I mean, yeah,
it is. I mean, I think it's a worthwhile though risk to take.
You do see Liazzi actually looking to go forwards because he's the player with the Guardian, right? So he's not bothered about saving that into the next round. But it looks like nobody on NRG is really going to get spotted. So they survive. Anticlimactic end, but what a map that we've got here. Furia certainly coming back into it. The second timeout called by NRG.
And here we go. The heat's being turned up.
Look at these crossfires. I mean, it's such an unusual position, honestly, for Liazzi to be playing in. When the attacking team has already taken tunnel control, you are pretty much screwed in that.
You're just out in the open. That's why I was talking about how important it was to just hold tunnel with the op in that spot.
But he managed to make it work.
Exactly. I mean, I thought that when the player, I think it was Crashies, crossed over and caught that timing, I thought that was going to be the end of it.
But they were too focused on archers because the recon dart just came through at that exact time from Conan. I mean, things are getting a little messy here, but I think major credit to Furia because they have found ways of being able to win on the defense side right now. You know, they're not giving away early picks. They're actually forcing NRG to come up with game plans that make sense to close these rounds out. And NRG have not actually demonstrated big execs that are functional on A or B. They're doing a lot of work in the map, trying to find picks. It's a slower approach to Breeze. And thus far, Furia are not giving them the openings. That's making it tough for NRG. Ethan is going to be getting close. After this round, he's going to have the KO ultimate. That could be a massive difference maker as you head towards round 24. I think it's very, very likely that we see a 12-11 score here in favor of NRG, but only slightly.
Time ticking down. Like you said, ults to build towards, maybe Crashes as well, build towards the Hunter's Fury in this round. Hope and pray that Demon 1 might be able to find something, at least with that operator who's still got drone. Going to be used.
It's a strange dynamic, though, for NRG, because they want to put Demon 1 and Victor in good positions, but they don't want to lose the rifles, right? Or the operator.
Yeah, Khalil is not giving him anything. There might be a chance, though. He's creeping onto the left angle. Guess what? Havoc is playing there. Oh, hey! What? That's barely a sliver.
another disgustingly unfortunate moment for Havoc as he just gets drilled by that.
What the fuck?
He's having a nightmare already.
What was that?
Yeah. Turning up to the tier 1 level and playing against the world champ. The top level performing player from Champions.
Tough ask. MW looked like he wanted to take a nice little fight, but no, backs away now, realizing that they've lost control of halls.
And Victor's quite isolated over towards elbow here. He's going to be in the hard lurk position. But he's got that rifle.
Walking up. Crashies. Might hear that trip close, at least the cam as well. You can hear it. Yeah, they ping.
And Marv just getting that fuel back. Now they can go for a proper exec.
Just walking
still
in.
just contacting behind it. But the cam is going to see all of this.
And here it is. Util's broken. Still close to the corner, Khalil. Cage is up. Plant. Ethan to be dissuaded away from it with any sort of util. Just going to let that one get off here. Khalil doesn't dodge the flash with the underhand. There was no peek coming through it. There's Victor.
And now he's opened up the B site, the mid-rounding. This is the opportunity. Oh, of course, the plan.
Still close, yeah, still close to the corner though, and they're still walking a little bit wider. There it is. Lineups being used on offer, and this is when the time really starts to tick. Putting it all on the line here for Furia. This could be the backbreaker, the round win, just based off of that alone, but the lineup's bad.
Yeah,
Slight miss to the side, but they don't want to stick it in the moment here. Still, Conan pressing the advantage, pushing forward still. Khalil, he will fall, half on it, and the shot finds Hart. Wonderful finish. 13 to 10.
What a way to close it out. Marv with an operator, throwing his lineups and finishing things out, getting the better end of MW. But you can't say that Furia didn't push him there. That second half was not easy. I mean, look at the way that Ethan is set up to try to punish aggression through B main. They've got a flash off a turret.
They're ready for it.
They are so ready.
MW.
And these are the kind of preparations that NRG will have been going through to try to shut down what they view as the main win condition. And I think most people view as the main win condition for Furia, especially when you've got a map pool that has 2 big jet maps to open up. They've got game plans to try to deal with MW. But again, discipline, patience, MW not giving himself away early on, and that puts the onus actually on NRG to make something happen. Now, as it happens, there's nobody home at A.
It's a gamble.
They're just literally going to walk into A, get the plant down, and this is going to be the least eventful round you've ever seen.
It is so slow.
But diligent.
It is diligent, yeah. Taking the time with it, making sure that, you know, like you said, mid-aggression was accounted for. 30 seconds left.
And just to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about the team styles. So this is a blending of Evil Geniuses of last year, the championship team, with NRG, or that kind of optic core, really, right?
Victor's got the rifle. I don't want to lose it. Go on, Victor!
Close.
Listen, it might be an eco, but I was getting excited.
Yeah. So are the sponsors of the Ace.
Yeah, exactly.
But, oh, poor thing. What a waste.
What a waste. Yeah, we'll not be letting them pick up that Vandal.
So just to talk up a little bit, though, this NRG, the championship squad with that old optic core, and they approach the game in very different ways. Obviously, neither of the IGLs of those teams are actually on this super team, but the 2 different approaches that they had, you know, Finesse tends to call like a default into some kind of exec and trying to mix up the pacing and disguise what he's doing. You see EG, they were all about trying to take aggressive map control and set up Demon 1 to fight things and try and bait their opponents into re-clearing. So I'm really interested to see what this version of the team does. Are they similar to one of the teams or the other? Do they have their own new calling style?
Down to the knife. Swings down, clears through into mid. Just dodging.
Shadows traveling. And this is very much that kind of default, making it seem like they're playing for mid control, but actually going into an A split.
Players there. Oh my! Bottom mid not accounted for. Victor was hoping for the B main push. That's where he set his sights. A lot of players there. Lit up with the paranoia, going for an attempt havoc. There it is! Balance with the confidence. Khalil pushing out, not showing any respect in the slightest.
And that is a dismantling of what NRG wanted to do in this round. And it's because they disrespected all of that utility. NRG threw the util to make it look like they were going down mid, and Furia said, nah.
Yeah.
And MW just literally walked up mid and was like, there's no one here, mate.
Call diya, sabke sab aa gaye.
So with murder almost.
Yeah, if you can
Bye.
Oh my god. You're going to benefit massively.
4 बंदे भाई कुत्ते की तरह पीक करके बैठे हैं उसका क्या ही बैंड बजेगा 4 बंदे literally.
You need the confidence though to be able to fight against that.
Oh, round 4, Havoc's double the amount of kills he's got compared to map number 1.
Yeah, and again, it's not like we were saying at the end of Breeze, Havoc's a terrible player.
No.
You're expecting him to go 2-20 in every game. No, he's been extremely successful at the tier 2 level, and it just looks like he had some nerves in map 1, which is super understandable.
I literally बताओ.
Bit of a one-off when you're playing against
a super 4 बंदे एक साथ lining में.
Certainly.
Good salvage, denying that bonus round. Here we go, fast play. Yep. Paranoia, but a flash. Everybody was playing anti-flash positions. Ethan.
And this actually is how Furia could lose this game after looking so good at being able to put up rounds like the one previous. Because the more aggressive they play the defense, the more I think they're going to play into NRG. But that's an interesting re-clear to catch Victor. Pull things back into a 4v4.
Sees 3. Walking around, this is a little bit awkward in terms of the defensive players here. Furia just wondering where they can really stand.
Literally,
it's not anything out. It's all about that timing. He found it. Classic playstyle of his, always just making sure that he can creep in at the right time. Knife against the dice. Suppression across the board. At least onto Havoc. Now we see the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be offloaded to try and at least support them. Havoc still gets the 1. In the meantime, in all of that sound and chaos and confusion, it's Conan. He's walked his way past the smoke. Demon 1 falls, 2v2 with 37 seconds left. Khalil, flanks on flanks. All the way on flanks here, leave it to Crashies. It's a 1v2, Crashies! No bullets! But a wonderful Wonderful chance, a wonderful attempt.
And you can't have watched that and not believed for a moment that that was going to happen. Ooh. Just couldn't quite get the spray down there. Great work dealing with that aggro lurk from Marv, though. It felt like for a moment, Conan hadn't quite accounted for the fact that Marv could be all the way up into grass. And then Khalil came back on the flank and was able to handle it. But, Ren, if we're talking about calling styles on the attack side, this version of NRG is not going into big set executes.
Yeah.
They're actually a little trickly in terms of how they're committing.
Really quite slow, cautious. Flash play, plenty to receive, plenty of targets. And look at that, the layers again of the util. Having to use the TP, but Marty couldn't see a bloody thing. Didn't know where he was going. TP straight into the wall here. And of course, it's the eco, so these early kills being collected up. Maybe a chance for Furia to build up some key ultimates.
But also, the fact that NRG picked this map allowed Furia to pick defense. And because they're favored, and because they're getting into situations like this, this has got to be a morale build-up for people like Havoc, for people like MW, I mean, for the rest of the team, to believe that they can accomplish it. With how close map 1 was, they should be favored to get up to a bit of a lead here. It's still fine for NRG if they only put like 4 on the board, honestly. But that is going to really light a fire under Furia.
It might just start getting a little bit more difficult as well. Paying attention to the money situation. They might want to try and get an op in MW's hands. I mean, Khalil's got the money for it. And when you get that op on the defense side of Ascent in your Jets, I mean, it's just going to be open up plenty of opportunities.
And we saw what it did on Breeze. That was one of the big turning points, was getting the operator into MW's hand. Yeah. And he wasn't always trying to push super aggressively forward. So yeah, I agree with that.
See if they opt into it.
You're unlikely to do it in a round like this because nobody lost a rifle. Assuming we see somebody die here, we could certainly see a reinvestment for round 7. This one, aggressive re-clear strategy over towards A main. Really cool thing to throw in occasionally. You're not pushing out beyond the bounds of where Ascent is really powerful on defense. You're just allowing the map to work for you, catching your attacking opponents in tight choke points.
NRG with a timeout now. Something's got to change.
And I think the ult situation is actually the thing that's going to change the most. They're heading into this next round with a lockdown and an ult command to be able to work with. And those are big ultimates to be able to cook up some kind of attacking idea. And that's probably, I think, why they've called the timeout, because Chet's probably got a specific strategy that he wants them to run. And coming out of the timeout, these are... Whereas NRG, at least at the moment, we've got a small sample size, but on the attack side, they feel like quite a fluid team. They're trying to gain information, take map
poking
control.
And prodding, seeing where people are.
Yeah.
Using the info at like the minute mark.
And I think after these timeouts, it's probably going to be a bit of a stylistic shift because, again, from what we know of Chet, he tends to call more structured strategies coming out of the timeout. So we'll just have to wait and see. As I say, this is a new super team. We don't exactly know what the style is going to be.
Feigning a bit of aggression. I mean, the only player in mid here is Havoc with the flash.
It looks like they're going to go for the recon dart wall bang strat, though, with Conan. And there's a lot of players over towards tiles.
Through the Odin.
I mean, if Crashies decides to drone at the beginning here, he could get caught, but he's just chilling.
Yeah, he's just chilling. Be up close, so they were aware of it. NRG containing.
But again, for NRG, this looks like they're taking mid control. They've knife market, they're droning down. From Furia's point of view, you've got to think, is Demon 1 following this? And Havoc is immediately jiggle peeking to realize, no, Demon 1 is not there in mid. So they're trying to, you know, get a situation where Demon 1 can find a pick without Furia expecting it on B. But Furia actually have all the info about where NRG are playing right now.
Especially now.
The thing is, the spike is on the other side, so this is never going to become a B exec. You look at the minimap, there's just no way.
Re-clear in A main.
I mean, not just a re-clear. This is...
Re-push.
I mean, they're going for some frozen yogurt. They're out in gelato.
There's a lockdown. Spammable spot. Spammable spot. Shock darts. It was a little bit too high, actually, with the aim. I think the bullets were just sailing right over it, so it's not going to be taken out. Awkward. Have to play out back here, but no players detained. Now decided to make their moves in towards the B side, but they're lit up again. Nobody's taking care of this util. That's Demon 1, I believe. Norton 5 now. Crashies maybe can claim some space. Get themselves into the site with Ethan with that plan, but MW is right behind them. Look at this flank timing. You can see it. Poking all the way out. Gives him away. Talk about Pinocchio's nose. As online, Havoc back in the fight, back in the action. It's a flash over the top. No casualties off the back of it, and his post-plant position is not ideal for NRG. You've got 3 players playing onto the site.
Marv still has that paranoia. Can he cook anything up with that? Looks like he's going to try and use it on these lane players.
Gonna need a miracle, but time, maybe. Working on their side. There's a paranoia, big one. 3 players colliding, and still come down to just really the minute details. Moving their way forwards. What are these one-ways? Furia, though. They had the players, they had the advantage there. And it's a clean retake.
Oh, Liazzi is cooking with those one-ways. Those are awesome. I don't know how much they particularly help, but it did make it a little bit more difficult for NRG to fight their way out of that. A huge player advantage, though, and I like that you've drawn attention to Demon 1 being 0-5, because it's not like Demon 1's failing his duels, right? It's not like we're seeing Demon 1 trying to take aggressive angles, fight a player, and lose him. In fact, actually, it's that he's getting snarled up as he tries to enter the site.
He's getting caught by the initiator, most of the time. It's one of the storylines we were talking about leading into this, honestly, was the difference between the initiator players and that map 1, but what a time to come alive.
And thus far, Furia have been playing a really nice defense, not overextending too much, and MW actually picking his time to push out Gelato in that previous round and got onto a beautiful flank for the retake. So, timing it quite nicely. This is an aggressive hold of Catwalk, with Liazzi tucked in this corner.
Yeah.
But this looks more like an Evil Geniuses round from last year, where Demon 1's hunting for a pick over towards mid, and then the team has options of, should we go cat, should we split B, should we go back to A, playing a 1-3-1 default, with Demon 1 the tip of the spear. And now somebody's called at the minute mark for them to group up on A. That's where MW's holding with the op.
Main's gonna be theirs. Can MW do anything about this? Because Cavalry is here, looking at it. That's a wide face, jumping around, but it at least fires off the first shot, and they're trying to flood into this one. Victor right from behind, alert timing. They do not expect a bloody thing all the way through. He's claimed 2.
Immaculate play from NRG, setting that one up. The entire feint into A, just to allow Victor to get those 2 kills. The weaponry is still not great, though. They haven't even recovered the second rifle from the player that they killed.
Still the player advantage, and when you take these close quarter fights, doesn't matter that you've got one of the players on the stinger damage. Marv, lucky to be alive.
They're saving.
They're saving. They have to.
Saving.
They have to. Off retake into that. When they set up in the post flank close to the site, you can't clear all of them.
What a round to pull out from NRG. They've been looking to try to set that play up in one of the previous rounds too. We saw Marv try to get on that aggro lurk timing, but look at this. I mean, also just catches a flash of havoc. And this gap now has got to be plugged for Furia. NRG doing a great job there. The IGL, the call to feint as if it's going to be a big explosion into A, and actually it's that aggro lurk timing that's the playmaker. And of course, when NRG is sending utility into A and making it look like an exec, the A players are going to look towards the site, right? They think that's where the danger's coming from. But now they're going to have to adjust. They're either going to need 3 people at A and 1 watching Catwalk, or somebody plays aggro in mid and tries to catch the player walking down Cat. You know, there's many different ways to try to plug that gap, but Fury have got to come up with one of them. And at the moment, I mean, this one is unusual. Khalil with the op.
He switched it over, swapping out the guns, so they're going to be going for, it looks like, it's a weird one, like a Towers crunch, I think, through main. Dart deep into mid. Paranoia as well, dash forward, so just trying to catch one of those plays, but look at it. Victor is out of there, he is hightailing it.
And the call from NRG is react into A, into Khalil. Did they spot the fact that he has an op?
Flash is nice. That's really nice. Pushes them off the angle for but a moment, enough as well for the team to get right into the site, and they've gained all that ground. Hunter's Fury is late. Conan, no targets to be found, and here goes the plan. Ethan.
Spike planted.
How does this retake come online? There with the operator again, drone. What does it see? What players close now? Shock darts. Against the side, nades as well. Time is ticking. Paranoia was saved for just that moment with the dart as well, and then waves of all that. Util! Hello! Still the counter spam! Khalil, he finds that one. It's up to Crashies. Pushing forward to help out Demon 1 as well. Reinforcements might have arrived and just in time, but Demon 1 still, he can't get the kill. It's up to Victor. Holding down towards main, smoke in his face. He doesn't have a clue where they are. Diffuse being stuck.
Plenty of time. What a retake from Furia. I don't know how they managed to get both of those players in hell. It felt like NRG's setup should have rewarded them, in fact, because they had a double flash play with a recon dart up into hell. The players up top were lit up by the recon.
I mean, that much delay.
But at the same time, the counter spam just came through from Furia, and both players in hell.
2 kills into the players in hell. Look at this. Lit up. That's why.
Wow. Perfect stuff.
Really nice.
And what an interesting smoke again from Liazi. It's not on the spike, but it's just kind of like out there for him to try to teleport into, even though he got caught. The retakers from Heaven are able to utilize some of it. And here we go, another Tiles crunch.
Yeah, we're into it again. This time they are not ready. NRG, the discipline has been there to contain, but they just get overwhelmed.
I mean, do you expect that to happen again, the very next round? 2 rounds in a row. The Furia decide the exact same strategy is going to work.
Very unexpected.
The first to try to force the reaction into A, and the second, they just clean up all the kills, and Khalil was still there, ready.
Ethan. Traded.
Spike down A.
Even just a marved. Hello. 1 kill, flash dodge, but he's really just being approached now from B main angles. Spike dropped down, he has his ult. I mean, there's chances here, but he really just needs to find this one. He doesn't have a clue yet. Havoc. Sidestep, 6-3. Look at that scoreline. And remember, you know, listen, there's a sent defense side. Usually that team is going to be favored as Furia.
Yeah, but
it's looking clean.
At the same time, there are 2 big differences, right? The aggressive plays on defense are actually working. They're coming up good. And the other big thing is that Havoc has gone from the bottom of the scoreboard, 2-20, to now the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, what a turnaround.
He's got into the groove. And that is always going to make a difference. And they were playing with half a player in the first map. Because presumably the nerves they're going to have so much confidence here as well.
W. That is a nice attempt.
Look at the ult from Marv.
He's all the way behind them. Yep, straight onto Heaven. Demon One's in there. Finally, a kill to be found. Liazi off to the side there, but it's Ethan. Stinger taking the space once more. It's all the way there. The plan now down. What's the post plan going to be looking like? Knives. Demon One choosing to use him. Oh, Ethan.
So little health.
So low, and they're all being spammed down. Demon One down to the 45 health. Crashes though, he's playing his time with this one. He's got his own ult as well, playing really tucked as well in a safe position straight through main. As long as he survives, it's really just quite unlosable. Demon One will really just ensure it, won't he?
And out of nowhere, there comes a round from NRG. As quickly as the prior went the way of Furia with that Tiles crunch, instantly NRG answered back on an eco and just swarmed onto them.
Yeah.
Marv creating pressure from behind with the Omen ult. I mean, it's quite basic, the idea, really, and yet so effective from NRG because they swarmed together.
It's on that 4th round. Pretty essential stuff. I see the setup. But yeah, we're getting series of kills. Finally, Demon One as well, really getting some value.
Yeah, he was slow to get off the mark. I don't think because of his, mechanics dropping off or anything.
He's just been caught out a lot when he's just been trying to get the first one into the side. This time, attack. Yeah, that's interesting. Flash again, maybe from that prior conditioning. So a similar attempt to what they were trying earlier in the half. Hoping a player will be caught there. The TP, spotted, so they know he's not going to be into that corner.
Yeah, and in theory, that means that Furia have control of A main. And in reality, they do too.
Yeah, Liazi's just holding it.
Yeah, Liazi's got posted. Demon One's been on a very passive angle with this operator, just looking for MW to make an aggro peek into him. But MW, again, patience, discipline, making sure that he's playing situations where NRG can't punish him, and tossing the ball back into NRG's court. It's now the attackers who've got to come up with an idea as the time ticks down.
Nice knife timing. They do have Ethan's ult though, and Liazi playing this close one and done spot. I mean,
Ethan takes the operator. They're going for the exec.
Really? Okay. Flash through over the top. MW forced off the line, and here it is. Oh, there it is, lit up. Lovely util. Khalil was cleared out of that spot. Havoc trying to reposition, attempted a flood defense, and now you might just have to call this one.
This is now 2 rounds in a row where mollies have made a massive difference. In the previous eco round where they exec'd onto A, it was Victor's Nanoswarm that forced Havoc into a bad position over towards the switch. This round, they throw the KO molly from Ethan and it catches the player towards logs. This is how NRG are being able to create advantages as they go for their exec. It's making a big difference for them. And this is one of the few rounds actually that we've seen in this entire match where the time gets low, NRG are forced to do something, and they set up a big exec, and it works beautifully. They were struggling, I think, a little bit with that earlier on.
Oh, barely with the elbow peeking out.
They do not want to lose that operator.
No, it's pretty critical in order for them to just be able to hold.
On the other side, though, NRG's money is doing fine because they won that eco round.
Last round.
Picked up all the guns off the floor. So now this is a really good attack side.
It is
for NRG.
It's just turned on its head.
In the last 2 rounds. That's how Ascent works.
Making it 6-6 would be really fantastic for them. But yeah, I mean, you're just seeing from these replays, the util to flush them out. Singing the praises of the initiators, but really showed there. And Liazzi playing that one and done. Punished. Final round now. This first half of Ascent.
With Demon 1 and Marv picking up the off at the start of the round.
Okay.
And Marv just using it, you know, just in case. Yeah. MW was getting a little bit silly over towards Gelato, perhaps. I would assume he has a rifle ready to go, too.
MW going to be trying to set himself up here at the top mid. Not worried about the cross.
Good info, though, from that knife.
Yeah.
They know exactly where MW is playing. They know where the operator is now. They know where, you know, the aggression's happening, too, because the turret caught contact over towards B main. So it's really passive here for NRG. And again, Demon 1 not following the drone. That was a real hallmark of how EG played their attack sides, was that Demon 1 would go aggressive behind the drone down mid. They're not really breaking this alarm bot, pressuring Furia too much. It means that it's going to put pressure on this A split actually working, finding success. Liazzi is the first challenge.
Oh, here we go.
Lots of
players to meet him. He's got some backup. They're going to go for a reclick. They have
Paranoia.
This is mad. Paranoia, Havoc, I mean, he's too far ahead of it. Paranoia did not catch.
Again, Furia just playing ahead of where the map kind of rewards the defenders.
And here we go, using that to clear him out. Liazzi has to respect it, has to back away. Hunter's Fury. Large connection onto the one. TP to disengage as well. He barely survives with his life. Facing them. Really just eager to try and take the fight straight to them now with 2 players left standing. A Furia looks so damn unlikely. Lockdown has to be used, but a counter lockdown in play. Do they have the util to clear this one? It's a nade. Wasn't quite entirely on the mark. But respect both of this one. Crashies! Spotted.
That might make it winnable for Furia.
That's 3v2. Have to make some big plays though. They know that these players are going to be cleared out, at least towards main, mainly because of that lockdown that was used. Oh, what a shot, Demon 1. Popping off at that one, that was a sharp kill. And he leaves it to Khalil. What can you do in this situation, son? I mean, absolutely nothing, but you got to make a go of it. It's not given any sort of sightline. There it is. Swing from Ethan, 6-6. Solid finish from NRG.
Yeah, half that looked like it was going to be very successful for Furia. Let's slip in the final 3 rounds. I think broadly speaking, due to some unforced errors for Furia, this one in particular, that is a hell of a shot though from Crashies when you look at the replay. And he got whacked. I think we just caught Crashies in the chat.
Didn't even know at all, but still, that finish, you cannot be angry with that. That's a 6-6 half. You're moving into Ascent now on your defense side. NRG's map pick. A lot to look forward to if you are an NRG fan. Let's send it down to the desk to discuss things so far.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I mean, look, NRG obviously pulling together quite the round there at the end that, you know, I think was a mix of things that could have gone Furia's way, could have gone NRG. It kind of feels like that's been the lowdown for this game, right? Every single time it feels as if NRG gets like some momentum, Furia manages to find like a round win, a few round wins. So it's good to see Furia competing right back
after that round loss.
Yeah, I mean, look, Furia were looking hot right off the bat. And even from the first kill of the game, Havoc comes in, wide swing out in mid, gets the pistol kill, and he had the best performing hat. Like, I look at the numbers, Mr. Havoc is at the top, and you love to see it. Honestly, Havoc was playing really, really aggressively, which is a big switch up to how he was playing in the previous game, going for a lot of aggressive plays. And honestly, I like it. He was putting himself out there.
Yeah, he really was putting himself out there in the world. I like some of the ideas too. Going for that shark attack twice in a row is pretty cool. But then we get in towards some of these later rounds, and Furia starts making some big mistakes. And it comes back to, I think, in 3 of those big rounds they lost, it was these A-site holds where they're either trying to sell that the op is somewhere else and hoping they'll push players into that op holding heaven. Both times NRG deal with it really well, get into the site, and honestly it kind of reminds me of Leviathan last year in that Furia has been saving in a lot of these man down situations, which means they're never attempting these A retakes, and NRG is just getting to close out rounds.
And it's because their site anchors are getting no kills. It's like 2 players falling sites
Either
open.
that or they're not even holding it.
It's like, we have like an op and an Odin. We're not going to be able to manage a retake here, so they end up being forced to be in a saving position. I will say NRG had a couple of nice looks, right? Like on those eco rounds. The eco rounds are the ones that winning, the A main hit with the lurk coming into tree. But all things considered, I think MW Zera needed to have more impact with the operator, and it's honestly thanks to Havoc taking more opening fights that they won some of those defensive rounds.
Well, let's see if NRG can close it out in 2, or will Furia force a mat 3? Brent, Sideshow, over to you.
A potential uphill battle for Furia now that they stare down at that attack side. It's not their map pick, but listen, still even.
My eyes, to be honest with you, are going to be on Ethan and Crashies on this defense, because that initiating utility on Breeze was immaculate on the defense half.
Yeah.
So I'm looking towards them to kind of set the tempo for what they're going to be doing there.
Ascend plays as a map as well, where the attackers really forced as well to try and drag as much of that utility out the delays as possible before they go into the site hits. You don't want to get bogged down, you know, you got to strategy nades.
Look at this, Brent. They made it, Furia trying to make it look like it was A, exploding onto B. There's still 3 NRG players, 4 on B. They didn't buy it for a moment.
Not at all. They've got the dart close to the corner. Doesn't actually tag onto anybody. MW close into logs, returning the fire. This time NRG, they want to try and take the fight. Conan, where's he found those? 2 kills, precise, straight to the cranium. I believe he's marved in a difficult spot, but he has a lot of util to work with. One smoke.
Planted.
And Paranoia just contacting though, doesn't want to reveal his position. It's a double face at the right time for Furia, and a pistol round gained.
That's the kind of stuff that Furia have been working on. Great closeout to the round, making sure that they're disciplined in those kind of moments. And 3 out of 4 pistol rounds going the way of Furia, that is certainly going to help. I mean, if NRG had won the pistol, they might have just run away with this map. So Furia get out to a lead early in the second half. Now it's about how much they can actually hold on to that.
Yeah, slams down the brakes for NRG with all that momentum that they were accruing. But
and just something to point out, we are seeing basically full ecos coming out for the team after they lose pistol. That is a massive shift compared to last year, where we would see people going for force buys, people going for sheriff buys, relying on the half armor. Even though there has only been, I think, 1 outlaw picked in the entire match so far, I think, anyway. It does seem to have an impact on the early round economy.
All you got to do is hold tab, see what the money's looking like on the buy round, and if you suspect that they're only going to be able to buy a rifle with a half armor, you pick it up. Cheap enough purchase.
The threat is actually more dangerous than reality.
Yeah,
when it comes to the
bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier, I think, in the first half as well. Just the gamble stack goes a bit wrong. NRG finally grouping up here, but not gonna have too many chances. Now they do have a bit of util. A dart, a flash, paranoia from Marv, so could get dangerous with it. Smoke popping out deep, but maybe they don't want to waste the money. Keep it, play the disciplined style as well. Just go down to the spike, deny any chance for Furia to build up those ults or get any extra pocket money.
And I think this next half coming up is going to be where we can see if Conan is able to outcall NRG's defense. Just throwing the nade in there. Good measure. I mean, what's the need, man?
Yeah.
What is the need? All good, whatever, I suppose. Get yourself an ult orb. It's a pretty important ultimate to try to get online. But yeah, to me, the player that I'm taking an eye on over towards Furia, it's not really any of the players' performance, it's how they call. Because I think that's going to be incredibly important. Navigating those defensive setups that NRG have is the key to victory for Furia. And if Conan can call that, after being on the bench last year, getting called up to the main roster, picking up the captain's shoes as IGL, this could be his moment.
Massive. A lead granted for Furia. They'd love to extend it a little bit deeper now on the bonus. There's some danger to the bonus as well. I mean, they've got 2 rifles.
I like that lineup.
Yeah.
It's a nice one from a non-committed position.
Flash now through, but this time they do want to commit. All the util being expended. Look at that, there was even a paranoia that cleared through into Gen, but nobody's onto the site. Full containment, it's the name of the game. NRG, all their players alive.
When you play
Flash ready.
Yeah. NRG are playing retake with paranoia, 2 flashes, nade, recon, everything.
Bloody hell, what the hell is going on there? Liazzi still with the 2, Ethan. They're making mincemeat of all of them, MW. There's the last one left. In the blink of an eye, this has gone all skew with still damage and a shot to finish.
While I'm hyping up all the utility that they have, Ethan just ran in and murked everyone.
Yeah. What was that, a 3-piece?
Yeah, he got a 3K, outdoing Liazzi, who was blind, just spraying down too. But yeah, Ethan, clean, precise. We'll see it in the replay here. Lines up Liazzi, who got a pick, takes down another, and then deletes Conan.
Almost with the 4th. Nasty, nasty play.
And again, Ethan, more of a supportive player on this roster.
Yeah.
And yet, he's still able to come out with stuff like that. That's the danger of this squad.
So the bonus didn't convert like Furia perhaps were hoping for. Still enough money though to get this buy online, and now using the util. Taking a main control. Do they want to rush into this one again? Knife suppressing them. Slams down the brakes, and there's a re-exploration into mid. That's really 3 players looking here from NRG. They are fully pushed up. Victor, chance maybe. Yep, they've waded right into it. Haven't they? Walked straight into the sideline. You kidding me? Let's doing that with the Bulldog. Plenty of players left standing as well. NRG, they hold all the ground in the world. Mid, be in their domain.
Point to that round as a defensive call, a read on what's happening on the other side. A masterpiece. And how did it's not like they threw a huge amount of utility to stop Furia from going for that A exec. They just decided to explore mid to see if it was an A split. When it wasn't, they decided to pause because they hadn't heard anything A, see if they were going to walk down cat. And they were holding just the most bizarre angles.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a KO knife earlier. They caught onto a lot of them.
My KG's out mid.
I mean, yeah. NRG are calling it. My KJ is out mid.
Yeah.
My Killjoy is just walking into mid and killing them all.
Into mid, but I mean, I don't know if that's the reaction off of it, but yeah, it's a great setup, a great play in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, personally, I think what they were trying to do is maybe catch the other half of an A split off guard. And then when they realized that they had a chance to catch people as they re-explored into mid, they just set up on the nastiest angles. How does Furia get a read on that? There are, as far as I'm aware, no other team's playing that kind of style of defense in set.
That's strange. 8-8, evened up.
And it's not like it was given away by any piece of utility. They didn't throw a huge amount of util in mid. They just kind of walked in there. So there's nothing for Furia to get the read on. Does that incentivize Furia to do more A hits? Does that mean that they need to take mid control? It's pretty difficult to come up with an answer to stuff like that. And NRG have tied things up.
And not just that as well, though. The economy's taking a knock for Furia. So NRG set up to take the lead in this map, in the series. It's a big one. Furia at a timeout. Obviously, anything that they've been calling probably going to be for the next one. We saw NRG. A lot of the rounds that they managed to get online on their own attack side was coming from these half-buy rounds. Maybe Furia can do something similar.
But Furia so far in this match have had very little success on the attack side. Just been getting completely outdone.
Tag. Marv. He's going to be lit up there. Has to use the paranoia and the smoke to try and exchange and get out of there. Ethan still watching. He's got his man's back, and Marv's still alive and kicking. Not for much longer. A bit of run and gun in action. Stinger, still a gun you can buy.
It looked like he unplugged his keyboard there.
Yeah.
Just staring at the wall. He's like, I got my one. The rest of you
I give up.
Fine.
And look at this, load all the way down. NRG are just holding with 3 players.
I mean, when they don't hear the plant go down, they are so ready for the exploration somewhere else. Crashy's looked away for just a moment.
Hold up, rifle, bloody hell, and W updraft. Avoiding the spam. He's in a really precarious spot. They have to double face this one now. How is that kill not claimed? Khalil, 60 health, 2 bullets, 2 targets. Gets the reload. Nade pushing him back. Out of the corner, doesn't know where they could essentially be watching. Drop down onto Dice's Ethan. He's playing this so bloody well. Out wide, crouched in the off angle. Nicely done.
It looked utterly thorough. I mean, it's a somewhat similar idea to the previous, where if you don't hear all of the exec utility going down on A, immediately alarm bells are ringing in NRG's head. Unfortunately, Crashy's looked backwards because he was thinking, wait, have they actually lurked all the way down mid behind the grass? But you could see that the thought process was there.
There, gun for me. Cat right in front of you.
It's grunting into the mic, as you do.
NRG with massive retake ultimates here. Not playing super heavily committed to the A site. Instead, looking to set Demon 1 up on B.
He's playing a bit back as well, just waiting to see if they use the paranoia, which they will. Yeah, clears it through. Demon 1's back out of there. It does connect onto him though. Fast, over the top, dashing into the bag. That's Victor though. Crossfire set up, and Demon 1's there. The smoke just a little bit delayed, trying to push past it and away through it with the Hunter's Fury. Conan was hoping to clear the way for his team. They don't get access to the site.
Crashy's alone, a little isolated, and yet Furia stopped in the choke point.
He has
unable
the
to
spike.
Work further forward.
He's tucked close to market. He's got the spike.
And Demon 1.
He knows.
How does he know?
Maybe here in the TP, I'm not too sure, but Drone not seeing anything. Ooh.
What is Liazi's evacuation plan here?
Not sure. Walking all the way through into the smoke. Drop down. The counter spam. It's there, necessary really, securing that trade, but I mean, with the spike in such a precarious spot, there's no chance. What a shot. Nails him straight to the wall.
Hey, Liazi just door-dashed the spike to him. He just sent it straight into the smoke. I can understand he's trying to make the play there, but he was stuck in an awkward position. But man, this round has been difficult for Furia.
30 seconds left.
Again, just an unwinnable position.
Spike.
Oh, he's pre-firing the jump spot. 20 seconds. A chance, maybe, if Crashies will fall, but he's just playing this one so patiently, so passively. And look at that! Waiting for the flash timing. That's Ethan.
Yeah. Real immaculate play there of their defense towards B. And it's not like NRG needed to be fighting the choke point necessarily too much. Victor's just in a perfect position to collect NW. Then Demon 1 picks one up with the operator. And after that, the rest of Furia are scared to go in.
Beautiful. Nice, beautiful.
हम लोग को बंदा बोल दे कि भाई फ्लैश देने The old version of NRG with finesse at the helm, I thought they pulled off their most beautiful stuff on the attack side. But in this match, this version of NRG has just been extraordinary on defense. Might be a very different identity that we see from this squad.
Yeah, SN2, SN3 में भी यही same है भाई. Diamond gold.
How much can you really do now if you are Furia?
Flat diamond.
Knocked down once more to the Sheriff Eyes, knives. W. It's making a lot of noise though. They're going to be able to hear these players out towards Cat. Even the ping, I think that's Marv. Saying they could be working their way into mid. They have no control of that area.
They could do with an MW miracle round.
Drone to set him up. There's a lot actually, getting a ton of value there with the drone MW, backing away. Marved. Jiggle, spotted by Havoc. With the wall though. Elliot Ticker, look at that flash as well. Really going to push him back.
The KO lineups on so many of these maps have just been perfected.
This is 35 seconds now. They're running straight into an anchoring, hard anchoring setup. They've got Killjoy mollies all the way down towards lane.
Left.
Victor and Crashies are set up for success. Hold forwards, it's all being watched for, they just know so damn aware. Furia. Oh my goodness, MW. Lucky to find that one, but we're 15 seconds left. Hello, there's a lot. Really not much time at all. You've got to try and make your way across here onto the lane. It's all being watched. Khalil with 8 seconds. Have to try and stick this one now. A chance with the timing of Demon 1. Just holding for it in case it was faked for button. 1 moment, 69 health. Alarm bot down. Has to know he's there. Through the box. You're joking.
That is precise.
What did he see? Show me the replay.
The alarm bot, I think, genuinely. I mean, Demon 1, he heard the reload, for starters, so he can get onto a more aggressive angle. Hopefully we see it in the replay, but, you know, he's just crept up onto that. That's... Oh. Yeah, look at this.
Oh. I mean, he does see a hat. It's too clean.
Okay, so no miracle there for Furia. They're gonna have to pull this one out, grind out every single round. These are gonna get super difficult. Massive odds available from both teams.
Doesn't look like they want to go fast into this one though. Tank side op for MW. He needs to get value.
We haven't seen NRG go for any of these, you know, super aggressive flash and bash kind of plays, but Demon 1 is trying to get posted on a really deep line.
Time's there. Turret's taken care of.
They've got to know that there's an op behind this.
Yeah, it's such a common play. How do they clear it though?
Flash, here comes from Havoc. No, it was a team blind!
Oh my.
And that's not Havoc's fault. You know, just maybe a lack of communication, maybe Khalil just swinging a little too early. But that could have been a nice punish on Demon 1. They, in fact, even got some good damage onto it.
Yeah. Minute left in the round. Set the sights over towards A, but NRG are so damn ready.
There's a double molly setup here. I think usually to try to stop anybody pushing onto the lockdown, and Victor just rips it, not even playing it for the retake.
Holding it to delay. Main control given up. Havoc running his way all the way up to the top side of mid. He's hoping to try and pull some of these players away. He's a one-man army right now, but NRG, with them taking care of that one, Ethan is left up to him. Absolutely unbelievable. Mark towards the back. Nice jiggle, spots the movement. No, he could have readjusted and re-pushed the positioning there and lit up like a Christmas tree.
I was told, Bren, that IGLs are supposed to get worse individually when they, you know, pick up the responsibilities, the mental bandwidth.
Yeah.
So why is Ethan performing so damn well?
Not fragging.
It's not just the top fragging. On the first map, his utility was immaculate. And the setups on this map have still been really good too.
They have.
He's had some really fantastic calls on defense in terms of how he's adjusted stuff around. I mean, that could, of course, be some of the players on the team, but we'll give the guy credit. We do for all the other IGLs in the scene. But yeah, it does not seem to have dropped off in the slightest, despite picking up the calling stick for the team.
Furia staring down a battle of defeat. Tries to flash to re-clear and take control of A main for them, but it's only one round. That's all NRG need, and they've got lots of chances.
Cover going out.
The smoke. Just waiting for the right timing there, so blocking off main. Everyone grouped up. Here's the lockdown, but an ult in kind. This is going to be removing that threat almost immediately with a Hunter's Fury. So players of NRG, they can anchor this one. Marv, good paranoia. Needs some help though from the rest of his team, and there it is. Ethan, immediately, the collapsing collide and collision course send them straight to the lower bracket. NRG are looking monstrous.
They set some damn high expectations for themselves, with Victor talking about the fact that they simply must be headed to Madrid, must be making it to these tournaments, have to be going deep. But man, the defense sides in particular today looked utterly world-class.
I mean, so well drilled.
Yeah.
Top to bottom in terms of the game plans.
The game plans, the execution, the firing and individual play, the supportive utility. I mean, really looking clean. Furia certainly pushed them. I think this squad has got more to give against other opponents. But today, they got a little outclassed on both of those sides where NRG was able to access the defense.
Yeah.
And this squad, it seems like does not need too much time to warm up. They're out the gates with a 2-0 victory.
Amazing beginning for this NRG team.
one step closer as well to reaching the playoffs here of our kickoffs. It's the opening here, and like you said, Josh, you know, it's not over just yet for Furia. Get sent down into the lowers, but we'll be finding out who their opponent is actually straight after this one with that matchup. But you're right, I mean, just the individual form, I felt like you saw these highlight moments from every single player of NRG. They're not a one-man team, they're not a one-man show.
But they also happened so often together. Whereas for Furia, we actually did see some big rounds coming out from MW, but it wasn't as often. You know, it wasn't one of those games where MW took over. He was actually prevented from taking over by the way that NRG were ready for him at all times. And then also, the Aussie map 1 really turned up in an exciting manner for a rookie that we didn't expect too much from. Havoc map 2 doing really well. But getting all of that working at the same time is going to be crucial for Furia. I think today they just got outclassed a little bit. They certainly had their chances when they were on the defense side and they forced NRG to attack into them. But on the other way around, I mean, Conan had his opportunity, I think, to try to outcall the squad on the other side, Ethan, and I think he just wasn't quite up to it today.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, let's send it over to Smix down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bren. Standing here for the Verizon post-match interview, the in-game leader of NRG, it is Ethan. First things first, Ethan, congratulations. It has to feel great to kick off the season with the clean 2-0 victory, and it all started on Breeze. It was clear from the first half that NRG had great control, and it really wasn't until the second half that we actually saw Furia start to gain what looked like a little bit of momentum. And then I saw that some timeouts were called from NRG. What was talked about in those timeouts to really close it out?
Yeah, I think we knew every round that they won was extremely close, and every round we won was pretty convincing, I'd say. So even though the score got a little close at the end, we were still extremely confident, I'd say.
didn't go on to do a huge amount in that one, but he's a name people have looked at back home in Brazil. You're bringing also new coaching staff in the mix. You're reuniting Fraud and Bazooka. The question is, can they just go up?
We'll have to wait and find out. I want to hype up Artisan just a little bit before we get into the coaches, because I just think it's so funny coming in to play like primary duels for the team, but like the agents he was playing during Challenge, it was like Sky, Sova, Sage, Jet. Why not? He was playing with the Exan from the hit Valorant tournament, VCT champ or Masters Reykjavik. From the 4K.
I remember.
The moment. And that dude was on duelist for him, stole it away for him. So now he did the whole grand tour on every agent under the sun, now playing the duel.
Jeez, I mean, very versatile, but, you know, I think it goes without saying, like, you're going to need that and then some, especially for a Cloud9 that honestly feels very prepared, right? Given how much they've been putting into the preparation and getting things kind of lined up. What does Mimi Artisan do here to impress you, so to speak, going into this one?
I think what's impressed me is what Chrissy brought up already, just in his flexibility. He's been able to play so many agents at a high level. I think he's a piece you can look towards to be able to fit in to really any role in a team, but he's also really talented individually. I think he had a lot of impressive moments throughout that Ascension tournament, even though it wasn't super consistent per se. I think his peak, if he's in the right team, can compete with the VCT level here in America.
He is not your average ranked duelist insta-locker.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, this guy plays Valorant, not the duelist role, which I think is actually a huge, huge boon. Knowing the sort of limits of your other initiator utility that's going to be setting you up on the stage when you are locking in the Jet or the Raze, I think that is very, very powerful. Similar thing actually with like a Zeppa on the opposite side that's played the Raze, has played initiator in the past too.
And I think that fits into the system of the coaches who are now being reunited on this team, right? With Fraud and
They won a world championship together.
Last year, what Bazooka talked about so much was kind of valuing players that are flexible, being able to have different ideas and really commit to the idea they have. And I feel like that's where they missed last year. We heard about kind of back and forths internally, maybe Heat sometimes not being on the same page with the team, them never finding that identity, that stride. I think with these new players, they can be molded into the identity the coaching staff want way more than we saw from MIBR last year.
It's a yes and meta with this team now. It's never a no but.
Yes and, that's it. Plain and simple. I totally agree with that. They need to find that identity. They need to find that confidence, and they are going to need to do it relatively quickly, because you're going up against a C9 team that I think is feeling quite confident heading into this matchup. But there are a lot of fresh faces that are making their way to the VCT scene. We got a lot of rookies that are making their debut here on the big stage this week. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our other freshmen that we have here, because we have so many. Obviously, we talked about Artisan, and we also covered, I believe, Havoc as well earlier on. Oxy is there as well, but you got a lot of other new faces on here, Mimi.
And just for context, the way we're counting rookie here,
yes, we got to get in front of that one.
Who have not played in an international league or an international or a global event thus far.
Yes.
That's why, technically speaking, Superman is his rookie, even though he's been here since the beginning.
Because he played in Challengers, not main stage VCT.
I'm almost certain I commentated his first game.
Okay, but if I have to pick one player, it's got to be Oxy to watch out for. He's on this Cloud9 team, and we have been waiting to see this guy at a tier 1 level for a while. He was out there dominating in Challengers last year, playing in the offseason against teams like Fnatic, against teams like 100 Thieves, obviously on the same level, guys. I love North America. He was incredible.
That's crazy. And honestly, like you see him in the pre-round, right? Like showing the little fist bumps, and then all of a sudden he's floating like a butterfly, he's just stinging like a bee.
I love that.
I knew he'd like that.
He's an energetic little guy who loves.
All right, who's your pick?
My pick. Well, I saw that both of you were picking NA players, so I decided to pick an EU player. Coming over here. That's gonna be 100 Thieves EU. Famously from Europe.
You did the joke, you bum.
That was my joke.
He's from Europe.
Oh man, to be fair, you stole his joke.
That's true.
So he's not from Europe, but what I do remember is this guy being an absolute beast, like literally back in 2022.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I commentated his first game too.
Yeah, you commentated everyone's first game.
No, just those two. I just remember that.
No, but like straight up, like the things he was able to do from the initiator role, especially in clutch positions, from like the ace round versus EG back. I'm like going back, I'm like pretending 2023 didn't exist.
You're rewinding all the way back. But if you remember 2023, he's on M80, the best team that we had in Challengers. They were winning everything there, and he was pivotal in that. Such a flexible and talented initiator player. And when he went to Ascension, they couldn't get it done against the guard, but he was continuing to play at that top level. He is one of the initiators that I've been waiting to see get his opportunity in Americas.
And that's the thing, right? Because when partnership started, it felt like there was like less slots all of a sudden for like the up-and-coming players. Yeah, exactly. So when we see all these players that are getting their first shots as rookies, it's like these are the players that a year ago, 2 years ago, were ready, and they had even more time to prepare for this moment. It means so much to them to now perform on the top stage.
But, you know, I decided to, you said you already spoiled mine. I went with an NA pick because, you know, I'm NA pilled over here. But here's the thing. I went with a young gun, a guy who's really going to just light the world on fire. We've never seen him play before. I went with Superman.
Oh, I love
That's
Marvel
right.
movies.
Big fan. Look, full disclosure, though, I've been a big fan of this guy for an incredibly long time. I joke, but, you know, having had the opportunity to commentate some of his first games and see this guy really, I remember him on the Brimstone just taking risks, just doing whatever he wanted. And I think that was just fun. It was fun to watch. It was fun to see him just really find a sea legs, if you will, right? And over the years, just continue to grind it out. And even though he should have been here a while ago, I am so glad that he is here now. And I think he is really going to step up.
Talking to Potter last year during the offseason, when she built the previous EG, she mentioned to me that a player she wanted to pick up but couldn't was Superman. And she was super sad she couldn't get him on the team.
Superman sad.
Now she has him. So it's going to be really cool to watch him play.
Super sad.
What?
You get it? Because it's Superman.
Super
shy
Go on.
is the one. Anyways, no, honestly, I just want to like reiterate that I am very happy to see a lot of prospects, again, like players to get excited about that aren't just in the duelist position. Because I think it's so easy just be like, haha, Jet player, do the funny shooting them thing. But we have so many really talented players on a variety of roles that are now getting their stance to step up.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, no matter what, to see, you know, these rookies, whether they are rookies, whether they're rookies just by, you know, the circumstances of the situation. We'll be keeping tabs on them all throughout the year and just seeing how they perform, because I have a feeling some of these guys are going to light up the scene. In any case, though, aside from the roster changes, we also have a Loud reunion on the other side. We mentioned it very briefly, but we got Fraud that's going to be coming in here, joining Bazooka in the coaching position. These two guys won a world championship together. Bazooka went off to find greener pastures. Loud continued on with Fraud, and even though that did not work out for them last year the way that they would have liked, they did win an America's championship, though. It is really refreshing to see Fraud just really throwing himself out there and trying something new with a new system.
Yeah, I mean, new, but it is also
new players
reuniting. And it's true. Absolutely. And I jumped the gun on these guys because I'm just so excited to see them reunited. When they were together in 2022, Loud was one of the squads defining the meta then, and these two were such a huge part of that. Yeah. And guess where we are now? We're in a crossroads where it is a new season with huge patch changes, with huge map changes coming into play. And it's two guys that have already proven they can be ahead of the curve on that meta.
The irony of that, though, is it's like the inverse of the meta, because they're the ones that trailblaze, right, the double smokes, right, a lot of the Viper stuff going around on a variety of maps. Now that we're thinking less double smokes, single smokes, double initiator, they have to reverse engineer what they did, find out another different style. And that, I think, is very cool to see what they have the read on.
And it is, but also they've done it before. In 2022, when Loud won the championship, they were doing it then. When Fraud was with Loud last year, they were doing it with double smokes. Now these guys are back together again to find the same success. And I feel like you kind of can't not have confidence in these guys to have the right read on
What would be your reaction if we see double smokes just pop up? Would you be down with it?
I trust.
You trust?
My kings.
Okay, look, if they're playing double smokes, we're getting Yoru, and that's a win. We're getting Gecko, and that's a win.
I just wish people could have seen the desperation in Mimi's face as she said, I trust my kings.
I do.
Not 72%.
Don't bring that up again.
Okay.
The thing is, though, I think this MIBR team this year is a blank slate. It's new players coming into the fold. It is a team who did not achieve much last year. You can only go up. People have no expectations of them. And if there's one thing last year proved, it's that I think clearly America's is the most competitive league. All of these teams can play so close to each other. We just saw it with NRG, with Furia. That match could have gone the other way on map number 1. It happens with all.
MIBR bans Icebox. So.
Pick Bind.
Cloud9 picks Bind, MIBR. That gives you the side.
Attack.
That's going to be attack for MIBR on Bind. And MIBR, you're going to follow up with a map pick yourself.
We pick split.
That's going to be a split pick.
Pick defense.
And that'll be Cloud9 picking defense on split. Cloud9, you get to also have your ban.
Ban Breeze.
Cloud9 bans Breeze. And MIBR, what do you want for your final map?
We ban Sunset and play Lotus.
Banning Sunset. And you're going to leave the default as Lotus. And Cloud9, that leaves you with the final side pick.
Attack side.
Cloud9 picks attack. All right, and that's it for our map pick and ban. Thank you guys. Have a great match.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to kick off our next match. Please introduce our first team. It's Cloud9!
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me.
भाई सॉन्ग मजेदार है.
Now, let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Made in Brazil!
Somos feitos de Brasil e como bons brasileiros somos movidos pela fé. Fé que nos
acreditar que sim. Nosso lugar é onde a gente quer e eu quero o mundo. Nós queremos o mundo. Cores da nossa bandeira, verde e amarela, deslumbrante a natureza que nos revela. Essência natural, made in Brasil, original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que faz a luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das
And the stage is now set as we get ready. Cloud9 and MIBR are going to go toe-to-toe against one another in a very similar situation to what we saw in our first matchup of the day, an NA and Brazilian team going up against each other. NA team with all the expectations, Brazilian team with an opportunity here, Ender, to upset.
And this time, we even got the good maps. We're starting on Fine. It doesn't get better than that. If we're going to see a Yoru today,
I will agree
to
with
be
that.
on Fine. Honestly, the things I want to see Yoru, I want to see Gecko, and my little, outside pick is KO. I'm a big fan of this pick, especially if people are still playing Viper and Cypher on this map. It's super good on attack and so good at stopping any sort of A-short lurks that a Viper can do.
Yeah, and while Cloud9 played a lot during the offseason, we still have no idea what they're going to play. That was
all of their games were fake.
That was them playing a ton of different agents, different compositions, and if someone's going to play Yoru, we might be getting a little...
I see some Yoru hands.
I've seen Oxy locking it in.
Brother, there's a Yoru right there.
I've watched this guy play Yoru before. He is so damn good at the agent. His util usage tends to be on point when combining it with someone else. And also, he's just so individually talented. When he's put in a position with an agent like that with so much agency, he always pops off.
Oh yeah. And we previously did see some Yoru on this map. It was a lot of times paired with something like a Raze next to it, so you could double dive, just overwhelm sites. That is certainly still possible to have done.
How's it being played now?
Much like that. Well, the question is, what agent are you dropping from your comp? Because if you still want to play a Viper, it's very hard to have Yoru, Viper, Raze. Do you have a Sentinel?
Or you just could.
One initiator,
You can just
do a
run that
smoker.
Sentinel instead, and we have seen
Yoru
a
and
lot of
Reach.
comps historically on this map where you're dropping that Sentinel
What
and
the
investing
fuck?
in the double duelist, and that's actually what both these
Literally?
teams
Wow,
are
yeah.
doing.
Do a smoker.
But I like they're sticking with the Sky.
Yeah, so Sky is weird because you just should not be B1 flashing.
again
at
to a
round start. If you cut
smoker?
that out, it's fine. You're still getting two flashes in a round. It's not that bad. I would have personally loved to see some Gecko get in there next to the Yoru. But what I will say about especially this Raze Jet comp is this comp does very well on defense. They have a dedicated offer in the Jet slot, and it allows them to fight forward on A short and anywhere the Raze wants to. Pretty much all
confused.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this matchup. Come on, LA, make some noise as we go ahead and introduce VCT America's stage tag team champions, Vasily and Remington.
Thank you so much, brother GB. That's right. Finally, a long wait since the offseason to finally see what C9 and MIBR have been refining through all these matches that they played through the offseason. And now we're kicking off fine with seeing some Yoru right now from C9.
Yeah, this has to do something, right? Oxy coming in as one of the rookies here, but also a bit of pressure on the shoulders there to show up on this Yoru. Or is it kind of a mix and match? Are they just going to play mind games with the Yoru and allow the rest of the team to work on the map? We'll have to see. MIBR coming in with a bit of that tried and true composition to keep it at the base level. And we'll have to actually see. Ender was talking about that Raze and Jet composition being very effective at retaking, being able to cause a lot of chaos, which allows you to separate these sites. I mean, right at the end of the year, Bind was kind of changing where the site was vertically
Good morning,
split
guys.
instead of horizontally.
जो भी stream पे आ रहे हो, good morning.
The right side of the site
All of you.
We'll have to see how these two teams decide to play that out. Is Spike's going to be dropped here? As we
Chat में भी आ जाओ जरा.
quiet to
देखिए तो
start
सही
things out
कौन
here for
आए हैं
C9
morning
versus
morning.
MIBR. Major stacks towards that C9A side, though, as they're looking to maybe play a retake on B if there's too much noise.
Yeah, this is definitely something that Fraud's used to if he's going to be able to see a Yoru on the comp, what he could do with this in this double duelist setup. A slow default to start, but inching now forward on a 3-2 split.
MIBR का attacking
First
है.
contact. Looking to get initiated by JZZ. Here's a running bait forward. Right behind the smoke is going to be Zeppa. He dropped first blood right now. And that's two Zeppa.
क्या कर रहा है ये?
Within the round. This finally gets answered back by Artazine, at least onto Oxy. Spike has been dropped, and Cloud9 already has the advantage. Already! This is stolen!
Check.
But at least Cloud9 gets the pistol.
Zappa Long Locks coming up with a 4K. What a round. The wall almost playing against MIBR that FRZ used up mid. Zeppa able to hide right behind it and continuously find the backs of MIBR. Okay. What a call by C9. Closely stacking A, not even wanting to play the retake. They were up in the face of MIBR, so we already see that positional, the defense positioning rather, that C9 wants to take off that pistol round. As we now get into round 2, we'll see how MIBR adjusts. C9 does have a few buys across the board. Nothing too extreme. Oxy with a Guardian.
And a flash already gets early info. So Cloudburst gets popped up, and as soon as it comes down to at least it's a 1-for-1. The dog comes out from the portal, and C9 swarms in within the showers, and to drop the 2 players trying to address from MIBR. At least RGL and the rest of MIBR sees that pressure. They want to move back towards the short, and they even things up on a 3-3, fighting towards the back of the site.
Yeah, Oxy just got the call that it might be coming towards him. He pulls back. But now hearing that spike plant is able to take the gate crash. They were ready for that to come across.
Ready to push towards the spawn. But the numbers are still dwindling down right now for MIBR, and this Eco at least have upgraded to a Guardian and a Bulldog with the spike down for them. There's a first orb being thrown down by Whippy. The tap on the spike. RGL has to peek for some info. Spots the dome of Vanity as that allows FRC to push C9 towards pipes and give the advantage here for MIBR to potentially get this thrifty. Whippy, the spike is not even at halfway, and this is great discipline by MIBR to just hold it down. He does get the first pick out the FRZ, but that clock is running down. Too little, too late. MIBR will be able to answer back, and they tie up the game.
The second round, taking that away from Cloud9. I think MIBR also identified how far forward C9 wants to play in that situation. You put down the right smokes, in an aggressive rushing MIBR gets to find the trades that they want. They're refragging, they got the one in shower, they're able to find the same thing at short in just power in numbers at this point. Flowing all the way through U-Haul and then back through spawn and into the site for their own retake, honestly, to stop Whippy from that plant. What an aggressive round from MIBR, flipping the switch on C9 and now guns to dictate the game. They're like an A so far, so MIBR stay. Good flashes coming in from Long B. A lot of utility from Vanity we've seen already come through that teleporter, so easily being able to affect the A site from B. A huge boon there.
Same time while you had that dog come out towards the portal.
जानता किसी को नहीं हूँ C9 में literally because मैंने कभी देखा ही नहीं है C9 का
gamble it up together. Wow.
Yeah, match.
Whippy's trying to get this aggressive position. Blue ball comes out into Hookah, at least to scout things out, and that inches C9 to find some information, and already FRZ gets the punishment.
See JZZ and Mazin coming out of that shower as they're able to help each other with a guiding light, but it's all about short.
They're still pretty good in MIBR to get the backstab after for these trades.
Yeah.
But it's only a Bucky and a Classic left for the last 2 players of Cloud9. Go together trying to work towards the short. Spike has been planted in a really great spot for this triangle formation you have for MIBR towards the back of the A site. But these upgrades that you have now for Oxy and Vanity, these are rifles and definitely players that could get it done at the disadvantage.
Second round now, MIBR has taken the spawn side of defense.
Nice. There's that first nice pick though. Knows that RGL's just around the corner. The flash in the front, nice second shot. Now we're coming in for the tap. Artisan still waiting towards the top, and now once again, you just wait the clock down. More discipline coming out of MIBR. Tap on the spike, trying to at least get the gun away from Artisan. It's not going to happen. Oxy dies, and MIBR take the lead after the Red Bull clutch.
I wasn't even trying.
Well played. 3 rounds now towards A. We did see a bit of excursion from JZZ to throw Boomba into Hookah to give Cloud9 maybe something else to work off of, but it has been a full A focus for MIBR. And again, 2 rounds they're pushing fully into spawn to disrupt how Cloud9 can retake the site, right? They don't have the option to set up with these raise nades or get Oxy in a good position. It's the long flank, taking longer, losing spike time, and MIBR is continuously playing it safe. In that last round, doing a great job of finally sussing out Whippy, who was pushed up to stop that. And again, towards A, Vance, it's not stopping.
It's a quick combo to drop Zeppa. You already see that Oxy's inside that teleporter. The doctor opened the spot, gets the stun. He's trying to find the time to get the pick and finally does so. So he evens up the situation in round number 4. Jake under heavy attack towards the U-Haul. There's the lineup. What's happening third? Artisan team falls down. That includes the spike. RGL in a clutch situation. 4 against him. Stuck all the way far behind towards short A.
Wild to see that happen. And Cloud9 still putting up the same defense that MIBR's run through a few times, and we see that there's a reason they'll keep positioning like this. Jake can hold down U-Haul, albeit a 3K that time. And now it's just going to push off Meister RGL here. He goes around looking for a last frag.
Yeah, probably just save the weapon at this point.
Yep.
There's no way 4 versus 1, but kind of like what you see right now from Jake within the U-Haul. Oh yeah. Zuka didn't like that one. You went for the fundamentals. 3 players trying to push against this player right here. And a player that's been questioning himself in the last season towards that mid side, where he's like, oh, maybe I'm not putting those numbers up. But you saw in the offseason, he went through with a performance coach. And now coming in on the first time he gets the pressure towards that U-Haul to get a 3K the way that he does. It's a great start here for what was the rookie last year for C9.
10 seconds left.
I think being able to figure out how this defense, or I'm sorry, offense and defense from MIBR at A works. They're throwing even more at Showers, making sure that that ground cannot be gained. It seems like MIBR, even with a bit of Showers push, that right side of A site, it's just too much already. Cloud9 actually 4 alive too on this round, so the rounds they did go down, this kind of helps if they were losing weapons. We'll see this buy coming in from MIBR on the low armor. No outlaw yet. Not yet. We'll have to see.
What's been pretty good for C9 too is seeing that MIBR has been getting that pressure towards Showers, and as soon as C9 tries to answer back, they're just bolting it towards the other end.
Yep.
So I like that you played a little bit more passively this time for C9 and greeted them, and you stopped them. So now you see MIBR defaulting differently this time around.
Right to Showers, Vansili.
An easy one.
Oh my word.
Lower buy that you have for MIBR, sorry. 2 hero rifles as Artisans trying to get the push forward. Dash already activates, stopped by the flash of Vanity. And now the long range duel won by Oxy. 1 eliminated, spraying through the Viper wall. MIBR is still able to maintain this spike.
Quickly rotate to in position to be 3v3 already on the B side. And the rotation can still come in from Whippy and Jake. Slow movement, just deterring the push in with a few nades. Nice chip damage out. And I think C9 have the read on this, even though they're not pushed up at A.
Especially with that decoy, that's going to give enough. Now that allows the wall to come up, everybody's going to decay, try to run through. Easy kills right now as the flash comes towards the front from Moxie as well. A couple of trades. Mazin's going to be the last player standing. Just trying to watch all of his angles, trying to see if C9's going to push aggressively, but now it's time for C9 to show that discipline. Playing power of numbers, holding back towards the spawn.
Left.
They just want to wait and see if the TP is going to happen or if a tap's going to happen within this B site.
Slow movement from Mazin. I think a touch plant, try to figure out where everybody is, and then go next round as C9 comes flying out of the woodwork here. He may actually get the plant down.
Now with no flashes though, it comes down to it, and it's good enough.
Gee.
Hit by the snake bite, easy kill for Jake.
Yep. Rotations from Cloud9 are already on point. They continue to get a bit of early info. I think Vanity, of all people, when we're seeing him kind of be very patient at B, loves info, loves to work off the info, and kind of push himself out sometimes just to get a bit if they don't have enough mid-round. So we see that push Showers, info gained. It's actually been a fight almost all the time. We've had Whippy pushing mid, even for audio there. And a lot of times for C9, you'll see Whippy in a different zip code, getting that info, helping to make a mid-round call off of audio and rotations from the opponent. So really good job here of C9 to consider these rotations, the info they're getting by pushing a bit, but not stretching themselves too far that it can't still be a strong site hold. And MIBR is now having trouble trying to put something else on the table. There was 3 strong hits towards A, a little hit towards B last round. And Oxy's in hookah to start off round 6.
TP opens right away. Zeppa's trying to answer back to just help Oxy, as even a dog out from Vanity is going to push Artisan away. So they tried to go for a double duelist Boombot Pink. But Oxy got the drive by running back within the sign. And look at that early rotate coming back towards the A side as well. These reads are starting to look really good here for C9. But Jake just falls.
Ooh, that's the shot. Looking to send out the cabbages. Okay, ultimate down. Interesting play. Just putting a little bit of pressure onto that B site that Cloud9 has to care about, but how much will they put into that? Leaving 2 members. They have each site guarded 2 and 2. And it's going to be that U-Haul work again here for MIBR just to try and make C9 make the error.
Especially with those Seekers coming out, the TV came across. MIBR is looking to work towards this A site. Oxy's the second to fall. Beautiful flash out from MIBR.
Save.
Vanity's there to help as much as he can. But instantly we get the plant. TP comes across and they know Zeppa's on the flank. Spike down. Planet at a default spot. And Zeppa's looking to at least try to find players falling back within this short area. Wow. The jiggle peek from Arazine just spotted him. And we're just setting up, and it's looking very good for MIBR to finalize round number 6.
Oxy comes out with a laser beam to start this off, and the conversion goes to MIBR with 4 members to still make it work towards the A site. Really well played throughout the round to get C9 moving a little bit. I think that's almost one of the best things MIBR can do right now, is the longer you wait and the less info C9 has, you're going to get them off of their early defensive positions. A little bit of rotation, and it seems like it is all MIBR needs to get the positioning for this right here. Another round, 3-3 now, as we go back and forth here on buying Cloud9's pick. And they only lose Mazen and JZZ in that one. Zeppa stays alive, so it looks like C9 should be able to bring a little bit of money into this round, but it's going to be low armor on that, so they got to watch the trades. Vanity to the judge, so you have to expect that this is going to be something funky. Mazine's starting shot to get to the other site. Yeah, jeez. Didn't expect that. And it's Shower, that one, just to go into the technicality of it, it's a very weird angle because you both have such a long range. So if you minimize that range at all, you're the first one that's going to be seen. It's a very tough one. Very tough.
I like that we get to cast Vanity with a Judge or a Bucky again. This time on the VCT stage in the Americas. Flash to get information coming out of Vanity. Gonna get some contact. He's gonna keep it close range here. As MIBR, Spike's being down more lean towards this B side. They didn't go for the same protocol of like flashing towards the showers with the satchel anymore, so right here. C9's trying to expect something. The decoy to come out to get info.
Oh, they see quite a bit. Trailblazer on long.
Oh, the TP to get away, but that showstopper is still activated.
Oh dear.
Now we're forcing him out towards the hookah. Shot comes down. Oxy stays alive at 9 HP. Rotates coming across for C9 already as 5 members of MIBR are clouding towards this B site. Plant will be successful as Oxy's getting ready.
He wants to drift.
With 9 HP, that's the best you could do right here. Get information for your team. The flash will out for them to come out, but it's MIBR just waited and greeted C9 running through that smoke. They take the advantage. A TP comes across. Oxy's alone, and he's going to try to save this weapon.
Wow. Absolutely closed down on B site. MIBR really utilizing their ults well, knowing what they have as an advantage, and they did not slow down. Even missing Oxy there. Really well played, but didn't draw the ultimate. Very, very good by JZZ to know that that was not the kill he was looking for. Goes in, still does damage, and ultimately affects the site for the team in the long run. They're searching. Blood in the water. JZZ can say how much damage he did, but they're not going to find just yet. 4-3 now for MIBR.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure what they were trying to do for C9 off the wallbang to take him down too, so that's not a weapon save.
Nope.
We'll have to see if they're going to try something for C9 if it's going to be a half buy. But if we get into replay, I think that little mistake that we saw from C9, that flash that came through was thrown straight within the tin. So it was going to be good for the player of MIBR that was blinded within that B site, but you still have the crossfire set up on the top of the shed at the long B, and it was just easy kills for the players of MIBR as C9 ran out. So continuing a great match to start things off. These two teams are going back and forth, 4-3 in favor of the Brazilian team of MIBR. An aggressive push out of C9.
Poison's off.
3 rifles to push down and fight towards the fountain. And only Oxy alone trying to get some audio cues.
This will solidify a full retake here for C9. Struggling currently on those. Oxy helps it out. Coming into this round right now, C9 1-5 on the retakes, and they put themselves in a position to make this a round where they have to. Let's see if they can make it in. Already Oxy taking down JZZ.
Seekers with a flash. trying to get some info, but I think the Seekers got shot down right away, so don't get too much.
Oh,
Zepa's just trying to deny the lineups here from both players of MIBR towards the palm tree of Short A, but decides to leave it.
Live to fight another day.
That's not good at all, because that's the orbital strike of Molly and 2 snake bites available for MIBR, so this might be a done deal for them on the attack. Look at him falling back. He can just play the time right now for the attack. Yeah, and that's just going to be C9 trying to run away on this one.
Enemy remaining. My ult's not ready.
Nice kills, but it's not going to matter when the spike's going to go off, and the round still going to MIBR.
MIBR stretching these rounds. That's a few now we've seen that just kind of go down to the way they run, they kite, they continue to strategize around C9 trying to get into the site, and C9 is left wanting there. No spike, but they do get the frags. That's going to hurt a bit on the money as we watch it here again. Just a quick cleanup. The time had already ticked down. Not too much, no, not too different on the setup. C9 continues to go with the 2-3. It's working. You can get Oxy to the other side to A. You can get the utility from Vanity through the gate on the other side of the portal. MIBR is now finding a way around these strats. I said it might be hard for them, but again, it's taking that time, allowing C9 to almost over-rotate themselves. As we have a pit to start off here in mid, a place that MIBR has wanted to take control of almost every single round.
And it definitely looks like C9's been cooking here. I mean, you saw the lineup even of the pit from Whippy. You're putting in a position where it's going to be difficult for you to dog here. Decay as you dog down towards the short. He still stays alive within the back. The satchels now to try to clear it out. And Whippy gets that pick. And there you go. The great positioning across for C9. Short at least stops that pit from staying out. And the showstopper then comes out, leaving MIBR scattered towards the back of the A. They couldn't control all on the short side for the attack. And gets denied right away.
Felt a bit like the pistol round strat. Zepa just kind of hiding within the smokes that MIBR is creating again there. Able to get quite a few frags. Oh no. You ready for this? Mazen's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? So it looks like they'll have the 1-2. Hookah here. As well as long B for Mazen.
30 seconds left.
This is looking good for C9 at least to win the round, but where MIBR is finding that success is on these pulse plants. So C9 continues to now have to use an ult actually to defend MIBR to really get within this A site or any site whatsoever. With 10 seconds left, still committed here.
10 seconds left.
Plant attempt coming out from Azine to first TP.
Player standing.
And now with the spike going down, it's too late here for RGL to come out to get the plant. So very well done for the defenders within that B site, and that's Vanity with the play from long B. So it allows C9 to narrow down the lead that MIBR currently has been building on this bind map.
A lot of death still going through here. We'll have to keep a track on the money for C9, but that is definitely righting the ship of what they need to do. See here, trying to push up again through mid. They've loved it. I mean, why not? The strategy they have to take the back side of A is so good. As well as taking that, once MIBR can get the site, it almost stops Oxy if he has a quick gate crash to the other side. So they're really preventing a fast hit from the Yoru as well to get back in. Now 5-4. Looks like they're spread across the map with possible B ending, and Artson, with enough money in the bank, pulls out the operator here, assisted by FRZ at long B. And now they know.
But did they know Oxy on the left side? I mean, you're not using your initiator with you, so they heard the gate crash at least. But quite interesting that the op does come out from Artazine here, as they've been finding a lot of success with the trades for MIBR to really flood the sites, and now they want to play a little bit more slower with the attacker side off.
Still far back in A, expecting, you can almost see in that situation they're expecting MIBR to still explode on the other side of the map. They're ready for anything. MIBR has done a great job here. C9 themselves are doing a great job at trying to predict what could happen. The early rounds, they were able to follow MIBR. And now it's a little less. And here MIBR will again find the numbers game. A good pressure towards B long to give C9 a little bit of a fake, and it's going to be that 3-1 on A once again.
And then Vanity just threw the second flash towards short, saw nobody there, so there's that instant rotate out of C9, and a perfect timing as MIBR are trying to gain this space towards this A site. Artazine with the Blade Storm on the top, that's why he has the off here, so he can try to open up with the daggers, but Whippy still scores the first blood within the round. And C9 doesn't want to peek out. They just want to wait here for the tap to come down. Whippy finally gets a pick and off the rotate through the DPs though. Time was running down. Somehow Vanity's trying to keep it alive for C9. The 2 versus 1 as the updraft to actually break his crosshair placement. Beautifully done for MIBR as FRZ picks up the kill.
Solid teamwork. You can always identify, I think, a ball of 3 for MIBR. You saw this. And wherever that ball of 3 is, it kind of focuses around Artson. Artson will have an initiator, and maybe it'll be my RGL, or depending on how they want to do it. We'll see what they spread out to this time. But MIBR continues to just be so confident with that 3. You can see the up-down again here. Just absolute mind games on Vanity to end that round. And MIBR's using that 3 to basically do everything they need to get into the site. That means you have 2 people around the map now listening to what's going on in the rotation. That guy coming through showers from the portal. When we see Cloud9 wanting to come in and that retake continues. Go to the wayside. We'll get a C9 timeout now. See if they reposition, see if they change some things here. 4-6, still a very, very close game, but once a team is grabbing these rounds, when C9 hit their rounds, it seems like they had a definitive answer for what MIBR is doing. Now, MIBR is doing exactly the same.
कितने घंटे से स्ट्रीम चल रहा है मेरा 5 घंटा से चल रहा है 6 घंटे से समझ रहा नींद लेवल पे गुड मॉर्निंग गाइस जो भी कोई मेरे स्ट्रीम पे हो अभी 3 की वाचिंग आ रही है मतलब कोई ना कोई है सो गुड मॉर्निंग एंड वेलकम टू माय स्ट्रीम
Yes, it comes down to some nice duels, some nice
C9 को support कर रहा था literally.
Looking again at the storyline of how this match has been going.
Because of Oxy, वो मतलब एक बच्चा है छोटा है भाई मतलब.
MIBR has been winning a lot of these. And also the
मेरे हिसाब से सबसे
कम
एज का
you see it.
ओ भाई
the hand was sticking out. They're trying to get the wall back. Oxy's already
मार्जिन
HP.
बंदा मार्जिन अरे टीपी कर गया भाई.
All the mind games. So gets the keel up. Little overgrowth coming in now.
ये ऑक्सी जो है ना ये
step it back. C9, you can see him trying to put a wrench in the works of MIBR. Anything to
18,
stop
19,
these early hits. Otherwise, it would kind 17, of be 18, a guiding 19, light or a molly they'd have to wait for. So identifying and getting that info is huge for C9 here. And you can see it has slowed MIBR down. But now, do they wait long enough for C9 again to rotate out of these safe positions? That's the question.
They know the money's low here for C9, so I like that MIBR is actually cutting noise, trying to see if C9 is going to try to do their signature. This is what we know from C9 last year, and to just try to go for trap plays on the defense, more aggressive. This time, as the clock's diddling down, C9's just waiting towards the back of this A site. So Jake's able to do a little bit of work here with this Vandal that he's saying as the Seeker comes out, which will allow MIBR to get the plan. Zeppa getting caught with nade in hand, and RGL gets the wall bang. Even nonetheless, Zeppa got the kill with the Bucky. Our FRZ was already behind U-Haul for the instant trade.
So
nice work from MIBR. Oxy trying to move back within the Guardian. Off angle waited by FRZ. Nice little bait and switch coming out of MIBR. Now Vanity's stuck with only but a classic. There's a rifle, long range there at triple that you can pick up. Dog's gonna spot him too. Now we'll see if MIBR wants to be a little bit more antsy, if they're gonna try to chase this kill and get punished. There's a tap on the first one, knife peek, and well done here for MIBR in the end. I mean, look at how they slowed down on that 3v1.
Last round in the half.
Even finding the man advantage, C9 still cannot find a way to make these retakes work. And I think one of the biggest things you said, Vans, there is the trades, the refrags coming out. We saw this hit on A. They all fly out on the bench, and it was a very fast flash out of the smoke, right? They got themselves almost on the front doorstep before they opened it. And everybody comes piling out. Everybody's trading, and we did see one person standing there. It was Mazen at the end of the fight. The refrags went in favor of MIBR, and A site was theirs. Perseverance and the aggression that they're hitting. And you see C9 wants to stop that shower hit now. They try to get themselves into position, but MIBR is now the other side of the map, and Oxy quickly cleans that up.
Again, some fundies attempt by MIBR. The wide swing to come out in a second to bait, but Oxy, rookie right now for C9.
Yeah.
He's always quick on the trigger. Even through the drifts, he's now 2 players for as long. He's just going to get that info at least to keep them back.
Great info. They're still waiting to see how ready they are for this A hit. MIBR has come back so much. And they may be correct on this. 2-3, the anchors for C9. Everybody is an anchor right now. No one's moving realizing how MIBR has tried to flip the map so many times and just continue to end today.
So we're trying to play mind games here. The drift spotted the 2 players towards long being RGL and FRZ, but then we get a flash on the attack towards Hookah to keep those players there. So the other players of MIBR that were spotted earlier on could try to maybe surprise one. Almost got that first contact and pick, but it's spotted here by Jake. Now the crossfire set up towards the showers. Easy kill for Whippy onto FRZ. As the last 2 players, I mean, you heard the dog, so C9's gonna be ready for this one.
Sights vertically split again. Got to get out of U-Haul safely, and there's one Whippy already onto Mazen.
10 seconds left.
Low. Zeppa's just going to clean that one up. I wondered if anybody was going to venture into U-Haul and make that a few frags for MIBR. But 7-5 on the first half. C9 do share up a few of those last frags.
Yeah, I mean, a great start to the pistol. And then finishing it strong on a flawless is at least it's going to make you happy moving into the second half, because whatever was happening in between definitely looked like it was better for MIBR.
It really was. Seeing how MIBR continued to structure themselves around what Cloud9 was doing and not being deterred by the Yoru or how fast the Yoru could move, they played their own game, and MIBR looking really good to start off on C9's bind.
Yeah. And with that now, let's hear it from MIBR's Mazin for their thoughts on a team's new direction in 2024.
O nosso time ele vai vir totalmente diferente do que era no passado, principalmente por conta da mudança de IGL. Eu acho que independente de quem seja, cada IGL pensa de uma forma diferente. A gente também trouxe a adição do Fraud na staff, então acho que isso vai fazer muita diferença. Então agora tem muito mais gente também trabalhando em prol do tático, em prol tipo, do game style, que vai ser diferente, até porque eu penso diferente do que eles pensavam antes. E é isso, tô bem feliz com o que tem acontecido até agora, eu acho que a gente vai conseguir mandar bem, estamos se entendendo muito bem, e é isso.
Yeah, Mazin, pretty happy right now with MIBR and how things been going throughout the offseason, getting ready for that one. I mean, whenever he actually stepped down from Furia, apparently he was already in conversation with MIBR. And when you have players like this that could work together, FRZ and Mazin seem to be on the same wave when it comes down to how they think about the game. It's definitely showing here on their attack side how they were able to like break down really the C9 defense that we currently have.
One of those tweets in there mentioning Fraud and Bazooka, that is so much brain.
Yeah.
There's so much attack FPS brain behind a team. Whatever formula you can come up with, it could probably blow your mind. It's a lot of experience there that they have on the squad.
Yeah. I mean, even if you want to speak about Fraud at this point too, when you're looking at their results here from last year, even though he got the drop from Loud, there's still a team within Loud by him at the helm rather as a coach. They're still able to win the Americas here for the VCTs. They got 3rd at Champions. They're having great results so far throughout the year. So it's also the unsung hero that allowed Loud to win a couple of Champions ago.
I'm sold. Get him back on the operator. Get him. Put him in. Let's go. Yeah. Let's get the Mountaineer in there. Pistol round. You can see the first one going to Cloud9, all the way back down there on the left. But still, 5-7. Can they start off strong and bring this to a tie game just to get in the second half? Big stack by MIBR here towards Hookah, and it looks like they actually want to make themselves known to whoever's going to be on sand.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. You already see a Sheriff out from Artazine, double flash of Mazin with armor. So they're trying to go with the aggression, and it works out. The spike's already down.
Trades. Always here for MIBR is the name of the game. Quickly picked up his vanity, says, okay, bye. Just heads out of that situation. Showers has been on lockdown here for Oxy, so that's going to get a little help in getting there.
And that's the thing.
Cursed.
You're doing such a good job here for MIBR with the pressure that you added at the beginning of this pistol, and now you're funneling C9 to cut noise, trying to find some information within the A site, and you're playing against a Sheriff long range from Artazine. Now he plays it all the way back towards the site. And he could just play the retake now on a 2-player advantage.
Slowly playing this one. There's Vanity and Whippy to plant. Or maybe get the rotate out and do a little TP. They're just gonna double up, see who they could have gotten off the first fake plant on a full rounder truck. All right.
Good communication at least. They get the orb up here, so Vanity can actually start falling back for a bit. So now you're keeping them. MIBR guessing, is there somebody down towards at short A, but it's currently being flanked here by Mazin. So they'll get this information very quickly and can flood towards the U-Haul. There's the orb coming up again. Vanity looking a bit of first contact. Now we're thundering through. The right clicks. Almost gets the one. Almost gets the second one, rather. And now Whippy's on a 2 versus 1. The flash, he turns away from it, trying to get the shot, gets the kill. Now it's halfway with the wall coming down. Here comes the white swing. The Shiver at 15 HP is Whippy. Trying to come across, close for Hank and the bullets. Whippy gets the kill, and a Red Bull clutch for the pistol of Cloud9.
Oh my one knife.
What a save on that one by Cloud9. It is so big for them to get that pistol the way MIBR has been playing. That could easily have been a runaway with a few rounds into your bonus. So, oh my, this shot too, that has just been catching people off guard on that angle to Showers here. Twice in this game we've seen
C9 जीतेगी.
And Whippy doing everything he can in that situation. You know, Emmy, if you watch the interview, he says underrated. People aren't seeing in this guy. Well, you see right here, Whippy pulling out the controller plays to clutch that round. Quickly hiding to get himself the win. All right, what do they do for this one? Slow movement to start off. Walls are already down all the way from B through portal here for the side of MIBR as they play that long wall. And MIBR is still stacked. B again for them.
You want to fight this?
They'll fight everything right now, it seems. I love it.
Squeeze the orbs up there. They're forced to TP. Maybe a big, beautiful flash. There's that swing coming out from both ends. But Cloud9 has better weaponry. So that's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Cloud9. And now they could just stop it. That trap play you're attempting from MIBR gets foiled. And this gives a chance here for C9 to just group together and play the distance here against the classics that you currently have on the defensive side of MIBR.
Good to see from a team able to organize themselves around such a chaotic situation. C9 assessed it perfectly. Now entering B, you gotta suss out the rest of these members.
Yeah, that's pretty good. FRZ, though, at least is able to catch a good timing for 2 kills with the classic. But C9 get the round and they tie up the game. Their bonus round is decent. 2 Bulldogs right now for Cloud9 and the rest. We'll see if they want to buy around that.
Cloud9 2 round लगातार हारा है.
See what they throw down. There's some Bulldogs. See the play once again. Yeah, this chaos right here for Cloud9, what I was saying before, the fact that they didn't stop the scratch, they felt comfortable to take whatever was happening, knowing that there were just, like you said, pistols or whatnot on the other side. You need to see that. They can't be shook after that first half. They have to know when they have the upper hand. And it looks like they are doing just fine in that department. Big split here from C9 onto A. It looks like this could get under the skin of MIBR in a gun round.
We already used everything to try to fake towards this B side. I mean, look at the numbers of MIBR towards the octagon, and as C9 are just moving through without any flashes, putting the smokes down, and even rapid around triple. So trying to pinch back towards Showers and finally like, okay, we heard a TP. There may be too many players towards this A side, but we re-TP on the other end. Maybe overthinking it. There's 2 players still alive for MIBR within the site. They have the weapon advantage. Artazine stops Zeppa on that fake towards the A side, and here's that nice flash coming out from Oxy, who then comes in towards the octagon. Mazine down to 8 HP. Beautiful bird! As another one falls, the lineup on the second one. A 1-for-1, but a disadvantage for C9. Aiming down the sight, trying to get that first pick, but unfortunately the shots do not connect. And MIBR, they retake the lead.
JZZ and the rest of the squad able to pull one up on the B hit from Cloud9. A little stalled on sight. Nice job by MIBR to kind of back up, not allow anything off the get-go. You saw C9 got to the hookah fast and then waited. Just a little bit of rotation time for MIBR there. Hard to get the plant down. No extra money there. Still a buy though coming in from C9. What's the play going to be? A push down mid here. One of the first aggression on defense from MIBR.
Just a contact play. It's nice. Whippy did some damage, but just couldn't get the victory here as he looks like he scored the first shot. And instantly we fall back, trying to find a heal. So that also allows 3 players to be stacked right after for MIBR within this B site.
Making sure there's no push mid. Oxy covers that. MIBR is doing a great job of not showing, not giving up any information that doesn't need to be. Looks like it's back to mid here for C9. Oxy's been covering this position. They won't have shower control on this one, so they have to be careful about that right side of the site as Zeppa opens up hookah.
This is actually really good, because now it gives some space here for
go
C9
back.
to work with.
Yes.
Exactly. You could TP across. Rotate already came out. There's no flash to support on the defense as Mazine falls down. Now they're going to try to go ring around the Rosie.
Oh, yeah.
Oxy hears to rotate back. He's trying to get potentially a pick here if he can, but the timing doesn't work out. So still holding towards the U-Haul.
If C9 is thinking about the first 2 rounds of second half, it was a pile of 4 members of MIBR, so they've been teleporting back and forth.
And a triple swing right after the flash. Oxy's trying to get the second kill there. Onto RGL. Oh boy. Orbital strike coming through. The spike fist has fallen somehow. And Zeppa, again, is the last player remaining. And the story continues with C9 working well on the first blood, but just can't convert.
Yes. The conversions are not happening. I was saying before, the round 1 and 2, MIBR had a stack of 4 members to rotate across. Now, you know C9 would have said everybody was at this site. So third round, we see the teleport, maybe expecting MIBR again in a huddle. But MIBR is doing such a good job at following here. The second round, C9 tries the TP play to go around the world. Smiles on the faces of MIBR right now. I think the desk said something really pivotal for them is there's only up, right? Where's the pressure? You know, they're chill, they're vibing, they're having a good time. They love what the team looks like, and they are enjoying playing together, it seems. 9-7 here. Again, on that C9 pick of Bind as a timeout comes through.
And MIBR is looking really good with this double duelist setup. A role here that GZZ is not unfamiliar with. I mean, even looking at the roster within the last season, when you're playing a map like Split, for example, which would be the second map here coming up in this BO3, he's also very comfortable in this race. So really doing a good job here to foil the plans of C9 every time they get this player advantage. But I got to say, last time they overcooked that one for C9, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, being able to convert 5v4s here for MIBR has been pretty amazing, right? The ability to get themselves into these rounds, knowing they have the advantage, or even convert when C9 has a 5v4. MIBR are 6 and 10 on gun rounds right now, so really coming through. A lot of ultimates could be had here by Cloud9. Just one orb for 4 members. Vanity gets his.
And want to walk up for a contact and surprise the Showers push.
Yeah.
Works out for a trade at least. And they have a dimensional drift to get the information. So there's
Who's next?
This is going to be pretty good for C9 to gain at least map control. And allow here for Jakey to try to run out and get the plant. Also, orbital strike available. Molly, they try to fall back at this point. This is nicely done there as GZZ is caught in the corner.
Thank you, Guru.
If you're going to try to fall back, I love the double flank that we currently have here from MIBR. The Seekers stick around. Mazine gets the drop onto Oxy, and even a push towards the spawn gets denied by FRZ. Numbers back in the advantage of MIBR. The weapon not strong for C9. Only 2 stingers. Jake is low on HP. Trying to hold his ground here towards the Showers, trying to stay alive. There's that first nice pick there onto Mazine to allow Whippy to get this backstab. But Artazine is still sticking on that spike. Finally, the jiggle across. There's that backstab. And now we can push across. And the fuse still comes through.
It's falling apart. It's falling apart right now. MIBR picking up the pieces wherever they can. A quick defuse by Artazine, and they get themselves a 10th round. Now that's 3 in a row. 2,900 does go for that lost round bonus to C9, but is it going to be enough? They got to find momentum. They got to find what's working for them here. MIBR is sticking with this identity of aggression and patience. Whenever they need it, they can flip it on. The aggression comes from a group of 3 when they know they need to wait. We just saw it there from FRZ. A quick kill and spawn going over to Zeppa, just really nailing the coffin on some of these plays, the way that MIBR is defending their sites. Here towards A, Cloud9. Before one again with Whippy kind of being off, listening for rotations, trying to help with that mid-round call.
Yeah.
And again, MIBR in hookah, almost pushed up towards that short A side. They're not giving that much ground.
And definitely trying to change the pace for C9 within this round. But it was stopped right away by the utility you currently have from FRZ towards this long B. They still want to continue to pressure towards this B site. The ults to come out, the Seekers to push across, but they don't have control of hookah right now. This could be very dangerous towards the post plant when these smokes will come down. So C9 haven't decided yet to move within this B site. They TV back within A.
Cruising, oh my. Different sides of the map now.
Oh no.
They're gonna They're gonna hear each other almost, I think.
Oh, they heard it.
Yeah.
Oxy turns around here as Mazine gets created. Zeppa's the one that's waiting all the way towards Showers, but JZZ also has a timing. The timing across a showstopper out connection, but then traded right away. And Whippy was still holding towards that fountain. It was gonna get scrappy no matter what through that TP play. Advantage now for Cloud9. Showstopper misses. The pit comes out. We're trying to secure the round now.
Oh man,
I love the crowd again. It's good to be back. RGL though, a nice pick onto Zeppa. 2 versus 2. Oh, the tag there onto it. Be down to 16 HP. Playing close within is Oxy. Just on the edge of that pit. He senses FRC coming through and gets that pick. A 1 versus 1. The pit comes down though as Whippy gets picked off. RGL trying to scale up now from triple. The wide sum across. RGL gets to bank into the fuse, and MIBR scores up at 11.
The 1v1 is what it comes down to again. And when this game came around, when you thought about at least firepower, how something might work, and strategy, you were kind of unknown on both teams, but MIBR is bringing in the refracts, bringing in the firepower when they need it in the 1v1 situations, and making these rounds work. What a close by RGL Meister. We know he's good for those situations. We've seen it last year, and it continues here. Another defuse there by MIBR. Their retakes, they are just overheating on those. Beautiful job.
What a great way to kick off right now the Americas for the Brazilian teams today. They're really putting up a fight right now as MIBR takes the lead by 4 on C9's map pick. Pit comes out early on the defense, so that now forces C9 to try to wrap around. Ooh, Jesus, he could have had that one, but Oxy punishes him as he misses the shot. FRZ holding within the pit here with his judge. He's gonna avoid a little bit of that utility, but that's still gonna allow C9 to plant for Showers. Oh, nice flash. Not pushing through. He's making himself known though with this judge, FRZ. And his teammates are so far back within the pit. 2 players now walking in, and that's the pit down. Finally, C9. They're finding some good value here of working together with the utility.
RGL out to op, save it. So another round here. Should easily go in. And looking at Cloud9, I kind of want to put out bringing the Yoru into the game. Looking at what Oxy does, otherwise we watch him on his jet, we watch him on basically just his jet.
Any duelist pretty much, yeah.
Fearless aggression, right? Goes in, knows what the jet or a duelist has to do to get into the site, break the chaos, to break crosshairs, and get into position. And I feel like, well, they can do that with this composition. MIBR is not allowing it. They're either pushing up to make sure Oxy can't get a weird gate crash, or there are some people in the back to make sure that there isn't a gate crash that got by them and he's going to show up behind. So a lot of his options, I feel like, would be shut down from where we see him going in and being that kind of spearhead for the team. And Zeppa's there to kind of help with the post plan as well and initiate the hit, not be the one bouncing in. So I feel like MIBR is not allowing this composition of C9s to work at its fullest.
Yeah. Although C9 was able to drop that Viper's pit, is not out of the fire pit yet. Still trailing by 3 rounds. Op still available now for Artazine. Blade Storm. Hero Rifle saved by Mazine as well. And there comes the flank from behind. Somehow gets the double kill with the shorty. Very nicely done to wrap around behind here on the execution of C9. And that's a second attempt now to save the Vandal. The op has been dropped.
And what I mentioned just now, because last round was C9, with the aggression rather, it was C9 pushing through Showers and kind of everybody behind Oxy there. This one was through Short A, everybody behind Oxy there. A lot what it would look like if they did have that on a jet. So really on the ball together with these last few strategies. And they just collect the rounds, easy peasy, forcing the save twice here by MIBR. Zeppa's the only one that goes down, so they're actually building a huge economy as well as they hit MIBRs at the perfect time.
Yeah.
FRZ goes down to get some money.
Better late than never at this point here,
yeah,
right?
Now 9 to 11.
Able to build the economy up, at least trying to keep it close or even try to tie the game if you can. But if your back's against the wall here on the first map, if MIBR is able to convert here from round number 11, you still have money to work with to try to battle it back to OT.
And this is the big one. MIBR is calling the timeout. If this round is lost, sure, they get 2,900 from max bonus, but look at that's on 50 credits, 100. They're not going to be able to buy. C9's going to be able to topple these next rounds over if this next round can go their way, and very easily could have an OT game or even C9 kind of switching it back in their favor here just with the flow of it. The ultimates aren't on deck really for anyone either, so it's going to come down to the strategy, the gunfights, and the utility.
Yeah, and that's the beauty right now of the double duelist when you're playing on the attack here for MIBR, is you're able to convert a lot of these rounds in good trades and even trying to go for heroic moments. When it comes down to the defensive side where you don't have an opportunity to delay as much if you're playing, well, now you can because you're playing double controller release for MIBR, but it's harder to find information. With only the sky or no sentinels on top of that, it really allows C9 to work the map a little bit more and change the pace as much as they want.
That is one of the interesting things we've seen with the no sentinels. It's either you fully retake a position due to it being dangerous and you have to retake the map, or you keep going forward and W is the only key on your keyboard. It seems like the W key has been quite a factor here for C9 in the second half of at least these last few rounds. MIBR used a bit more of the back and forth on their attack. C9 making the comeback here, 9-11 after 4 straight rounds for MIBR. C9 find a way through the defense.
Got our first outlaw of the Americas as
Oxy
got some sprays through the smokes towards the showers, and already a player has to fall back. That's JZZ looking for a heal, an opportunity here for C9 to start scaling up within the sites if they want to.
Interesting. Let's see. Oh, it's a double buy. You just picked up a Vandal. Okay. I was like, you have 5250 and you bought a... Man's just banking weapons back there in an arsenal. 3-2 split here from C9. The rotation is coming back in from JZZ. And again, let's see how much they crash in behind Oxy here if they do decide to go in.
It's Oxy that's trying to crash behind them as well. TPing out, but Vanity and Whippy are there at least for the trade. So great space created by Oxy. Oh, JZZ trying to find a timing, running out through the smoke, but couldn't surprise his opponent. Zeppa is almost down to nothing. He gets the heal pop up from Vanity. Spike
Viper
down
fight.
in Planet here for C9. And a Viper on Viper. Whippy wins that duel and eliminates FRZ. Only Mazine and JZZ left up towards the pipes at the spawn. Both spotted by Jake. And what does that mean? Another save here from MIBR.
Another save. And what is this? This A and shower play? Getting that level up. Yeah, another shower hit. Another one. It's funny that we brought up Oxy being aggressive there, and it did push a little bit more into that, right? A little bit more pressure on the rookie's shoulders to be the one to go in, and for C9 to find the refrags. Doing much better at that, and MIBR doesn't really have the answer. This is the money situation we're talking about now, fully down onto that low buy. Sheriffs and a Marshal for the side of MIBR.
You bring up a great point though with Oxy, the pressure on his shoulders, first time on the Americas stage.
You're feeling leaf?
And I think it's the good thing here of trusting the process of what C9's been doing throughout the offseason. Yes, they look kind of weird with the compositions that we're running, but being able to play on a stage with a crowd over in Korea and then playing also in a LATAM tournament, I mean, they're allowing him to get that experience on the stage quite early before stepping right here within the Americas. And he's doing a great job once again to create the space for C9. Only one round away for C9 to tie up the game, and as MIBR is trying to find an answer on this eco, it works out for a small trade here within this B site. Look at this push that you currently have from Artesian.
Oof. And this is where not having a sentinel comes into play. Artesian on that large flank. Gonna wait for just a moment here. It feels like somebody might be watching.
He knows it's a fig. He heard the snake bite going out for long. B and is like, nah, it's not happening. It's towards the A site. So the rest of MIBR rotating towards the spawn. They have an opportunity to go for the backstab here, but Whippy, 6 cents, turns around and eliminates Artesian.
How does he know? It's one of those lurkers. You want Oxy to keep it going.
This spot being very strong right now on Vine now. Trying to go for the battle against FRZ. Who the defender wins it. Trying to make the economy a little bit more expensive for C9 within the next rounds. I mean, you've mentioned it, Riv. It's been looking pretty good for C9 with the economy. They've been building round after round. Nice shot from Azine as well, out with the Marshall. Orb comes across, the taps coming through, and both players of C9 are out towards the showers, and as the orb comes down now, it's too late. Couldn't aim down the sight on time there from Azine as Jake allows C9 to tie up the game.
I guess one way to get back into that game is 4 hits on A eventually. And 2 of those rounds back-to-back were under 30 seconds for Cloud9. They have completely changed the name of the game that they're trying to bring to the table. An identity is currently being formed as we watch here on Bind. And yeah, they feel a lot more comfortable. Maybe just the cobwebs are off on what they were trying to do before. And they said, let's revert back to this. Because that's as stark as it looks right now. Night and day from what they were doing before to what we just saw in the last 4 rounds. Here, though, they will focus on towards the B site.
Oh, MIBR is trying to join the party, pushing down towards Long B as they heard the showstopper towards Hookah. The first and second kills come out in favor of C9. Mazine and Esposito pushing it out. That's the spike down.
Oxy was in a 4v1 over here, but then more people joined, and it's actually 2 going down for C9 now. They run back, a quick drift for Oxy as he goes dimensional on this one. And they should know the site's clear. Don't have to commit, though. It looks like they're still being quite tentative on it.
A lot of these. Trying to go for a flash towards the spawn. Oh, the long range too.
Operator down.
Up to Shorty. Oxy read that and plays the distance to win it with the Vandal. TP's away. Advantage for C9. Double up towards U-Haul as Oxy's playing back to the backstab here. The post plan, the last player to watch the flank. But the dog spots both players of MIBR towards the spawn. Hand to hand, Whippy is just trying to hold them back with another snake bite towards the ground. There's that flash for a peek towards the front. It's beautiful. Both of them fall for MIBR. Beautiful discipline and play for C9 as they're now at map point.
From chaos to collected strategies here from C9. Everything looking great. And look, Oxy staying for this fight. Finally gets out of that situation. Takes the 3rd one down and drops the high priority operator and spawn. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that before. As the MIBR has been playing so far back, stopping what Oxy really wants to do to get behind them, be a nuisance, but the firepower from the rookie is still there, fending off to it long, dwindling MIBR's numbers, not allowing a clean rotation to come out. And all of C9 together just feel like they're starting to click here. Whippy checking the edges and all the extract. No.
Timing's not looking too good though for MIBR.
It is not.
That's why they're calling for a timeout here. They said it was. Isn't MIBR using their last timeout here of this map? See what they could do. I mean, they had a little bit of money left in the bank, but this buy should be very broken in round number 24.
Whippy at 22 and 10, Oxy just behind 21-17. Honestly, it's crazy to see what Whippy does on that defensive lurking portion of the attack side, if you will. Continues to just put a wrench in everything MIBR wants to does that regards the big flank or trying to flank the side of Cloud9. Almost better than a Sentinel, honestly. So they quick hit. That's going to land right on Mazine.
Oh my god.
Little hot toe there. And yeah, they get no guiding light. Yeah, there it is, towards long. All right, so detection is out. Still is not going to make anybody move just yet. We're looking at a replicated round here for C9 to get out of showers once again. Behind Oxy.
This is actually great plays right now from MIBR. JZZ gets the pick onto Oxy, and they're trying to push forward. Orbital strike even to push them back to slow down the pace that C9 has. I love the utility play that you currently have here from MIBR to get a perfect read on C9 split within this A site. As C9's trying to answer back, Seeker's out, the dog's gonna hit JZZ, but he satchels away back into safety. And MIBR have the power of numbers here. Went within the A site. The satchels comes across, RGL on top of the truck, but Jake and Whitby are right back. Close range, denied right away. And Jake comes back with confidence, needing only one more kill onto FRZ to close up the first map.
30 seconds left.
Another TP across within this B site. The disadvantage though for MIBR as you're trying to play with a judge. So if you get a perfect timing here with the judge, you might get the win. But Jake's waiting right there, gets the pick, and C9 will close off the first half with a 13-11 victory.
In a bit of a roundabout way, but they do it. It seemed to be MIBR in the driver's seat for the most of that match, being able to find that mid-round of each, or middle of each half, take 3 or 4 rounds, get C9 back down onto a low buy, and then C9 had a lot of trouble with retakes on defense. Then C9 wasn't getting the 5v4 conversion, so MIBR took even bigger advantage of that. And then at some point in the second half, Cloud9 just got behind Oxy, and everybody said, yeah, we're in this dog pile. Let's go A. And it started to break apart this refrag strategy that MIBR continued to hold each site with.
Yeah, super well done there for Oxy to create that space, but at the same time, I mean, you mentioned it before, Whippy did a very good job in terms of the KDA they in on that. The flanks they had, the flanks that he was watching, and also, despite them losing these situations, he was still able to do his job anchoring as much as he could here within the sites, and that's to props to what Imi's currently seeing within this roster that he built with even Zelsus before Zelsus was still within that roster. He was saying Whippy is probably one of those best controller/Sentinel players that he's ever played with, and probably the best in North America. So for him, it works out quite well. But with that, a chance here to tie things up, coming up right after the break.
चलो गाइस 5 मिनट का ब्रेक नेक्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने में 5 मिनट लगेगा
steam a bit, and C9 just, we're only getting started. Now we make our way into split, and I want to see MIBR just shake that off, forget that, do what Furia did in that last game, and just move on from it, you know, as best as you can.
Yeah, you definitely need to switch things up in terms of getting those openers going for them. That's a hard one. You can't really, you know, make an adjustment and win those, just shoot better, simply put. But honestly, going over to split is kind of a funny map to me, because MIBR end up picking this one, but this is a classic C9 map.
This is Vanity's map.
This is Vanity's map. Like, remember what they did way back in the day, introducing the Breach as a staple pick on this map. I'm pretty convinced that in this meta, you want to almost always build your split comps around a Breach, a Raze, and a Cypher. I think the trap play options you can have with that, the basic global ability of Breach is so powerful.
Let's see what they choose, and it's still Sky. You're wrong again, Chris.
Wrong again. Double smokes, Sky, Astra. Get me out.
No, but all right, well, look, there's nothing really all that sticking outside of, you know, the difference of like having the Killjoy in there, right? In place of, what was that? Like the Viper? I don't know. Or the Jet, excuse me. What else you got, maybe?
What I have is MIBR looks like they're doubling down on double duelists, and that is their idea of, like, I guess what their identity is going to be in this kickoff tournament, seeing it locked in on 2 maps now. And that makes me think that the coaching staff have huge faith in Artson and JZZ to go crazy on this map. They absolutely need to, especially on defense, where they struggled on Bind.
Well, let's see how this one plays out and get it to map number 2. We're going to send it back to your casters, Van Sillington. Take it away.
They're so. Thank you, GB. And yeah, I mean, look at that split right now in the compositions of these two teams. I mean, I'm getting some vibes of C9/version 1 back from Masters Reykjavik 2021. A Killjoy coming back. I see an Astra coming out as well. I'm looking forward to this game for sure.
I love the Killjoy. I love the ability to play so far away from utility on this map. You basically be everywhere and still have eyes on every part of the map on that defensive line of scrimmage. We'll see how Whoopi decides to play it. We should get our Vipers on most of the rounds, at least on the attack, playing towards that right side A that we can continuously keep an eye on the lurk. But yeah, we're back on split, and we'll see if C9 can pull that momentum now from game 1 that they ended with. After MIBR had much of the lead on Bind, C9 does get the win, and now we start on to split. 4-1 for MIBR to start off their attack strategy.
Recall smoke to try to peek out. 4 players moving forward for MIBR, and Jake had the 6th sense to want to start falling back within this one. But there's so much KJ utility right here to support Jake towards the back of the site. There is that dash forward, and even the microwave set up there from Whippy to drop 2, but Mazine wrapped over the back of that B site. RGL Meister even traded off at the pillar onto Vanity. So instantly what looks so good is back into MIBR's advantage. Paint Shells almost got that kill out from Oxy onto Mazine. At least the players are low for MIBR.
Yep, the tried and true just blast on the B. Zeppa, enough time to look for the flank, calls it correctly.
Important 1v1 right here, and it's won by FRZ. Difficult now for Oxy. Disadvantage against 3 players, make that 2. And look how passively we're playing. RGL is all the way back towards spawn. So there's the grab well for the first one, and FRZ could just wait it out. He has a ghost, so there's no more delay available after the Nova Pulse coming out from RGL. And there's that stick on the spike, the 3-2-1 for the double swing, and RGL gets that pick.
All right, so we'll keep track of this too. Retake there for MIBR. They grab a pistol for themselves. See where they go for second buy, if they try to just go for the same strat again, or they give a little help over to that side where FRZ was lurking. Looks like they will go towards A. Just get that default Viper wall up so they can get into sight. Interested to see how they use the Astra smokes. We'll get a little bit more of a lurk here from RGL. An X stack here from Cloud9. Should be able to do some damage to MIBR. A Vandal. If that Vandal gets picked up, Cloud9 can definitely trim this one in their favor.
And that's in the hands of Mazine, but right now he's using util to allow JZZ to satchel up towards the E ramp. With a boombot to clear vents and a dot to look towards the right, knowing that it's clear a counter flash. Wow. C9's looking to push back within that one. Turret now sees the over-aggression out from the top of the heaven side as FRZ still manages to get a pick here with a snake bite right within the A site. Now inside the vents, 3 players to greet Jake. And that's not going to allow for you to get too much out of the gamble stack that you had from C9 towards this A site.
Very confident movement here from MIBR.
इस मैप का सबसे गंदा चीज यही है।
C1, they're gonna make their way into B,
भाई,
and I feel like we're gonna see that quite a bit more.
A side से B side,
A, whether it's a waterfall into
तुरंत
A
rotate
site
करो spawn से
or
B
toward
heaven,
B.
भाई वो सबसे गंदा चीज है।
A save round.
Mid हमेशा इस मैप का
playing in that
point
heaven position much.
हमेशा।
How quick and how much of a death ball MIBR sends on these strategies. This one gonna fizzle out here in the way of MIBR as C9 may not get in for the defuse with two.
I like this right now. Mazin just trying to get a one and die to get ultimate within the next round. They kind of did a Bogdan's Law, a mini Bogdan's Law to give that Vandal over to RGL. And that at least it gives an opportunity for MIBR to work towards the orb and even utilize Seekers on their bonus round.
All right, keeping an eye on Whippy for a moment, seeing how they set up this Killjoy for now. Interesting, it's just going to be towards B. A lot of times Killjoy, in the early days, we saw that setup with the bot towards vent, a turret towards A, a lot of long-range detection. It seems like they forgo that now and expect a B hit here. Most of the members of MIBR at A looking for this slow lurk hit again. And it's even changed, right? Mazin is now the one off hanging out with that Vandal, the rest of the team together. That was RGL. Detection.
Literally.
And I was wrong. C9 do want to play this ramp. They expect MIBR and they are ready to fully connect with it. Right into sight MIBR goes once they detect somebody up top.
Open side right now for a plant. Gamble plant out in the open, nobody running outside of the smoke, so good enough here for MIBR to play and regain control of heaven. And off that pick, there's the Seekers we were talking about here. An opportunity for MIBR to convert this bonus round to get information on two players at least towards this A heaven side. And after that flash, all of C9 pivots towards the screens, waited in, stopped at least for one frag, but instantly traded off, and then again, Roger seeing that they can't gain the space towards the screen. C9 falls back for a save, and MIBR, they convert their bonus to get the third.
So a little variation to not going up ramp. They use the double duelist strategy as per order. Dash right into sight and bounce right in as well. With JZZ only losing one here, forcing C9 to the saves. MIBR is confident in their strats. Whether or not they're able to hit the first shot, the refrag is there, and the whole team is in on the strategy, right? Everybody in on a bad strat is better than half the people going in on a good strat. MIBR is just on board with everyone. It's really making the difference here on these site hits. Some guns saved. We see Oxy going down to the judge here. Let's see what he can produce. He gets up close and personal in mailroom.
Yeah. Ends up being a very good call for C9 to save to still bring out some firepower within this round.
It was very smart.
C9
switch up the armor on this one. Yeah, Jakey low. Might just be hiding in the back, throwing smokes out. They've switched over Whippy now towards A. See if they can defend this. It looks like MIBR is going to choose the numbers game again and end at the right site as of now. Really great movement across the map that MIBR has been utilizing here. You always get the Viper wall on the right. FRZ's been toying with that last few rounds with the team. Now they just leave it up to use the gas and play mind games.
They use the timing of that smoke to allow JZZ to double satchel out, catching Seppa off guard within the spawn, but Jakey's still alive rather in the back of the site. Vanity dropping down with two players, Showstopper out. Oh, Vanity didn't erase it! It's still a 2 versus 2. Nice shot by Mazin. Players are low, but the heal then comes out from Mazin onto RGL, making it harder for Whippy to try to win this one. Low armor now, low HP. First contact, and notice the second one's the planner. The 3-2-1 again for MIBR. Double swing out. C9 still can't find an answer on the aggression of MIBR.
Oh, bhai, 4-0.
MIBR says no retakes for you today, Cloud9. They are having a tough time trying to retake these sites here. MIBR is doing so good at, one, taking the site, finding the kills they need, but also getting into position that just roots them in, no matter the utility that is expected from Cloud9 to try and retakes here. Great positioning. It does not seem like they're getting pushed out of their confidence right now. And again, slowly towards B with FRZ now towards that right side to initiate that lurk that has been in the back of C9's head. No mid so far for MIBR. They're sticking with the extremity. They get there, they hit it. Clean and clear what they want to do on these situations, and they do it again. Vansili low buy from C9.
Yeah, and that unloads all of the stinger bullets onto that kill, but you know, the stinger as fast as it's able to get the kill, it's fast that the bullets actually empty within the clip. You have this lower buy that you had for C9, and it just couldn't hold it on that crossfire setup. And MIBR is looking very strong on the pulse plan, even with this Trailblazer spotting Zeppa within the back of the site.
Run around from FRZ here as the trail.
MIBR doesn't want to chase this. Allowing FRZ to do what he does best. Just lurk behind, get as many picks as you can. Whippy down to 1 HP. He's going to be able to get an upgrade.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still around for the Brazilian team.
Operators out too, so MIBR's game where they have been hitting every site. If they feel uncomfortable with that Vans, now they can go for the opening pick, get something sure off of that, and make it work. So many options here are opening up for MIBR with the lead they're now taking on Split. They're pick 2. And I think we see why. Coming in on the attack side, they are relentless with what they're hitting. A few towards A, almost 3 towards B from what we've seen here. And again, completely avoiding mid here on the B retake. We see these shots just connecting left and right.
And on this replay that you see the hit from the double duelist moving out towards the orange hallway, this is twice in a row that when they're looking to explode within this B site, they're going towards that area because they learned from that fist round that they got cooked by an early kill utility out towards the billboard and that pillar. So I love the new pathing, immediate adaptation to really catch some players off guard. Although, even if Whippy doesn't have that set up towards that B site for the last few rounds, it's still a good pathing in case they want to do for that switch to still avoid that utility. So this timeout comes out very important for C9 to see how they want to adapt to this.
The pathing as well that you're saying towards the right side works as well, because we're not really seeing Omen's anymore, and that was usually Omen's paranoia spot. So knowing that you're clearing that area, nobody's going to peek behind what is new box, I guess older box now. Yeah. It's not new anymore. That helps. So the pathing is so many ways a plus that you were mentioning. All right, that operator still out, goes over to Artsine. And we have guns on the round, but it is going to be low armor for the side of C9. So Ultimate's coming close to being on deck here, so that can start to turn the game for them in the next few rounds. And they are going to keep this 2-1-2 strategy, along with Whippy being at A to lock it down now. A little bit of mid-love here for the first time as JZZ is going to wander about. Both teams kind of just mirroring each other as they present to this round. It's kind of funny. And the 2-1-2.
Now being heard out from Arzine.
You're kidding.
Potentially looking to reposition back towards the male as he got spotted first and just tried to go for the lucky timing, and wow, you got it here for Arzine.
Already pushed up ramp too. MIBR playing the audio game, waiting to hear any type of rotation and movement off the kill from Vanity. Just gaining every bit of info to make sure the next move is a successful one. They will go ahead and take Heaven. Everybody in mid's waiting for the confirmation here.
You could do so much right now, and the flash comes out from screen, so this is a call now for MIBR. They have so much that they could do. Pivot clear from events out towards the A side to explode.
Sage.
They don't really know where the KJ utility is yet.
Confirm. No characters.
Looking to just push forward within this A site. Now they finally sought the spot the turret within this A site. For them to decide now if they want to fall back. Just explode now with the power numbers. KJ and Sky for C9 stuck within the A site.
They waterfall into this utility. Could be big. Shots have to hit though.
C9
still hidden.
Flash for our timing. That's nice for Whippy and Zeppa in the back of the side. Beautiful hold in the end. Oxy with the cavalry for the support in the back. Pain Shells pushing FRZ away. And with 18 seconds left, spike down within the A site. Not much here that Thraw could do. Drop right away, and that's confidence out from C9 as they get the first round and a beautiful hold from the two players on the A site.
It seemed a little scary when we saw all of MIBR taking free space to Heaven, but that was almost a trap there. C9 was not peeking. They weren't giving any more info. And as soon as the waterfall happened, that's when we see Whippy and Zeppa pop out of the woodwork inside sight. Really nicely done. You can see. Like, yeah, can't believe they fell for that. Let's do it again. Coming into round 7, still a lot of work to be done here from Cloud9, but they're starting off right with that round. A lot of money MIBR can go through here over the next few rounds. So C9 has to do more than just win. They got to do full damage, no saving allowed. Ooh.
Boombot just saw there, Vanity trying to work within the vents.
Yep.
Now we're trying to dog it back just to force JZZ in the 1v1 stuck within vents now. As he goes for the snake bite.
Hello.
Never turned around. Should have been ready for that, but Oxy is at least within the B site. Showstopper now out, trying to trade it out against Vanity, who got dropped by JZZ just within these vents.
That was a...
Yes, indeed, another Rosa, but Mazine still clean with it with the shots. JZZ with the late lurk. A baited shot from Zeppa to look back towards the mail, allowing C9 to regain the advantage within round 7. And Mazine's just trying to play the timing. But it's better for C9, both walking back towards the spawn. Mazine sticking the plant, and there's that swing out for Zeppa for the kill.
Fans, 2 rounds now. Vanity has found himself going down first, but Cloud9 are still able to convert. Off of the 4v5. Not what we saw on Bind.
Finally something different.
Big
change there for C9 to be able to get these rounds. And a big push there by JZZ. They'll be a little bit more aware that that's going to be happening. We've seen the lurk on him very back and forth. Whether or not FRC's taking it or not, it's only been a few of the rounds of the 7 we've seen. And that time it being JZZ threw everything off with the timing. Full A. Full hit. We think we're double duelist into sight here? Let's see. They're going to go over a lot of util and 4 ultimates from C9.
Whippy's ready for it, though. I mean, look at it. He's already back towards the screens. Even if the satchel braces util, they want to play the lockdown. Instead, yes, indeed. A double satchel up there. Seekers to come out on the attack. There is that lockdown to prevent the attackers moving within the A side. Nice pick from JZZ, though, as Zeppa falls first. But that timing of the lockdown coming down, it doesn't allow MIBR to move within the site or a plant. But still giving time for C9 to rotate across to refight as MIBR is cutting noise.
Hit number 2. MIBR with a second attack.
Oxy gets the timing, tries to get the spray, but at least Vanity's there for the kill. That's a spike down towards Hell. Artazine trying to go for the spray transfer. Goes to WEBCAM as RGL also cannot trade it out. Pick comes out instantly for some odd reason.
Another 4v5 conversion. Oh my gosh, Cloud9. Heating up right now. They lose a member, they correctly adjust, and they find a way to shut MIBR down, which has not been the story at all here throughout this series.
6 rounds se start kiya tha
diving right into the side. This was the second hit, right? They went to heaven, didn't like the adjustment. The ult comes out.
7-5.
Fly back into the site, but C9 is ready. Oxy going wild there. Him and Oxy and Vanity just coming out on the balcony, laying people out in sight. They were very confident to double peek together. Seeing that confidence come out, and the cobwebs wear off for C9 here, as MIBR is now in a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, the timeout's quite important here. Again, looking back at the last few rounds that's been going down, the last 2 attempts of a hit within the A site, one gets denied right away from a crossfire setup from both Zeppa and Whippy. The second one off the re-hit that they attempted, denied right away. But they've been finding a lot of good success within the mid control and also the B explosion. So with that B to play here, did they find an opportunity to fight back against C9's defense on that B site? Well, C9 trying to adapt to that. Comes down to the mind game here with Focus, talking through their players with Bazooka and
change kar dena. So MIBR ke paas
all right, Arts and save. Looks like
वो starting के 3-4 राउंड जब break roll किया ना, तब उनको idea नहीं था, but अब idea हो गई है तो वो पीछे खेल रहे हैं.
We're just full in.
पहले आगे खेल रहे थे तो picks मिल रहा था.
Not the weapon yet. So Blade Storm out. MIBR at 5. The last 3 in Cloud9's favor. We're gonna get one of our final gun rounds here for MIBR. If they can't get this, they're onto a save.
Yeah,
right in the sight.
This time the flashes towards main. Seekers instantly coming out here for Zeppa. As Oxy once again comes in for the support from the top. So it doesn't matter if there's a toxic screen being pushed out from the attacking side. As finally Fra picks it up, turns around within the back of the site, and FRZ will get the plant at least for MIBR. Satchel on the other end.
Oh!
Nice little neutral coming out. Oxy will get the one for the I-Buy power.
भाई बच्चे में दम है यार.
Amazing hit there. The Astra utility coming in to just alley-oop the rest of it for the I-Buy power ace.
And mind you, those watching right now screaming at Oxy and those watching at home, I mean, I-Buy power, a new sponsor, a new partner right now for the America's VCT, and what they're doing currently is for every ace they're actually giving out a PC. That's quite sick. So if you want to get more information, check out their socials at iBuyPower. For a PC, it's going to be given out for every single iBuyPower ace.
Gotta get those aces. Players are gonna start being like, give it to me now. Let's get another PC out there.
Zeppa almost got one on Bind, and then Oxy just got one here. Hopefully they got a lot of money here for iBuyPower to give away these PCs.
It's going to be an 8-7 season. Again, this mid has not seen a lot of love from either team. Maybe 1 or 2 rounds. This is one of the biggest ones. We have 3 members of MIBR starting to approach. They haven't really seen how C9 likes to defend this, so this is new for just about everyone.
Could be a pop attack right now. Already Mazin's moving in, and there's that flash. No information, and already instantly backing out his Vanity. Already a first snake bite on top of that of Mail, just to not allow MIBR to go for this double dive in this control within this B site.
FRZ slowly peeking, slowly moving. I think this is the time. Yep. They get some guiding lights out of A. Cloud9, not quite sure what's happening, but still feel very, you can see they're comfortable in their offensive positions. Oxy showing it there with the first one.
Yeah, definitely. You don't need to move right away, and there's that adaptation. Unfortunately, it's a showstopper that lands and greets Whippy. Advantage back for MIBR as they take control of this B site. At least in terms of the power of numbers, it's a 3 versus 3. Oxy has the showstopper for the retake. Pain shells to clear out the front of the B site. Satchel within the front, right in the face of Artazine.
Special delivery.
Now as he pushes forward to tap on that spike, and both players so far away, and it's going to be difficult here for Mazin to go for the flank. Unless RGL could hold it a little bit longer.
They're expecting it.
The swing out. Zeppa was waiting for it, but it's a 1-for-1. Now Mazin stuck on the top. Mind games are coming through. Just saw the reload of Vanity at the pillar. Now a second tap as Vanity gets a third within the round. The defuse and the C9 tie up the game.
The IGL stepping up to clean it up for the squad. Last frag coming through 5-5 now, as you said. Yeah. We are all tied up, and it has seemed like such a battle to get to just this point here on Split. Again, same thing on Bind too. When one of the teams is in control, they are just in control. There's no waffling here that they're doing until the edification comes through. What's happening for one of the players, one of the squads, they call the shots in. It changes again, night and day here, but doesn't look like C9's given up too much of the reins here. 14 frags for Oxy as he starts to pop off again in the second map.
Oh, of course he's behind the wall. He's going to pop it down. Couldn't get the kill. Unlucky. Shooting players in the back.
Hardest shots. Spike is dropped for this one as they continue to push forward. So MIBR is just feeling out the round here.
A dash forward. Nice little flash though, but Vanity turns away on time. Double kill coming through. Now only 2 players remaining. Oxy chasing it down. Nice shot at least from RGL. And even a second one, but you know it's definitely closing in. Players are coming across there for C9 for the trade no matter what. And they have the money to work with despite going against the eco of MIBR. Just hunt it down, get those orbs in.
Yeah, I think we saw that. A little bit of money to work with, jumping out, hopping around mid, playing hopscotch. And this from Vanity, scoring together 5 kills in the last 2 rounds with those 2. Absolutely awesome stuff coming from him after finding himself going down in the eyes of MIBR in a few rounds there as the first. So now 6 in a row for Cloud9. They're giving a
7
bit
in
of
a row.
one
Just
side,
wait, man.
full
Just wait. 7 in a row.
push on the other. Here it go towards B main. Making quite a bit of noise here too, so it's gonna have to be a reaction from MBR.
And Vanity's holding with an op in the front, gets punished right away. He was hoping to at least get just his one. And there's still an opportunity to go for a surprise attack. C9 walking it towards that flank. The timing's good, at least for MIBR. They have the time to go back to vents out within the A site.
Right.
And just before the wall comes up, FRZ gets that pick onto Whippy.
2 from vents, 1 all the way around. How long will it take Zeppa?
Too long. His teammates are falling down now within the vents. Jake Elise trades it off, 30 HP remaining.
Last player standing.
Now, against the world, last round of the half. Zeppa just holding towards the B main, does get the first and second pick.
2 left.
Dog available, no flashes. The shot comes in from Artzine on the top of the B site, or the A site rather, but it's planted for them pretty much. So look at him pull back, just letting Zeppa come towards them as he runs forward. Based on the shot, but couldn't get the kill onto FRZ. At the end, MIBR ties up the game. as we're going to a clean slate in the second half.
All right, I like to end it that way. I said we didn't get a back and forth, but that is definitely a way to end it. Down to the wire, and we're pushing each other here. 6-6 on this. Is Cloud9 found a way to stop MIBR's attack there. That death ball they were using and bring us to even.
At least right now, when you had the interview with Bazooka saying there was a lot of mistakes going through, it looks clean right now. So let's toss it to the desk at least to see if they agree to what Bazooka was saying.
Thank you so much for that, Vansili and Rivington. So C9 able to win, what was that?
Because they don't have
5 straight,
Cypher,
yeah,
KJ, nothing Sentinel, no Sentinel.
After MIBR got 5
Or
straight, and we end up at
dual Miracle 6 even split.
Here's the interesting thing, though. It looked like it was all MIBR, but then C9, they found that magic sauce and were able to make it happen.
So look, MIBR, they're playing double duelists. What does double duelists do? They go quick in the site, they wrap you around from both sides. It's very frustrating. But C9 were able to turn it around by not playing on site and waiting to die. Instead, they fought through the smokes. They played off site, out in screens that flashing through, fighting the duelists after they fall onto site and go to elbow. And then here it's the same exact idea. Enemy team is on site, they're already in motion, all the utilities have been used, and now C9 popping out of heaven to pick up some easy kills.
And once C9 figured that out, I think another thing they were doing super well was being really proactive on these extremities. The amount of rounds where Oxy was pushing through A main, wrapping around and setting them up for these really successful retakes. It was great adaptation out of C9, but it's still only 6-6. And while double duelists, you always think of these double dive setups. I think it also can be pretty strong on defense, having that raise help you out with controlling it. Once you get a jet up on that operator as well, you can start to snowball in a similar way.
You said the thing, but also they had the same 2 agents, the same idea of like on defense on bind,
and it didn't
get
work
the op on jet, and they couldn't get an op on jet until the 23rd round. It didn't come in, so that has to be prevalent in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it has to be, right? You got to make sure that you're putting that time in to be able to put those reresources where they will be best spent. And it seems like for C9, though, the resources are all going to the pop-off king right now. Oxy, this guy
First States of America's in his first game.
And he already went Super Saiyan like 3 times. What a time to be alive. In any case, though, it's time to jump back into the action and see if C9 can close this out, or will MIBR find the win?
At least GB talks about Oxy going Super Saiyan 3 times, and thankfully, if you're still watching GT or whatnot, it could go 4 and 5. So great opportunities here for Oxy to continue to pop off within this game. As C9 now on the attack, waiting for early information, potential coming out from MIBR here on this A ramp. There it goes, comes out late, Oxy gets the first blood.
Yeah, Whippy playing cross map here. So calls for the wall will happen. A lot of communication needs to be happening. Now they can weave in and out of this wall if they want and make sure heaven is there. As this space is free to take. A little bit tougher now, not double duelists. They have to go in together.
That's well done. The pain shell still to split the attack from C9 and isolates Oxy running in alone. Druid will get that kill here for MIBR. That was a frenzy kill from JZZ. And as you heard the turret earlier on from C9, that's players from MIBR that was pushing down, and they know the B site's open. Vanity the whole time's been lurking there, so they just book it within this B site for a free play.
So big for Vanity's positioning. He can also hear anybody coming through rotations through upper mail room. Yeah. Really smart stuff. I think this is what we expect to see from Brains on this squad. And Vanity is going to find the first one. The jig is up.
Nicely done. Heard the footsteps of Vanity running across. Plan Elise comes down now for C9. B Heaven now back in control for MIBR and especially FRZ with the flank watch. So there's no good post-plant positions for C9 currently on our 2 versus 4. They have to come up huge with these ghosts. Both Jake and Whippy. Double swing now to fight towards the B main. Wrapping across. There's a wraparound towards the back, but instantly RGL and GZZ win their individual duels. And MIBR, they get the pistol in the second half.
Single duelist hai yaar.
Started them off strong on the last one, MIBR. See what kind of buys they get. We did have a Vandal again coming from Mazin last time. That was under the frags, though. There was a result of that pistol round. It looks like we will have Outlaw coming in for Artzine, Guardian for Mazin. So they do actually go for a bit bigger on those guns. A few Bulldogs and then that Spectre for FRZ for Util. All right. Looks like they want to bring these over towards B and fight these angles.
Oh, this is so good. We have the Outlaw coming out too, and we talk about the damage you could do against this half buy. C9's about to run into it.
Just on the back, he's actually going to be up top. Yep. One shot, not activated just yet. He can fall behind and then get out.
Misses the first. Oh, actually, he did connect onto Oxy. He's down to 10 HP. RGL is able to help him out from hell. Recalled Soul gets a second kill. That's good enough here to get his second to allow now MIBR to have potentially an easier retake. Not until Zeppa has something to say. Pushing out towards the spawn, the head and kill onto Artazine. This time picking up the Guardian, but GZZ wins that fight. And the force buy attempt from C9 gets denied.
The damage, okay, Artazine, huge. The damage done by the Outlaw, it kind of made, obviously, a second guessing happening is we saw Cloud9 going into the site. You either want to peek or you don't, but with low health, it's a full commit. So C9 starts to drop a few players. They don't have the utility they need to get further. And MIBR just collapse onto the site. It all comes from that Outlaw. The first few shots that whittled down Cloud9 to make that strategy feel just a little weird. Bazooka, that's the cheer. Bazooka very happy with the situation, the start of this one. Another bonus.
It's also my favorite dance move on the dance floor.
Oh, okay. Could be another bonus grabbed up here by oof, MIBR.
He was blinded to get that shot, swings in across. Oxy gets the kill, but not until FRZ's on to support on the top of the B balcony, and every other player behind Oxy was also getting dropped. Now Vanity and Zeppa, another attempt to go for a half buy. Nice shot from Vanity at least. 9GL that could frag. We like that here for C9 fans. But the spike's down. It's going to be difficult here for the last two players to come back and fight to pick it up.
Make sure they don't get shot in the back for now. So much lurking could be happening. Oh. Just thinking about time.
God. And there's that timing. Unfortunate for Vanity. Stuck with the orb within his hands, gets picked off instantly, rather. As now Zeppa is just trying to find some sort of timing across.
That's the sound. They hear that. So looking to clean this one up. MIBR is collapsing on these strategies so quick, and we see the trades just from FRZ that came from heaven for the people in sight. They seem to be on each other's shoulders with these fights. And there's a kill for FRZ to come through. Money's not looking too good here for C9. 2,900 on top of that, I believe, with no bonus going through, so it should be light buys. Few fulls coming through. Not too bad for C9 here as we watch this replay once again.
Such a sick shot. I mean, he just went for the timing down, fully blinded, and that's the thing. Like the times that C9 are going for these force buy, they're like, okay, he's only got 2 bullets in his Outlaw. We might be able to overpower that with numbers and the force buy that we have. But as you're diving instantly into the straight line of sight that you currently have there for Artzine, you just get the pick right away. You get picked off right away. And your economy is good enough at least to go for a buy with these half buys on the last 2 that you've gotten for C9. But they have to find a way to really push Artzine out of this position instead of trying to go face front against him.
This might be one of them. They do the same guiding light towards B, then go towards mid. So they flex on the conditioning that they've been going B every round. B. This time with the guiding light, they make sure they peek mid to see if there's any quick rotation. Cloud9 working a bit off of the precedents they've been setting here. That's just the one frag. It's been in sight when they're having trouble. Vanity's able to find these lurks though, and it's helping.
Knows that there's a push down towards the middle, so at least now the Seekers comes out on the attack, allowing for us to really get within this B site for C9. And the spray that went through behind the Seeker, another player from MIBR fell.
Spike planted.
Nice push. Keep going through Oxy, looking for the aggression. Easy kill on Artzine there. And the lurk around for Mazine here for an exit.
What happened? There's a alarm bot just waiting here towards the back, unless we're just trying to do that econ damage, keeping that econ quite low for C9 because of all of these force buys that we have. I mean, I think this is actually a pretty good gamble here for MIBR. You move within the next round where you could still afford a pretty decent buy.
Absolutely.
And then C9 would probably be stuck with a much lower buy if all these 4 players fell and died, but great job by Oxy to get that pick towards the spawn. And as he keeps pushing towards the area of the defender spawn, they know it's open. All 4 of them move together. And and they all stay alive.
And I wonder if it's just gonna be B at this point, unless they try to take Heaven and then go towards B. It feels like Oxy, with the first round, they go towards A. As we watch this replay again, that was Vanity coming through sewers to try and get one. But back to the first round, we saw C9 go towards A. Oxy, as you said, got separated. Done. You don't have the double duelist to dive in, so what's gonna be easier? Almost like you're diving into C on Lotus, you go to split B, try to get to that back corner. You get the one person in that can cause chaos and get everybody else to dip into the site and, like you said, flex right down that close alleyway. So many rounds towards B here. I don't know if C9 has another option. See what they do on this. Again, the flash towards B, look towards mid, and this time they'll start to take that position.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding a lot of success too. This default that they currently have, the pressure that they're adding towards the B side, the Vanity 1v1 that he won against that push towards that A side. If it ain't broke, don't fix it currently is C9's strategy. Pressuring back towards the middle, a little bit of a variation though, as they want to fight for control up towards male. The flash to swing out, that spots FRZ, who falls back and uses utility to push them away. Important fight coming up here towards the A main. Artisan waiting, and as Vanity goes for the jiggle peek, gets picked off, and GZZ even gets to lurk within this B site. So the last players looking to pinch back within A, as Mazin was waiting the off angle against Oxy.
Reading the movement really well here. MIBR is keeping themselves in safe positions with these peaks. You can see two moving through mailroom. They're just kind of slowly gaining control over the entirety of the map here. It is now Jake and
30
Zeppa.
seconds left.
Looks like they're going to be saving these guns once again. We talked about that econ. It's going down a little bit every round here, and MIBR continues to go up. Artisan with the Blade Storm. The operator still in hand now. They can keep one site basically on lockdown. Artisan has not been missing those shots. We saw the Outlaw round was really able to flip that one in MIBR's favor. They're right behind each other on everything. Even if Artisan misses, you can expect to see the refrag from somebody else. So this one will dwindle out.
Might even start forcing the hand of C9 too, or trying to figure out where the op is going to be positioned, right? Because if you're already going to give an indication from round number 2 that an outlaw is going to come out, you know the op's going to come out ASAP, Artisan. And as it was posted quite numerous times towards this B site, switched over towards the A main and got that pick onto Vanity. Again, they have to find utility and try to flush him out first and see how they want to attack that.
Yeah. Looking at the way that MIBR is played, and maybe be hard for C9 to have identified it yet because they have been going B, but that Heaven is open. I feel like C9 needs to get into position just in general that causes MIBR to want to move around, to want to find out more and make that error. So maybe even holding Heaven for an extended period of time, getting up into mid where we haven't really seen either of these teams play from their attack side, and waiting for that error move. Because right now the site takes just seem to be, they're too secure on the hold for MIBR. And Cloud9 is still questioning on how they can get in. A timeout here may be that answer on how they can figure out what is what is the way to refrag better than MIBR being able to trade with these death balls they somehow always have in the right spot.
Yeah. You guys, you're talking about the fragging department. I mean, Oxy's dropping to casual 20 now in the second match.
Has definitely been there.
Pretty decent for
absolutely cooking.
And also a showstopper ready. So this would be quite good now. Off this timeout rather, to see if they want to go for some sort of these B or A side heavy control. And it starts off with at least mid control for C9, so the indication might be there. The communication again from MIBR. They're going to try to play the long range hop here from Artisan from the A site.
जैप्पा का कॉम्बिनेशन बना ही नहीं पा रहे वो दोनों. ऑक्सी वो एकदम ruthless.
A lot of noise mid to start. A lot of noise mid to start. This is just a ruckus right now.
When they're walking out.
I didn't expect to see too much of it, but yeah, commitment here.
Boombot also wouldn't spot behind the box. This is huge here for GZZ. A flash, now a double swing. Oh man, Oxy just got denied right away, but at least Zeppa and Whippy are just behind for these trades. The smoke's about to dissipate. It catches one off guard, and Mazin wins that fight. No trade coming out from Jake, who falls back towards the Ramen. Meanwhile, Vanity was looking for a push towards that B main. There's nobody there, and that's going to slow down the pace with the disadvantage now for C9.
So we get our first round mid, and just about everybody is there for the moment. Amazing stuff. Still a 2v3 as the lurk down mid for MIBR to suss out who might still be ready to fight. And that's going to be Artisan bringing out the Blade Storm. Actually held it for the round. until they wanted to secure it. Great force. So they're gonna know the B hit's probably coming in off these steps and the plant. Now they move in.
30 seconds left.
It's a safe plant. The double flank coming out from long. Poison orb out here from Vanity, down at 1 HP. Up to Jake to try to find the timing.
Last player standing.
Snake bite to take down, at least slow down the attack, and just couldn't work. They're trying to fight back towards that B main, but everybody was just posted and ready for MIBR, and they're looking good to potentially push this to a third map.
It seems like they have the answers. It looks like they have the answers. It doesn't seem. We're watching it right now. The strats have changed for C9 a bit on each one. The laser hitting B, a few of the flexes towards A, now a full hit towards mid. And MIBR is absorbing these like they understand the strats coming. They've had the numbers game, 3 at a site when less numbers of Cloud9 are hitting. And Mazin as well. Just the shots we see every time the POV goes across him. The Sky is picking up the kills that he needs to.
It definitely didn't look like it was an easy shot to make because there was a lot of utility trying to push him out, and it just clotheslines Oxy, rocketing it up towards the air to get what? A Rose ult.
Again, the Razes are getting shut down today. It's not a good day to be a Raze. It seems like each time, something in the air. 11-7. MIBR here, like you said, a few away from bringing us to Lotus. A good line of scrimmage, a very push-forward line of scrimmage here for MIBR.
Timing on this, dash activating, dashes forward though. At least updrafts away. That's safe for now, exactly. Actually, that's why I don't play duelists.
Yep, exactly.
We always do that.
Hey, you can see how much they just want to press W. Artson now looking for another shot. Ultimate towards mid, they're going to leave that down. Oh no, they keep it up. Just a deterrent, rotating through that, making sure there's no flank. And again, C9 want B. They don't have Oxy to get in though. Who's first? That's the question.
You have no choice. There's no control towards middle. There's no information towards the A side, so you're just trying to
good trade.
Get the numbers right within the B site. Spike is down. Nice shot by Whippy. A chance to get this round. He's going for a fake tap, giving a lot of time here for GZZ to rotate across with Mazin from the top of B heaven. Showstopper, they just want to guarantee it. Gets off the spike, paint shell's coming down. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Everything's gonna hurt here. Ain't gonna miss that one when you're pinned like that. MIBR at match point.
Taking control of these last few rounds. 3 in a row. You see 1 round on time, defuse, and then just all-out frag. They're advancing. It's just getting stronger. And see, look at there's a trade right after that. See the frag to a frag, and then another one. Somebody's up on rafters getting the kill. And again, if that looked like it would not have gone MIBR's way, you still had, I believe, Mazin there up on top. Always seems to be an answer here. And I think that's why we are seeing MIBR be able to take this. It is their pick. Looks like they're feeling comfortable on it for a reason.
Trying to go for the pressure towards the A site. Nice delay coming out from FRZ. So cycling from the wall back to a snake bite, not allowing C9 to really gain control of A heaven.
Oh, no way! No way!
Artazine is on something different today with these top shot through smokes that he's getting. Fully blinded too. This man's on point. Jiggle out from Vanity. 3 players rotating back from the A site, back up towards middle. Lockdown available for Whippy for a hit as well, but it's a cosmic divide to start things off. Nice shot here from Vanity with the utility being thrown as the Viper. JZZ holding down towards the hell, but finally gets stopped. Not until it's a 2 versus 1 with the spike down in the open. Big flank coming out towards B main. Vanity's just looking to pick it up. Pit available. Wall comes down. And now they know exactly that he's down towards the double box. Shot out from Artazine, but this time will not connect. Trying to walk back out. Nice shot there onto Mazin. Artazine, it's going to be difficult for him now to try to retake the site with a knock. No dash, moves forward and spots him right there. 4-1 in the round for Vanity to get the Red Bull clutch and keep C9 in the game.
Vanity's multi-kill rounds are incredible right now, especially when it is imperative, right? Not a half-2 round, or not just a maybe round, it's a half-2 round, and Vanity continues to step up in these situations that he's put in here with the 4K. And there still should be quite a bit of money here. That operator gonna go back in the hands of Artisan. But C9, a little bit of life breathed into that one with the Red Bull clutch. Now we switch to A, Van Silly. We switch to A, very unlike C9 in the past 7-8 rounds. Let's see what they can do with it. They're gonna be 2 onto ramp though. MIBR is ready to fight this.
This orb is actually given an advantage for Artisan to reposition himself on the other side. Now as the orb comes down, gets the nice headshot there onto Oxy, the up drop. Oh! Away. Dole out, GZZ to push forward. Stuck with a nade in his hands. Jakey moves forward to get the pick with the Guardian. And a flash to push the players back on the defense for MIBR. But the advantage still for the defensive side. Seeker's coming out to get the information on all three. So Whitley has to make a move now within the B side. It starts with a lockdown. And to break the Seekers, and the other two are still down towards the A side. So you're keeping players from MIBR within A. So the Seeker is actually giving false information.
They dip out. Smokes are all set up. Enough stars to cover the site. A quick gravity well denies the instant hit, giving rotation time now to MIBR.
Very well done for RGL. A flash to come out within the smoke too. And there's that first contact, but it's a trade. Still a player advantage. Seeker's out on the attack. All three players now spotted towards the B heaven, allowing Zeppa to cross over to go for a safe plant. Jake has to try to make a play, now pushing towards the spawn. So Zeppa, the only thing he could do is try to jiggle, stay alive, fight towards the balcony. Jake about to get swung here by RGL, and he wins it.
The double step.
Mazine dropped down towards the hell. Support coming back as Jake is playing towards the spawn. There's that first pick from Mazine. Jake on a 2 versus 1. The shots now positioning Artisan with the off. Misses it as that pick comes in for Jake. Reload, tap on a spike. The jiggle away. Stays alive for a bit as Mazine has to go in to try to bring it to halfway. And he'll do so.
He's not going to get off it.
Jake is just winning it. Now he does get off it here as Jake is walking back out. There's a tap. Mazine with the off angle. Wins that 1v1. And MIBR will push this to a 3rd round.
We're going to Lotus in again. Mazine in a situation where he is pitted in the 1v1, the 2v1. Whatever it needs to be comes up huge. MIBR firing on all cylinders here, able to take map 2, a map again. They were very much in the driver's seat, and this time come away with a victory. And it just makes me wonder how map 3 is going to go. This one, they can really push and pull each other around the map with the protocols they're going to use, and it's the decider. Who's going to who actually wants Lotus on the last one is the question. Not as a bad map, but just as in their pool. Who is ready for Lotus?
I mean, now that I'm looking more and more towards the map that we currently have between these two teams, fine, split, double duelist play for MIBR, really good on how to get at that pressure. And now you're moving to a Lotus, a map where even Fraud brought out that double controller and really set the pace for Loud on the attack. So I'm hoping, and I'm probably hoping to see something new here for MIBR on Lotus, and we'll find that out after the break.
We saw the double duelist coming up huge for them, so it was really, really big for MIBR. I don't know if they're gonna be able to replicate that again, but it is the question. We will find out after we come back from the break.
भाई लिटरली मैं 10 मिनट जो भी ब्रेक लिया ना मस्त मतलब कता ना मस्त वाला भाई वो फील आती है यार 10 मिनट 15 मिनट
playing because it is a new team.
Give me the neon, give me the
7 to 8 hour.
Actually, the amount of strats
कमर की बैंड बज गई.
It's stolen from this team. Unreal, like
7 hour 3 minute boss.
Wall that they throw a little bit different on the defensive side. That gives you some retake options on the B site as well as fighting over space and rubble. Some of the neon lineups as well for those stuns. Really, really good off the rip. Neon, I think in particular, is so good at contesting early space.
Oh, all right. Well, we're getting some new looks.
Let's go. This is a sick comp. Okay.
Vanity on the Geckocito.
When you're on defense, so many places on this map where you can cycle that dizzy up, especially when you're playing towards C, you can re-clear there. You can help out to push into A lobby if you want to go aggressive with the molly.
The crowd is so real, sorry.
The fade as well.
Don't be crowd.
Also helps all that stuff out. I think that going for double initiator on this map in the meta nowadays really makes sense. I think solo sky is going to be pretty difficult, especially on defense.
It's Gecko without flashes to pair with. How are they going to make that work?
Oh, well, we'll see how this all plays out. Let's send it back over to Riv and Vancilia as they call the action and settle who moves on in this
double
competition.
smoker
Vance,
and double initiator भाई ये मैच देखने में मजा
It seems
आएगा.
like MIBR is quite easy to type on the vetoes after all, or at least the votes. And secondly, it feels like we should have added Gecko onto the votes as well, because the fans are actually quite happy to see that in the third.
They are loving it. They definitely want to see some Gecko. Vanity is going to be on it. The shot caller. Throwing wingman out, trying to call a few more shots and get that spike planted safely as the teams get to sites. As the desk was saying, this was a Cloud9 tried and true in the past. We'll see if that stands today with the new composition that they bring to the table. Well, you're going to get it.
Exactly. You ask for it, you're going to get it. So Gecko will be in play for C9. And as on the other side, though, for MIBR, we didn't have the craziness of double duelists going into this third and final map of this BO.
Hendrik keeps the sanity.
Exactly. Double controller, but a composition that MIBR tested within the offseason with a fade instead of a sky. We'll see what they refine within this round.
Right.
And here it comes. Chat crowd.
There it is.
And the first contact, three! Instantly get dropped by JZZ.
Keep going.
But Vanity's still there to try to help as much as he can. Whippy now the last player standing on a 3 versus 1. The headshot onto FRZ, but he's low at half HP. The tap on the second one, RGL's low, nades coming out, but that's gonna be a full stick. With the perfect nade out from Artazine to push Whippy back. And MIBR, they score another pistol.
क्यों इतना चुल्ले यार starting
The
में
idea was to garrison the baby door, and that's exactly where MIBR was already hunkered down. And they just wiped down Cloud9 as they try to get to the safe spots once into B. And it almost seemed like that's what MIBR wanted. Cloud9 walked into the site, and they were like looking around. Where is everybody? Where? Boom! Out of the woodwork comes MIBR instantly. Fist bumps all around. Another pistol round here coming in for MIBR as they get some buys in for round 2.
We saw a nice flash that came through there from JZ to allow for MIBR to try to fight back and flood. As you mentioned, Garrison, that small hobbit door to move back, but a force buy coming out for C9. Satchel's moving forward. Utility to clear towards the mound, pushing MIBR back within the C side. That's an instant smoke that comes out.
Sky का dog एक ही side.
At least the orb is one for C9 under control towards that C side.
A lot of this round 2 for C9 is seeing what kind of pressure is pushed on the extremities. We still see
एक area में फेंको ना particular area में इतने दूर में net का असर है इतने दूर में
getting any movement out of MIBR. Quite a bit of utility used just to take that space at long C, and they'll leave the breadcrumbs as they head over now towards this A site. Everything has to be retaken as new. Nobody's had position on this from Cloud9 just yet. Artson pushed up.
Yeah, that smoke's not going to do too much because he's jumping up and now spawns the players moving forward.
Good haunt.
Bit of util coming out. Dizzy being picked up once again by Vanity as they clear out towards the orb. Looking to potentially to farm that second orb if it's still up.
We're going back. I love Vanity. Around the world strat is always on the table. And it looks like it's actually being read by MIBR. Look at this movement, mirroring each other on either side of the map here. And we're going to get a heck of a B fight, or a C fight rather.
Mazine still has a snake bite, so they did a good job to use the KJ util, but there's that molly on the ground. Easy here for MIBR to just start spraying across. Wingman's trying to make it up, and that's 4 players instantly falling down, including the spike. And a flawless round for MIBR. That around the world could have been nice, but there's definitely not a good result in the end for C9.
More like an around the hemisphere. They're staying on one side, right? Have to get to see the defensive side, maybe. What a hit from MIBR. Just predicting the movement right now. And the fact that they are pushed up, that MIBR has this kind of push forward line of scrimmage allows them that benefit to know if C9 has actually backed off of a certain hit, how much util they still have from that C hit. And then they come back to C, you know, without that much util. Can't get into the site. And they are closed in on the bigger buy here in the second round. I like the back and forth though. You trying to stretch your opponent thin is always a big strategy when you have a lower buy.
Looks like we have a little bit of a tech issue with audio, so we're going to try to fix that ASAP and resume the game. As again, you're looking at that second round. Yeah, the jump spot was looking pretty good. You were mentioning it here for MIBR, the forward position. And that's nothing that's really uncommon right now, right? When you're a team on a defense that tries to add that pressure, working as a trio usually for a team like MIBR, they usually try to go for that. You've mentioned it on that first map on Vine. You're trying to put Mazine, RGL, and JZZ together to try to push forward into a certain spot. Either it's mound or towards rubble. And when you take control of rubble like that and you do these jump spots, it's just so much easier for you to adapt and rotate quickly from the B to the A side to prevent any ground to be gained outside of that line of the Viper wall. And C9, I mean, they haven't wasted enough of that utility to really try to get the best value out of their force buy.
We're just getting an audio issue fixed up for one of the players here before we get back in the game, so not too much longer. And going back to, you know, looking at C9 play this in the past, very door heavy. Love to play the door games. Go towards C, open it, let it close. Open it again, let it close. Start toying with the mentality of their opponent a little bit by just revolving those doors and maybe finding a shot or just for noise. So looking like we're getting ready to get back into the game. Audio issues are all fixed up and we'll get into round number 3, the bonus here.
And the game around the revolving doors was also an era where you had MC have Leaf play that Neon, and you could actually do a little bit more of that audio cue, audio call. Yeah. Now with this utility that you currently have here, mid-range utility from Vanity as is Gecko, it's section scaling that you're trying to do between both initiators of him and Zeppa.
Yeah.
It starts off the first section that you want to cut out, and game control is C side for C9.
This push all the way towards A. Pretty heavy push up. The one-way was thrown out all the way from RGL on that A side, so they're kind of playing off the map, more of a retake style towards C here, and this could favor Cloud9 if they can get in with a few sheriff shots. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and I'm pretty sure we might see a flood of that util coming in just a second.
They're trying to see if you could pop that molly, though. There you go, they got it. So that's an opportunity potentially to flash to if another smoke comes down. But as there's nothing yet, actually, it's even deeper on the outside. So actually, that's a great smoke because that really doesn't allow for you to flash through and cross over within the C site.
Absolutely. Very smart flash as well, coming from the waterfall area just over that top side to blind everybody at long C from JZZ. They're going to try for it again. The patience here for C9. And again, the numbers game. MIBR has it stacked right.
Even a snake bite right after that. I mean, this is great utility from Mazine. He even has a second snake bite, so all you're going to do is wait here.
30 seconds
Can't really do much. I mean, the pain shells is not even going to help. I'm hoping to catch them, but as you have MIBR just holding the site, they were just ready for it the whole time. The crossbar set up on the low, and even you have FRZ on the top. There's no way that you're making it through here.
इतना टाइम लिया ना कि वो एक जगह से दूसरी जगह से रोटेशन
a 3K and a 2K, feeling good for MIBR. And JZZ, a pivotal one on that round. Again, the flash over waterfall, not showing himself, being super safe just to get the identification or identity of the rest of the C9 in that position. 1, 2, 3, controlled with the Bulldog. And Maz in there as well, the Bulldog himself.
Those are very important kills too for JZZ, because now that allows the Seekers to be available, where on the other end for C9 with these low buys that you had, they're trying to get Vanity out into the Thresh, or the Thrash rather, this time around.
watch.
You have an opportunity to play the retake.
Love the double util use. Which one are you going to shoot? You're going to shoot geckos or you're going to shoot the haunt? Really cool tricks as they go in. Fresh has been used already. This is a hard hit coming in from C9.
Yeah, they know it's now open. There's that Seekers to answer right back because MIBR is already on top of the heaven. A spike comes down for a wingman. Even more utility from Vanity just to keep them at bay at the top of the heaven side. Finally, we're circling in, funneling through a flash to try to gain some space. A tap on the spike. Santos coming across as well for C9. As Mazin's holding within the smoke. Oxy finally gets that pick, but it gets instantly traded out. A 4 versus 4 as Oxy falls. It's not looking good here.
3 and tree.
The defuse actually being stuck currently. C9's not there to really help, and finally at halfway gets dropped as Vanity runs forward for these 2 kills. Perfectly done for C9 in the end as they bring around the ropes towards this A site.
Once they realized they were all kind of in tree, I think getting out was the key. They just spread perfectly into the site, dropped MIBR. What a chaotic round. For so much of the time, they were just within arm's reach of each other for quite a bit there. C9 still playing it as calm as they could to make sure it was MIBR that went down for their first round here on Lotus. Took 4. We get C9 in there. Let's see what kind of ultimates we have ready. Nothing yet. It's going to still come down to the strats and the shots. 3-2 split across the map. A little bit more aggressive here from MIBR. We saw this in the first few rounds, but not yet for the gun rounds. And they're going to meet C9 at the front of C.
They had at least RGL Meister being set up for potentially a paranoia if you actually made it across the mound, because the alarm bot was there. Yet they still want to commit to that to funnel everybody back towards the A site. The A site, at least for now, doesn't have an opportunity for C9 to scale up here.
Very good movement from both teams, leaving the lurkers, pushing forward. C9 choosing Baby Door correctly here. We're going to get peeked down on, though. This could be a tough take on the B.
Wingman once again, the plan for long. You have a flank at least for GZZ towards the back of B. Plant then comes down and successful for Cloud9. C is being thrown inside as Zeppa gets the spray within the smoke. A 1v1 as the smoke dissipates. Jake loses that fight against Artazine, who then looks to the head-to-head against Zeppa. A Satchel to break his crosshair placement as he looks to swing right back. But C9 are doing a good job to delay the spike. Finally, as Zeppa runs across, gets denied by Artazine. Showstopper available too. He's still going to use it at 3 HP. It's out. Back towards the Baby Door. Back towards the Hobbit. Shoots it down, but GZZ's the one that picks up the kill. A stick on the defuse. But it's not going to work out for Vanity on the 1 versus 3. A great retake for MIBR in the end.
Artazine cannot be stopped. Takes down 2 in the 1v1, approaching him just at the door on the top of platform of B, and then drops into the site to make sure a 3K comes in for the round, getting that Raze ult online even quicker again. It's only 1 now, since it was used and then grabbed, but never wasting a moment to make sure that happens. Really nice pressure, too. I feel like MIBR kind of left C9 dangling on that retake. When C9 thought the retake was coming, MIBR pump fake just for a moment. That's when they made their move. With Artazine coming out of that top side.
It was a split problem as well that nobody was watching that flank too that allowed JCC to move forward, right? So
all day.
Now you got
a
blind with whoever could buy. A hero rifle in the hands for Zeppa. Nightfall available, so another opportunity to really flood a site. Whippy watching the flank first, avoiding the boombot, not shooting a shot, so has an opportunity to surprise some players. And no Nightfall will be used, just simple utility for Cloud9 to move in. There you go, a late Nightfall that comes out towards the back of the C site, but the util comes back for MIBR. Plant still comes down as FRZ gets that pick onto Oxy.
3 in sight. They don't know 2 are coming around from the flank either. It's just Mazin and FRZ waiting for this to come around from the outside.
Yeah, it really comes down to those 2 players. You're just hiding and tucking in for the defenders to allow those flankers to move in. And that paranoia is gonna also allow here MIBR to flood in as a team. And here it comes. Whippy and Jake, though, they get these picks off through the smoke. It's a 1 versus 2 for Fra. Now comes in, misses the shot, finally connects, but runs out of bullets on the Vandal. Only as a classic, a tap on the spike, and it should be easy for Zeppa to win, and it will be after all. The force blight that you had burns out for C9.
Got it.
पूरा स्टक करके बैठ जाना है.
Ooh, it does help. It does. A lot of people still going down, but the plant, the kills, it's going to be enough money to get themselves back into a buy here. Not so much the same for MIBR. We're seeing a little bit of the last round buy we got from C9 now from MIBR. A bit scattered, still some money that can go in. Actually, JZZ is going to change that up here as we watch the replay once again. Zeppo with the clean shot. And we start this one off with a low buy for MIBR. Round 7 here. It's in the first... For the first time in the series, we've had rounds going back and forth, Van Silly.
And that's the thing, back and forth also in trades.
Yeah.
Because now you're looking at 3 rounds that they won in a row for MIBR. It goes back and forth, and instantly we're on an eco now for MIBR. They have a judge to work with, a Spectre, and a lockdown. Potential to do some damage here if C9 walks into the trap, where that's exactly what we currently have, at least to start.
Oh, yeah. They set up the whole base at A. MIBR, all 5 members towards this side of the map. Just a baby door encroach here. If Mazi needs to break out fast. Uh-oh.
Or just hold the corner if they break the baby door in. But instead, Oxy's trying to push forward with C9 to get 3. On his side, under the belt, advantage. Oh no, the door's about to break, and that's Mazin winning right there. Boom, there's that first. Close range onto Jake, and they're dancing across the door. An opportunity to reload and try to jump back out. Pick to come out through.
Oh.
There's a ping in the back, though. They know that Whippy's on that flame, trying to get a timing here. Lockdown to come out. Oh my God! Gets caught off. Spike gets picked up.
But it's back A. Still has to get back to the site. 30 seconds here. Walking straight up the gut between both members of MIBR.
20 seconds left now. As a repositioning you have from Mazin is smart. Back towards the B main. There's not enough time to move towards C. So the position is good, at least for MIBR, to try to win the 1v1. But instead, they're just going to wait to go for the double retake here. RGL trying to pinch back towards Hobbit and just got spotted. Now here comes the second peek. Now goes aggressive to isolate the first duel against Mazin. Nice little smoke, actually. Gives an opportunity once again. Oh, but that's even nicer for RGL. Because of that smoke, he has to swing out, and they're both waiting for him there. Annoying to play against Omens, no matter what.
You don't know
Exactly.
You saw, he's like, I'm going to smoke you off. You're like, wait, damn. Yep, that could happen too.
Yep, you got one too.
Pushed out and nicely played. Patience there for MIBR was really able to solidify
जैसे
that.
ब्लैक डायमंड में नहीं खेलते हैं अल्ट है बट इको राउंड है ना तो ये निकाल लेते हैं इको राउंड में अल्ट नहीं करेंगे नेक्स्ट राउंड करेंगे
very nicely on the side of MIBR. Oh my God. When you think you have a moment, but you don't. Again, back and forth. Cloud9 now are going to go ahead and call a timeout. As far as the rest of the team feeling these rounds now. 5-2 overall as C9 goes for that timeout coming into round 8. Quite a bit of balls to use. Whether or not they want to go for that, they can have a few buys. It's going to be low for Jake if they want it, but they have a lot of options here to make things happen, especially if they can maybe grab around a Thresh, grab around them with the ultimate from Raze. But who knows? They may have to use them all at once. The way MIBR has been putting up this defense, they also have an op of their own and a lockdown. So it's tough. MIBR just feels very confident in each move that they're doing, right? Even if you uproot them from a situation, it seems like they have an answer, and they'll take the 4v5 situation and still convert it. They'll retake with lower numbers. Definitely something to look at for the season here. They can keep that consistency up, because it is pretty powerful what Fraud and Bazooka have brought to the squad.
Yeah. Brought a lot to the squad, and now bringing an operator in the hands of FRZ within this round. So a Sentinel op within the C site. Quite interesting, but something that you're starting to see with the chamber meta slowly dwindling down and no jet within the map. If you're playing a Raze, you kind of want to cycle that to somebody else. But for C9, after the timeout that was being used, they have, you mentioned, a lot of ults, and at the same time, a force buy through it. So the Thrash gains some space. The dog actually slows down Oxy to not be able to get any surprise kills within the door, as Whippy was trying to pinch from behind. It's good for a 1-for-1. Rocket did do some damage onto JZZ down to 5 HP. There's an opportunity to do something here. Lockdown being used, they're hiding behind it right now for C9. Zeppa fully flashes, Jake gets the pick, and they both get detained. They won't clear it though. It's an opportunity for Zephyr just around. He does have a Vandal to work with at the same time. They're sticking onto the spike. He's running out. There's that Judge battle, but there's that kill. But the defuse still comes in.
Oh my gosh, fans, this right here, as MIBR takes the round, that was, I believe, C9's pistol. You go towards Gecko in, this time they had the Thresh, and you take Baby Door. You get there as fast as possible. Again, that's where they lost a lot of members right off the bat. Seems like MIBR ready and waiting, and this fight through the door is what was a little weird because they have sight, they have the other side, and they're just trying to make sure that one side was clear, and that was the dangerous one. Great round by MIBR.
It ends up being a beautiful call from Azine, right?
Yeah.
New appointed IGL, new player, new member coming in for MIBR, and he said, look, we're going to get the lockdown in. Let's not flood in with the 3 seconds left, right? We just want to play the lockdown. We know some players are stuck within that radius of the lockdown. Let's just wait for that to come through, and then we'll come back in and get the defuse after. They still have plenty of time to work with, and especially when they denied the flank out from Whippy, it definitely looked like it was going to be in their favor here to retake that site. C9 couldn't do anything. They had to react somehow through that lockdown, and they opted to try to stay within that door to try to catch the players off guard, and they never did. So well done here for MIBR on these calls, and unfortunately here another tech pause as we currently are assessing the issue.
Yeah, audio issue will get fixed up quickly for you and get back into game. I just saw Emmy on your screen agreeing or disagreeing. That was more of like a just the catcher saying this pitch, and he's like, no, not that strat. Well, maybe this strat. No, not that strat. It seems like they're trying to get everything in order here and see what might be plaguing C9 at this point, because it does seem like just a little bit of being disorganized after that plant, right? MIBR continues to come in, pull apart whatever defense C9 has set up here, and they continue to take these rounds from the defensive side. And you see 3 defuses for those last ones that did get wins. So C9's getting to the site. They're getting the spike down, just not able to hold it. And those retakes are very good from MIBR right now. Low buy for C9 as we get back into this one. Round 9. 3 ultimates here for MIBR. We see that they are not shy about using those in any situations, as long as it secures the round. Shows a lot about the mentality. They're just gunning for those W's and behind each other to do it.
The jump peak, the wide swing, no punishment there onto FRZ, but C9 knows that the omp's posted down towards his B site.
Moving fast.
Opening the door, quickly going for a plant.
It's in, nades to deter, top side. Damn right. Let's see what they got here.
The lockdown's a little bit early here, so this is still a great opportunity for MIBR to wait this out and come through, but they wasted their Seekers out of that. Thankfully, they still have a showstopper. And there it goes, activated right away by Artazine. Denied by Vanderbilt with the stinger. That's gotta hurt. And instantly with the one-way smoke, everybody has to pivot back towards the staircase. GZZ with the first pick there onto Oxy, but you already see them falling back. Back towards the B site, back towards Waterfall. This is a C9 round.
Cloud9 turned that one on and said, I am speed. Just straight through the door, straight into sight, without even worrying about what kind of defense would be there after their initial portion of the map, and round rather. And that is exactly the kind of strength you really remember if you're a C9 fan. Going in, dominating around, and making a team save out. This is what we got at MIBR a few maps ago, right? When we joked that it was the Lev save, but no, that was a forced one. Quite big as well. So the operator will be there for next round, and these Raze ults getting stopped all day is uncanny.
Yeah, I
we
love
did
it.
not see that this much. Some wild stuff here starting off from VCT.
Definitely showing that the aim gets better and better after every game, after every event. And now with C9 getting that round and 3 weapons saved for MIBR, they could buy around that. Op still stays alive for FRZ as he saved it on that previous round. Vandals for the rest, 1 Phantom for RGL, who's actually taking control towards Pillars solo. At the rubble.
Dangerous spot, but happy to play it here. Paranoia's ready. Ultimate get out too if anything gets too hairy.
Yeah, with the Dizzy coming up, there's that Paranoia pink shells to push him out with a CD! Nice little combination there for C9, but Artazine was still waiting towards the orb. Beautiful trade, but makes it away, escapes it at 5 HP, and he'll get the top up.
All right, 4v4 now.
Jake's playing with his food. FRZ going back and forth consistently as now the smoke He's going to give a gap here to allow C9 to move forward, but the alarm bar's still there to get some information.
And Oxy being down again, we saw this on Split, it makes it tough for C9 to choose how to get in. Right now, it could be that Zeppa's communication, knowledge of what's happening at A means they walk in. But Mazine has something to say about that. Vandal just towards tree side here.
Yeah.
Waiting, and here comes the rest of MIBR, but how quick is C9 on this play?
Wall should come up as soon. There he goes, the door opens up. Could have used some snake bite to delay, but thinking that he could have won a 1v1 there, but there was actually 4 players of C9 running through towards the A side to allow this little man to land.
All right. The retake. Everybody's going to meet at the same side, so you're not really going to get a different direction here for MIBR. They're waiting. Yeah, waiting for JZZ to check the peak. C9 is in such good positioning, though. This would be tough for MIBR.
I mean, there's no flashes either for JZZ with the latest patch. Nothing refreshes. A dog is not going to allow for you to get too much. You could get shot right away, and you're in great positions here for C9 on the pulse plant. All of them once again. And the Brazilian team of MIBR will fall back. Live to fight another day with these 3 weapons, and even then, Mazine could find that next round with the rest.
A big timeout from Cloud9 a few rounds ago. Whatever Emmy shook his head no to, it was right. It was, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, C9 calling that timeout has changed their play style. More to the aggression, more of what we actually saw at the end of Bind in the way that they played to get themselves a few more rounds, to put themselves on top of the situation, right? Not playing from behind, which it seems like they've had the chance to do against MIBR with just the way the game's going. But this does now force out the MIBR timeout. Operator still out there for FRZ. They don't have to change too much from defense. And I think they're pretty happy with defense so far, just not the last few rounds.
Yeah, they have to probably be more happy if they could actually find some way to funnel the players of Cloud9 and within the op of FRZ, because he hasn't been getting too much value out of it. And as again, the composition that you have for C9 that allows you to section part by part, inch by inch, when you're scaling back within that site and towards C, for example, you get a smoke, can't do anything.
It's a great time to point out again, Artson on top, near on top, 11-4, but has been for a lot of these games coming into the team, IHLing, being able to frag. That is something you rarely get with that much confidence out of somebody. So awesome to see that pick up for MIBR there. See what they can continue to do going into this next round, round 11 here. And a lot of this game has been MIBR shutting down C9. If we look at the kill score, everybody's right there around 6 or 5. So it's taking the team, it's taking refrags to get past MIBR, who have had some powerful fragging in this game, in this series. 6-4 here, still, again, super close. A lot of what we saw on our first map, honestly.
You bring up a great point. It's actually quite crazy that you got 4 rounds for C9, but you got like what, a total of 24 kills across the board.
Right.
It really comes down to the util pulse plan, and again, that discipline that we saw from MIBR on map number 1 to this one to try to work their economy in their favor. And I think C9's doing the same thing, and that's the beauty of potentially seeing that outlaw coming in. You can't really go into a half-life meta anymore, so you just want to continue to hold full armor if you can. And with that, though, C9 are looking to push within the C site. Allows here for Mazine to fall back safely as they're just looking to play the retake.
We've all missed him. We've all missed. So Insight, the retake comes in. MIBR's been strong.
2 kills instantly for MIBR. As C9 was trying to push towards the spawn. And now this gives an opportunity for MIBR to come back. Mazine still alive, has an orb. Snake Bite also still available. Now they could tap within the spike. Not really set up here for Zeppa for the kill. They're just trying to play that distance. Up to Vanity alone, has a thrash, but the defuse will come in for MIBR. They don't need a wingman for a defuse.
FRZ and RGL pushed out of that smoke together, and they had an op. That was like a point-blank operator retake. Nothing is scaring them off the situation. The weapons they have, usually the operator would make that kind of take difficult, but not in that situation. Crazy stuff. Spike goes down, and then you just see him pop out of here. Ooh. Not what you're expecting.
And even if the Dizzy did some damage there with the goop, it was just that timing that you had. The idea was try to flood that waterfall on the play and not allow for them to fall back. But we'll hold that thought. C9's already pushing aggressively in the last round of the half. And Oxy opens up, a Thrash moving forward. Paranoia to answer back on the defensive side. JZZ on the offfield gets the pick of the Jake. And now the door opens with another one to fall. Only 2 players alive now for C9 with the spike still on the back of Vanity, who does get that pick onto RGL. Far range there, another person falls. And the advantage then comes back for C9. Up to Mazine alone. Nanoswarm pushes him out. Could get a timing right over here. Orb now being picked up.
7-4 last round है 7-5 तो कर लो कम से कम.
Of the tree.
नहीं हो जाएगा.
And now here is a turret.
2v1.
That's confirmation that there's not going to be a backstab across.
You want more? Here's
Oh no. That's gonna suck. Clears towards the back of the site. Gets the timing through and he gets detained. Time to dance, my friends.
Wait, where is he? Where is he?
Oh my god! They couldn't find him, he stayed behind.
No shot.
Somehow stays alive, but there's an alarm bot there to get the information as he walks across. Orb then comes down. Now they know he's towards that staircase. Vandal now for both Vanity and Whippy. The first contact will be Vanity, but Whippy's not looking to swing it back.
Lots of time.
They're just gonna do 2 separate 1v1s that Vanity is going to win. And C9 close off the half with 5 rounds as MIBR has 7.
A 7-5, but fans, I feel
कंधे
like that
लोगो यार
last round is
7-5
the
लेके गए.
story of what we
मैं literally मैं C9 से भरोसा छोड़ दिया हूँ.
On the edge, you see this one,
but
MIBR comes up again. Just
वो
on the
attacking में
edge
थे.
every time. MIBR
Single duelist
to
चलो.
get the 7-5 though with C9.
डबल इनिशिएट था भाई. अब भी तो मतलब उनको सपोर्ट ले लेना चाहिए था.
Dreams where the killer's chasing after you and you just can't run away because you're running in slow motion.
The stairs are too steep. I'm going slow.
Somehow still stays alive, but unfortunately couldn't win that 1v1. I mean, you're happy still, right? You still got the round no matter what. But with that, let's hear it from Cloud9's Jake for his thoughts on his new teammates and coach.
I think our new roster is good, and I think we're going to surprise a lot of people. It's similar to last year where people underestimated both me and Rooney. I think like we were both good players back then. People just didn't know how we were going to mesh with like the 3 veterans on the team. And I think it's similar now, like Vanity and Zeppa are veterans. They don't know how me, Whippy, and Oxy are going to mesh, but I think we're going to come out and be really good and surprise a lot of people. And same thing with Emmy, he was a good head for the game and like in different ways than our last coach was, MC. Like obviously they both have great minds for it, but they think different about the game, and I think it's going to put a fresh look on our team.
You could definitely see that there from what Jake was talking about here with the change in the play style from C9 with Amy coming in. A lot less of like the heavy aggressiveness that you might have under MSC's helm in the past on defense, but the force buys and the half buys.
Totally हो गए 7.5 घंटे. मतलब totally हमको 8 घंटा 10-15 मिनट
timeouts have been kind of focused around solidifying those or an alt round that will be coming in. So yeah, taking advantage when they can and trying to keep it diversified. I think Vanity and Imi both have a lot of ideas here, like you said, Jake say.
Support to C9 going
as the season goes on.
No doubt.
Pistol round here is going to be pretty big for Cloud9. MIBR has been pretty good at this second
double
round.
duelist खेलना सीख लो या फिर
a few Ghost, Zeppa, and
उसे
Whippy
को
as well.
क्या नाम है?
Keep those long range shots in. Whippy's always going to be
Oxy
your
को
flank,
support
so
करना सीख लो भाई.
keep that, especially for Lotus.
Literally एकदम अलग है सब.
We got just a bit of time here before we
Support ही नहीं है भाई, सब अपने में
Might have
busy हैं.
potentially seen the same storyline of the MIBR throughout this whole series from last year when they were so good at taking the lead but just couldn't close it out. That was also some of the reflections that came out here from the players of MIBR moving into this year. But finally, they're able to close it quite strongly on split and now have a lead now in this 3rd map. So hopefully they don't fall back into the same pit as they did last year. And close this one right here with very strong pistol for them, as you mentioned here, Riv, could be really good against C9's aggression on these buys.
all towards A. I was gonna say interesting they're there. They could eat a seasonade, but luckily Oxy is going to be towards mid here, and you do see that most of MIBR has stepped back a bit, waiting for that noise. 1, 2, 3, aggression from C9.
Only gets the ping onto one player. All of MIBR are waiting behind here for the U-tilt just dwindle down, and he might be able to flood right back with the wall coming through.
A flash available for JZZ, and there it is. Paranoia on top of that, and the first and second kills come in favor of the attacking side. Zeppa then still trying to stay alive as much as he can towards the Rebel. Beautiful satchel to push him out of position. Oxy was trying to flank ASAP, but now he's blocked by his teammate Smokes, which gives MIBR an opportunity to move in within this A site and plant.
Oh, if that turret wasn't there, Oxy was gonna have such good timing coming around, but MIBR just has everything thought of at the moment. Again, they're both just gonna come from this base side on the left.
Turret available, working together. Sheriff and Ghost first contact. Nice shot there from Oxy. The backstab. Where's the communication? There's a third! Oxy on fire! Executes him on
Literally, this guy on.
Get to the fuse.
भाई क्या बंदा है भाई?
Unreal for a rookie to
भाई
come
नींद
in
मतलब ना नींद खत्म कर दिया एक मिनट में नींद गायब भाई.
Game. Usually there's some cobwebs they have to work out, a little rust, but no pressure on Oxy, it seems. Still being able to come up huge on these frags throughout each game. Almost top second frag in game number 1, top frag in game number 2, in his appearance, debut appearance, and now getting back there in game 3 here to bring Cloud9 a huge pistol round in second half.
Bazooka's not gonna like that one. He talked about how a pistol round cost them dearly on Split. This one might be the one on Lotus, or being picked up for Oxy. Almost ready with the showstopper if they could convert the pistol. Looking to fight right back through the smoke though. MIBR splitting right out. But Zeppa's there for the support. Stinger sprays. Prowler to come out. And at least baits out a shot from the Classic. And there's that long range across, 2 HP remaining, but at least Zeppa gets that kill, third within the round. And he's also building closer to a Nightfall in their bonus potential.
Zeppa limping around rubble, willing to give himself up here just for a bit of sounds the team can trade. Quick haunt. I expect to get backstabbed at this point. There it is.
Easy kill, right click Classic close range. Paranoia, nice there for Jake to stay outside of that radius that you can still see while you're paranoid. And C9 are able to escape here. The heavy push that MIBR did, and did convert to a lot of kills there actually in their eco. Or on their eco rather.
Yep. Buy-in, looks like they'll still get a bit of money spent. Oh my gosh. We also have to understand that there was some delay for MIBR to keep peeking one by one.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, you got it? Okay, you got it? It's okay. That's when you feel a little too comfortable in the round. And you get punished for it. 7-7, we're all tied up now here on our last map of the series.
Not that replay. Oxy basically said, Vanity, we don't need that flash. You got me.
Don't worry about it. I got 7 bullets in the chamber. We're fine. Minute and 20 left on this. Lots of time for MIBR to play with.
Dizzy to get information from the waterfall. Actually baits the shot out from MIBR at the mound. They're still trying to move forward to see if there's any type of KJ utility towards the C site. Decide to pull back, try to work out in a different position. The beauty again of that Dizzy.
Yeah.
Refreshing after being picked up. 10 seconds, throw it back again. But it allows for C9 to really just anchor out towards the C and B, while all of them pivot back towards the A site for MIBR.
Quiet contact play coming up here. All the way to the front door.
Yeah,
this is going to surprise C9.
Ready for it no matter what.
30 seconds left.
Turret to be able to spot that first contact as Zeppa plays the off angle, gets the dink. And you're trying to do as much as you can, trying to hold these tight angles on your bonus round. Paranoia comes out, giving a chance here for Venom to move through with the Dizzy. Nice little nano swarm as Jake almost had a second one. That's going to stop any type of trap that you're trying to do here for C9 until you see those satchels out from Oxy. Spike down, 1v1 long range towards the spawn to dink off the JZZ. Showstopper also available. Pain shells now, upgrade from a Vandal. Here's the shots coming through behind the box, the swing out, but RGL was still waiting around the corner. As MIBR, it was
back
close.
and forth again.
Felt it. Oxy probably could have done it there.
Let's go. All right, ultimate for Oxy. Where did they go with this? The explosion on the B is always super powerful. I'm sorry, C, B, a lot of angles to look at. As we see this hit once again for the judge. I love that we now have 2 judge users here. Vandy's always bringing it out, but Oxy feeling very comfortable to make that a weapon he will use. MIBR, however, shutting it all down, pulling another round into their favor to keep it going back and forth, and up the gut here. Coming in for MIBR. Just a little bit of lurk presence for Mazin, and it's going to be Artson in immediately.
He also is comfortable with the judge.
Judge too, laying down the verdict. Both sides of the team. Where do they go though?
Just trying to go for a decent plant. It was delayed slightly by Molly being thrown here. Amash, but a showstopper out just to delay the plant. It works out. Close range with the Bucky, but it gets dodged. C9 moving in though for these trades. Mazin and Artzine, the last 2 remaining, spike down out in the open as Artzine is still trying to move in, baiting out the shots. Zeppa flushed out and picked off. Vanity, nice shot there. A 1v1, the jump long range with the judge. Now the gun gets picked out. A tap there from Vanity to tie up the game.
The multi-kills from Vanity, when they are required, have continuously from map to map and coming from the IGL. A pivotal one there to again keep it tied here in our second half. And these are coming down to the big frag rounds right now. You just go in, Spike might go down, but it is a bloodbath inside each one of these sites. Clean plays, just off the strafe shot too, very nicely done. Gotta say, Oxy's passion is through the roof right now. He is just absorbing everything about that stage in his first games. Now we're going towards C, it looks like here with MIBR. Oxy wanting to push out towards mid there. Still has the judge. They're fine with keeping these close range guns and allowing MIBR to encroach a little bit closer. MIBR spread in the 3-1-1 right now. This door game to be played ever so slowly.
Something that we didn't see too much here for this door revolving from C9 on the attack. MIBR is trying to play that mind game a little bit more. Even the alarm bot being pushed up at the entrance of the B site. So for C9, still a question mark. Do we actually have players that rotate through the revolving door or not? At least for us, we know here at the pivot comes back towards this A site, trying to get a contact play within the A site. Crash now being used towards that C mount stopped. No really earlier rotates yet. This is just Mazin going for lurk plays. Now the dog comes behind the door. Nightfall coming out from the defensive side of C9. Oxy just holding close. The big battle now comes in towards the revolving door at the tree. Flash to come out. Zeppa playing the off angle, avoids the flash for the kill. Farzido answers right back onto Oxy. Advantage for C9, but we're still looking for the plant. Everything's getting delayed so far because the Thrash got picked up. 10 seconds left. This might be it. Dargel gets that first pick, and now there is no time.
One enemy remaining.
It was a very weird round that we saw here on the attack from MIBR.
Yeah.
Seems like they weren't confident to try to work and hit that A site.
मैं पता है time नहीं है फिर भी peak कर रहे हैं लोग यार क्या
MIBR saving, but the game a bit too tight for that at this point. You don't really want to have a big save like that just to keep your weapons here. They wanted the round, so we'll see once again. Lots of control coming from Tree, but they couldn't find Vanity up on top of Heaven there. A nice hide. Vanity actually has been alive for a lot of these rounds towards the end, being able to make calls, being able to use that to be sure they can reach the site. So that position has helped a lot with him being alive towards the end of these rounds.
Good morning, gamer bhai. Good morning, Pankaj bhai.
They're kind of just pushing each other around here without even knowing about it, but they're going to meet and spawn.
I know Dizzy and Prowler is close to on the ball for MIBR. Mazin was trying to watch that plane, but gets popped instantly. So this will now force within this C site. Lorabai that you have for MIBR. A plant will be a nice little one as Alarm Bot forces out now the nano swarms to delay the plant from MIBR. Which then, look at this push from C9. All of them forced down. MIBR trying to push back towards the CT. Big paranoia to come across. Plant still comes in no matter what. An assist from the wingman to get the clap onto RG, allowing Oxy to get his second ace of the VCT Americas.
भाई इसका second ace है इस पूरे match में. मतलब पिछले मैच में split second is
by Power on socials. They'll be giving away a PC every eye by Power ace.
भाई ये बंदा बहुत कम एज का है literally.
Oh my gosh, the rookie absolutely exploding. I think they said Super Saiyan. Doesn't that take like 20 episodes? This guy, one episode.
भाई अलग level का है.
20 kills pretty much.
Holy crap, he is absolutely cooking right now. And that was pressuring three 1v1s. Look at that. Recognize me.
That's Super
Saiyan. भाई इस level का पे ये चला गया ना ये.
I see the moon. The moon is full.
Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna call a timeout out of that.
Oh my gosh, just mind-numbing play that MIBR has to deal with right now. They gotta shake that off. They gotta remember that they have been in control for most of the maps that have been in this series, with Cloud9 being able to bring it to a third due to some hard work here. And now, Oxy has just completely come online. Again, from that first game, second fragging, and now has top fragged the past 2 games. This one not even over yet, and he's 4 from the next. 10-8 here. MIBR now looking to change things up. There's too much momentum with 3 rounds now on the side of Cloud9, and there's 4 ultimates to be used by MIBR. If this round gets snuffed out by Cloud9, that might be 13 for them.
That's a great point here. To call the timeout to stop that momentum that C9's been building, especially after that ace that you saw from Oxy. The economy is not too good here for MIBR. They have to go for a rare half buy. With Vandals, they have ults to work with, so you know that this is definitely an important swing round for MIBR that they have to convert. So off this timeout, no early aggression, not trying to use anything. For C9, instead, it's for them to move out.
Ooh,
and that's a great call for MIBR, staying towards the spawn, punish them, thinking that C9 with that confidence will overcook.
Exactly, and they have a little burnt on the edges for that push. And it looks like it's going to be a quick one. Seekers out towards C, and the rest of the hit comes through on the KJ util.
Ooh, counter nano swarms, but Jake couldn't get the pick.
They're good.
That might stop the bleeding right here for MIBR. Even coming out with a flawless would be huge. Nice utility to push them back. Another nano swarm in. JZZ just spotted one towards the back of spawn. But Zeppo runs out, the trades come across, but Vanity once again stuck in a 1 versus 2. He's clutched it before, and the Boombot's gonna spot him. He spikes down out in the open.
Exactly, I'd say positioning here for Vanity if they don't double swing him. Could be. If they get on top of site, they might make Vanity push into the Viper's pit, but it doesn't look like they're in position for that.
I mean, you do it towards spawn. Oh, it's a satchel instead for the double swing. Nicely done for MIBR. I mean, to win a round like that and not having used too many of those ults.
Yeah. I mean, from what MIBR was doing on the previous rounds, we saw Mazin actually putting an ult down right next to another member of C9 to solidify a round. And these ones are very important to do so. It was just a blast pack and a double peek on that one. So they saved the ultimate. And like we said, they had 4 to use, only needed 1 to get through that round. Really, the Seekers coming in. Artesine's about to be on top too with his showstopper, so they could actually unleash a lot of hell in these next few rounds. They stave off that loss. The econ's still good for MIBR, and C9 goes back to this push towards Rubble, gaining ground and giving less space for MIBR to play with.
अभिषेक कुमार सो जाओ.
Less space, even a
अरे अभिषेक भाई अभी कहाँ सो रहा हूँ यार.
Nobody's moving.
ये मैच तो खत्म होने दो.
This A site, but once again it's MIBR using satchels, but not breaking too much util. Turret comes out.
बस ये last ही है.
That's creating that space to waste that
decider मैच.
There's a pit, but they have a nice stopper on top of this.
Vanity goes in.
We answer back though with the lockdown on the attack.
MIBR जीतता है.
And JZZ just lines up a few as they're trying to run back towards the waterfall. That might be it right there.
जो ult उधर है, plant इधर है भाई.
A little bit more. I mean, if Jake and Whippy could do a little bit of damage here, but they're also low.
in the economy.
पिक करा मुझे देखना है.
Vandal upgrade for Jake. And both of them will
अच्छा
decide to
वो
fall
दोनों
back.
साइड से तो ब्लॉक कर दिया.
An incredibly pivotal timeout from MIBR just a few rounds ago. I think what they did was they basically scheduled how to use these ultimates. They said, all right, this round, look to get this ult in with the Seekers. We take B. This round, look to get in again. Use the Viper's Pit. And they still have another ultimate to come in here. And I think Artisan's very close to his too. Maybe one off if he didn't get a frag there. So this could be a showstopper now to come up and bring them to 11-10. MIBR has unfolded this arsenal so well over the last few rounds. And we'll see this play out. JZZ on top, just clotheslining people with that Phantom. All right. So that showstopper is one away. On deck is just going to be Jake's ultimate with a few orbs needed for the rest of Cloud9 if one were to get there. So MIBR definitely has an idea. They can get towards long here, get that ult orb for Arzine, and then make the play happen. It's one of the rounds C9's not going to get their A push in, so this may work out for MIBR.
तब से मैं देख रहा हूँ यार.
And you're looking
तीन
at
मैप
though,
से मैं
it's
देख
a
रहा हूँ.
gamble
इसका
here
ज़्यादा
for
किल नहीं
C9
हो
to
रहा.
just get as much information as
कैसे
you
इतना
can on
high
both
phones
extremities
होते
here.
हैं?
There's no alarm bot or turret or
call-outs
anything to see any pushes towards B. I mean, for MIBR, they've rarely moved within that location, unless it was with judges. C9 trying to go for a blind push after throwing up the Dizzy to potentially get control of that orb so Vanity could have it in round number 23, but he falls back instead.
Showstopper's up. Fuse has not been lit just yet, and it looks a little chaotic for them to get into the site. Showstopper down.
Try to get a timing through that. A nice shot from Oxy. 88 down with a second headshot of the JZZ. Whippy's still alive within the back of the site as his teammate falls down, but there comes Vanity and Jake from the top of heaven. Trying to go for a double backstab here. So the door being opened up for Mazine to fall back within B, and FRZ will cut the rotation.
The thing with only having really one path to victory when C9's putting you down that hard is I think C9 read the same thing, that those ults would be used round after round and the orb focus.
भाई Vanity ने अगर timing कर दिया, अगर उसी वक्त वो इधर-उधर right left हुआ,
how big
game की माँ बहन हो
C9
जाएगी.
collapsed on that area right after the ult came in. It was pure chaos. Now leaving here the plant to Mazine. It'll be a retake for C9.
Very important here, and Vanity's scaling this up alone back towards the spawn.
They have to be, I think every corner is held by a member of MIBR.
And FRZ is always so good on these lurk moments to actually put a lot of impact within the round. There is that swing.
Oh, nice.
Wide one to get the headshot onto FRZ.
Some stay, he's still swinging.
Big plant there for Mazine. He actually has to stay within the site. So it's planet within. He's holding towards the water. There's no utility except for the Dizzy here for Vanity, so technically, potentially even a 4 versus 1 for the retake. Nice angle on the top in front of the C side.
Nice one,
but
man.
Jake gets the wallbang headshot.
Shot.
Does he know which wire to cut is the question.
Definitely.
Wingman defuse.
Shot there.
And the fact that Vanity
two
was
round
able
off
to cut
C9.
off the cutoff man in FRZ is absolutely huge. 11-9. That would have been a third round loss as well for C9 there. So they stop that and reset the money over inside of MIBR.
Big toes there at that Artisine head.
Oh, it's so good. The chef hand. I like it a lot. All right, rock and roll. Thresh is out. Still that ultimate for Jake. Can't really use it too much unless you're repositioning with the Omen. A nice early fade out. And they get that Prowler some good information. Ooh, door open? The door games. They start.
Rare moment here for MIBR to work towards his B site, and C9 just wanted to fight that right away. Now continuing with the one-ways, they're kind of just leaving them pinned, holding back towards the spawn still. But Mazine's doing a very good job during all of this ruckus towards his BC side to scale up, lurk, and break the alarm bot. Splitting the defense right now for Cloud9. They're gambling for this hit towards the A site. Vanity is already rotating across.
A little delay on the door open. Nicely played with the Killjoy mollies. MIBR has been here before. This Thresh goes out, just bring it back for re-grab after a minute, and then they'll be back into this one.
They'll dog through, and this is potentially even just another fake to break the baby door.
Hobbit now broken, execution towards the B site. Oxy playing close, tucked in towards the heavens, now moving within the pit with Zeppa together. Both of them spraying as they did get at least one within the seas. Boombutta trying to clear it out, and then a Thrash moving forward, right through, does not get a pick, but Zeppa gets a spray down onto. Spike now down as Whippet gets another one, and FRZ's alone all the way back towards Rubble. Spotted now by Oxy, and Oxy's chasing after it to get that pick.
One of the things to notice about Oxy when we're watching the Superdome Columbia and just other matches that they played here in the offseason was that fearlessness, the ability to go forward and just absolutely knowing what the duelist job is. There's no hesitation, and everybody's behind that here. MIBR found a way to shut it down quite a bit in the first few maps with playing further back, not allowing Oxy so much attention, but he is finding it on his own now, and the team is there to support as much as they can with the utility, give him the space he needs. All right, possible final round here as we're on our third map of these two in their first go around here in the 2024 season VCT Kickoff. The towards C is going to be the hit, and it looks like a retake for Cloud9 Vans.
MIBR is digging deep in their pockets here, backs against the wall. The buy is broken, and with that aggression you saw from Cloud9 towards that A site, MIBR is pushing towards C. They even want to fight for the waterfall.
Holy.
They're going for it right now, and they're trying to pinch within the base.
Nice one.
Line up from Jake.
Crazy pressure.
That is not going to be good here for MIBR, as they feel like their hands forced to plant within the C site.
Jake just got eyes on them from the shadows, so they're pretty good to wait this out and wait as well for Zeppa to get here along with Vanity, and they are going to nail this site. Paranoia is not there, a smoke to use though.
Guardians, all that's left. RGL gets that first pick, and a second one. The flick on the third will not happen as Vandy closes the series as Cloud9 takes it over. MIBR.
Cloud9 had to claw their way back into this game. What a good one. I should say series. This game was a back and forth one. Split seemed like it could have gone either way. Bind seemed like it could have gone either way. But undoubtedly, you have to say MIBR felt like they were in the driver's seat for most of the time. The timeouts are really what came down to it. And that man on your screen right there, Oxy, 2 aces in his debut, crushing it and just absorbing the atmosphere the whole time. It looked like he was born on that stage. Silly.
I feel like Oxy's the one that's not going to have a voice tomorrow, because that man was cheering after every round.
Dang.
And that, it looks like a complete roster as you currently see for Cloud9. Yes, I mean, it's still a team against MIBR who they also had